A very good morning and pleasant welcome to all our enthusiastic learners, delegates, faculty, family of forensic medicine and residents of forensic medicine. We are privileged to welcome you all to the National CME on Practical Aspects of Research and Publication organized by the Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology in collaboration with the Division of Forensic Pathology, JPNATC, AIIMS, New Delhi. We are delighted to inform you that the Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology is entering into 40th year of publication by 2023. The focus of this CME is to discuss on important aspects of research and publication, in particular to the domain of forensics. Our eminent speakers for today are Dr. S.K. Verma sir and Dr. Sanjay Gupta sir, Dr. O.P. Murthy sir, Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani sir, Dr. Anupama Raina ma'am, and Dr. S.K. Sharma sir, and our technical in charge, Mr. Yogesh Kumar sir. Dr. Tanuj Kanchan sir. So we will be discussing on the important aspects of research writing, ethics, funding agencies and plagiarism, and ethics in case of publication. I hope you will learn these important aspects by the end of the day without without any further delay, I would like to invite our first guest speaker, Professor S.K. Verma sir, to have his lecture. Thank you. Sir, I will open it.
Very good morning. So our first speaker is Dr. S.K. Verma, a very renowned person in our forensics. If I start introducing him, the list is so big that we'll have to miss his talk. So briefly, I introduce him, that he's completed his undergraduate from UCMS and then postgraduate from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Before I joined my AIIMS, he has published around 90 papers in the scientific journals. He has guided a number of MD students, and he has been examiner in various universities, medical colleges around the country, nearly in 30 universities. He has been visiting faculty and resource person, expert to numerous institutions like NICFS, Delhi Judicial Academy, NFSU, DMC, CBI, and many others. The list goes on. So without wasting time, now I request Dr. Verma to start his lecture. Thank you.
Namaskar. A very good morning to all the dear participants. When we emphasize this activity, when Dr. Murthy said that we should have a CME on the research and publications, especially pertaining to the forensic area of the medicine. The first thing which came to our mind is to invite the people who are the torch bearers at present and will be becoming our ambassadors in the future. So the day have come today. I welcome you all the delegates who have come from different parts of the country. They have taken the pains to travel to the capital city of Delhi, and as well as more than 100 delegates who have registered on the online mode. I think this is a unique activity which is happening in our specialty of forensics. As we have grown in numbers, you see now in the forensic medicine, if I talk about, we have about more than 2,000 trained forensic experts at present. Similarly, forensic scientists, the forensic science is also getting momentum, and lot many both public funded as well as the private universities or institutions, they have started their programs both at UG and the PG levels. Now we can't compare, or it will be an unparalleled comparison if we speak about the research and publications between a subject which is in the developing stage, having the limited number of the people engaged in the scientific activity, to specialties which are well established or which have the members running into thousands or even maybe in lakhs. However, this numbers does not restrict us. हमें चलने से ये रोक नहीं पाएगा और हम चलेंगे, चल रहे हैं और आगे और भी अच्छा चलेंगे. Now basically my task is to sensitize the younger generation that what's the research and publication is, how important it is in the present era, and where we stand today. If I quote from the Journal of Social Research and Administration, 1989, what the research means from a medical educationist's view, and I quote, everything we knew, everything that we can do, everything that medicine has to offer in the way of improving health is based upon research. Those who imagine that we can get along without supporting medical research are deluding themselves. So we cannot separate both the people of science as well as people of medicine. They cannot separate themselves from research. Somebody lightly said, what is research? The word itself suggests something. और हमारे एक बड़े अच्छे टीचर हुआ करते थे, तो जब उनसे बात करते थे रिसर्च की तो वो कहते थे रिसर्च. You have to do again and again that activity until you find something either beneficial to the society at present or maybe in future. जरूरी नहीं कि जो हम रिसर्च कर रहे हैं उसका आज ही हमें फ्रूट्स मिल जाए. It might take some time. Another quote says, research is to see what everybody else has seen and do think what nobody else has thought. और बड़ा क्लासिकल एग्जाम्पल इसका मुझे ऐसे ही सोच रहा था, मैंने कहा इसका मतलब क्या है, तो मुझे न्यूटन साहब याद आए. लॉ ऑफ ग्रेविटी. सबने देखा था पेड़ से सेब गिरता हुआ. एवरीबडी हैज सीन, but nobody has thought why this apple is coming on the ground. And that inquisitiveness, this inquisitiveness we have to develop in our mind if we want to become a good researcher. Albert Einstein, everybody knows, the greatest scientist of the last century. If we knew what we were doing, it would be called research, would it? अगर हमें पता है कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं, if we know, क्या हम इसको फिर रिसर्च कह पाएंगे? So research is just going into a barren field and trying to pick up the jewels or the diamonds from that. Medical research is an enterprise that is carried out in many kinds of institutions. The institutions may be public funded, may be private funded, may be at the individual levels itself by a form of a society with various kinds of supports. We have number of funding agencies which support the research. To name few, ICMR, DST, Department of Science and Technology. Then we have the ministries which supports different ministries, as well as CSR activities. They also supports research in their institution. The classical example of the research is the development of the COVID vaccine in the private sector. In such a short period. So we have strong roots now, which are supported by almost all walks of life if we want to have a financial support. The administrative support is there. कई बारी कहते हैं आप हमारा जो मैंडेट है रिसर्च का कहां से आया. अगर हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़ें अपना, इवन हमारे जो द मेकर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन थे, वहां पर भी डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स में मेंशन्ड है that we all should engage in research. So the Constitution itself is giving us the right to research. Research and its integral part is an integral part of medicine. In the present era, no one can thought of that we can survive without research. Even at the UG level, we have research activities for the students. At PG level, we all have to write the thesis And that is the first starting of the organized research activity that teaches us that how the research is to be conducted. And it is not optional and cannot be ignored. We cannot thought of कि यार ये तो additional चीज है, अगर हम नहीं भी करेंगे तो भी चल जाएगा, या thesis or the research in the future is just, तो जो teachers होते हैं, academicians होते हैं, these people should do the research. That's not true now. Look at the mandates given by the various statutory agencies, the MCI, and now it is known as the NMC. The section 6.8.1, medical research. There is a different heading in the guidelines issued by the MCI. A medical practitioner, or these guidelines are basically 2002 research as the ethics and etiquettes in the professionals. And it says the medical practitioner may carry out, participate in, work in research projects funded by pharmaceutical and allied healthcare industries. Also, there are certain guidelines to that effect, that what should be the relationship between the pharmaceutical industry and the researchers, because it is a very delicate relationship. Not many people questions about this relationship between the pharma industry, because basically this type of research is carried out by the clinicians. The draft postgraduate medical education regulation of 2021, which is still in the draft form by the NMC. And in that, point 4, general objectives of the postgraduate training expected from a student. It also speaks about the research. And what does it say? To demonstrate competence in basic concept of research, methodology, and epidemiology. So my subsequent speakers will be discussing on that issue, that what are the various research models are, and be able to critically analyze relevant published research literatures. Another point 6, which says about the component of the postgraduate curriculum: publication, submission of the research article in scientific journal, or presentation of the papers in national conference of the concerned society. Now, this is the competency which is required to be imbibed by each postgraduate, irrelevant of the specialty. So this has become an obligatory, research has become an obligatory part of the postgraduate curriculum. And both these are from the MCI erstwhile and the present NMC document. Now, it is not that only the students are supposed to do the research, or it is important only to the students. No. If you look at the National Medical Commission Postgraduate Medical Education Board notification of 14th February 2022, and the teachers' eligibility qualifications in medical institution regulations, again of 2022, what does it say? Previously, when we joined and as the faculty, the only essential qualification is postgraduate in the specialty. When I joined, even not in the forensic medicine, even people from the surgery or pathology or microbiology, they are entitled to become the teachers in the forensic medicine. But slowly and slowly the things are changing. Now, what does they are saying? To become a professor now in a medical college, we should have at least 4 research publications and at least 2 as a associate professor. Now they have even spelled about. Previously आप किसी भी journal में कुछ भी छपवा दीजिए, nobody was bothered. Okay, publication is, that is good enough. But now we are also starting talking about the quality of the publication. Where it has been published, in which journal it has been published, whether it is included in the Medline, PubMed, Central Science Citation Index, Science Citation Index, Expanded Embase, Scopus, Directory of Open Access Journals. These are the only indexing agencies which has been considered as the valid indexing agency, and if the publication is in amongst these, then only it will be considered for the appointment as a professor. Similarly, for associate also, there we are having the 4 publications, here they are saying there should be 2 publications. Now where we can, now it has been amply clear that all of us, whether starting from a undergraduate to a level of professor, each one of us is supposed to do the research. So where it can be done? Important research is done in academic institutions, government institutions, and independent research institutions. एक बड़ा अच्छा रिसर्च पब्लिकेशन मुझे नजर आया. Why do the people research? What is the reason for the research? एक हमने कहा कि job opportunities आपके लिए होती हैं, because to become to travel to the higher ladders of the academic career, we require publications. Not only that, even for the appointments also now. So what are the various reasons? Why do the people research? The first thing was, it was a comparison between the 2 surveys. One survey was done in 2005 and another survey was in 2010. And both these surveys says that the major reasons for this is to further the career prospects. Because all of us wants to rise in our career. And for that, first thing is, show your CV, what you have done. And what you will show in the CV, important aspect, apart from the administrative and your work qualifications and experience, the another domain for the review of your CV is your research activities. To establish precedents and protect the intellectual property right. To ensure to receive recognition, that is very, very important. How do you see, look among the different people who are occupying the same positions, then how the respect is earned? And for that also, you have to show your work, or your work will speak louder than you yourself. To disseminate results and further knowledge. If you have done some work, let the people know that what the activity people are doing. And to further enhance that activity, increase that work, the research is, a publication is important. To secure funding and future research projects. Every funding agency look at the CV of the principal investigator, that how much work this person has already done. very famous proverb. Publish or perish. That is the evolution of academia. Initially, it was only the word publish. It becomes publish or perish. Then what happens? It publish with high impact journals or perish. And now is publish frequently in high impact journals and maybe perish. So this is a very good cartoon depiction that why the publication has become important. देखिए दो तरह के हमेशा से लोग रहे हैं. कुछ लोग हैं जिनको एक दिमाग में, मैं कहता हूँ, फतूर होता है या दिमाग में एक कीड़ा होता है. उनको लगता है नहीं नहीं कुछ ना कुछ करते रहना चाहिए, खाली नहीं बैठना है. और कुछ को होता है कि चद्दर तान के सोना यार सबसे बढ़िया काम है. तो अब ये आपकी चॉइस है कि विच चॉइस यू टेक. एक माखन लाल चतुर्वेदी साहब की एक कविता हुआ करती थी हमारी 5वीं की क्लास में. कभी आराम शब्द में राम छुपा, इसमें ना थकावट होती है, क्यों ढाई. इसी तरह से कुछ शब्द थे उसके, अब मुझे पूरे याद नहीं है, कि वो आराम में भी राम को ढूंढ लेते थे, वहां पे भी उनको मेडिटेशन नजर आ जाता था. So for personal and professional development, it enhances your CV. Not only enhances your CV, enhances the quality of your CV. If you want to have further fellowships abroad or within the country in different organizations, then there also your CV is important. Jobs, definitely. Now in the UPSC, if we look at the jobs, even in the forensic medicine, even for last year, we have an advertisement in the UPSC for 6 posts. There were more than 80 applicants. And how will you scrutinize these people? And how the person who are on the selection committee will find out who is the most suitable person? Apart from the performance in the interview, your CV becomes important. Now look at the origin of these scholarly journals or the publishing, how the publishing has started. The whole concept of publishing started in about 500 years ago. In 1439, the first printing machine, it is being shown, very primitive one. To a level, now if we look, in the various scientific, technical and medical publishing, we have more than 2000 publishing houses or publishers. Title की हम बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, we are just giving you the claims that how many work is being generated or how many papers are being generated, both in the physical form as well as in the online domain. There are more than 20,000 peer-reviewed journals. They are peer-reviewed, more than 20,000. And about 1.4 million peer-reviewed articles. So you have to compete in that much of the world if you wish to publish your article in a good, having a high impact factor journal. As I was searching one of the good publishing house, Elsevier. And like Elsevier, there are hundreds publishing houses. I have already said more than 2,000 publishing houses or the publishers are there in the world. in an year, there are about 3 million articles which are submitted or manuscripts which are submitted. Out of which 1.5 million articles are published. There are 30 million readers and 2 billion digital article downloads. 2 billion digital article downloads. And 30 billion article citations. 30 billion article citations. So this gives us an idea that how many people are actively engaged in the research, and why there are, because it is important in the present era for the survival of a scientist. Planning your article, are you ready to publish? You have to weigh between the work which can be published versus a redundant activity. So be careful. I'll not go into the details of this because the subsequent speakers will be speaking about that. I'll give you just a glimpse of what is the Indian position is, because this is the global data which we have shared. Although Indian doctors produces half the articles published from the third world, very good number of the publications are from Indian scientists. And this is a this is the source of this information is, Dr. Deepak is there, the National Medical Journal of India. This is a good, very good PubMed index journal from the AIIMS, New Delhi itself. And Dr. Piyush has published this paper. In the study from India, there are 113 serious English language journals published. So this was in year 2011. 113 was the number of the serious journals which were regular in publications and which had the good editorial board and good number of articles. Although this number might be around the same because some have stopped, some new might have come up. Now look at the out of 113, only 22 was included in the cumulative index medicus. And only 8 were judged by the Indians and the foreign reference to be of international standards. So this is an area where we all have to work. So have to increase our presence in the international scenario. In another survey on the Indian authors indicated that the foreign journals were chosen to be the best papers. हम में से भी जो लोग publications करते हैं, unfortunately यहाँ पे काफी अच्छा number है in the foreign journals. तो जो best हमारी research होती है या लगता है हमें ये best paper है हमारा, we send it to the international community or to the foreign journals. Because of their wider circulations, better referencing practices, and punctuality. More than 98% of the medical articles from India probably go unnoticed by the international medical community. So we have to be more careful while selecting the area of research that it should attract the international community also. I was just looking at the recent or the PubMed, that how many publications in the forensic medicine from India is there. Although it is variable depending upon the search articles which I have put in. I have put in forensic medicine in India. So it is not necessary that this includes all, because some of the titles may not be directly included in the forensic medicine. They may be into the other areas also. But the number was really disappointing. It was about 257. So we have to increase our presence on this aspect also. So I will like to finish by saying बहुत अच्छी कविता मुझे लगी and I was to recite few lines from that. श्री कृष्ण ने साफ कहा है बस कर्म तुम्हारा कल होगा, सूरज जैसा बनना है तो सूरज जैसा जलना होगा, नदियों सा आदर पाना है तो पर्वत छोड़ निकलना होगा, कर्म में अगर सच्चाई है तो कर्म कहां निष्फल होगा, हम राणा के बेटे हैं क्यों सोचे राह सफल होगी, कुछ ज्यादा वक्त लगेगा, कुछ ज्यादा वक्त लगेगा लेकिन संघर्ष अंत सफल होगा. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much for the wonderful opening lecture, sir. So now I would like to invite Dr. K.K. Deepak, sir, Professor and Dean Examinations, Professor of Physiology from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, to felicitate Dr. S.K. Verma, sir. I would also like to invite Dr. O.P. Murthy, sir, Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine. Thank you, sir. I will start with you, sir. With you, Verma, sir, Verma, sir. ठीक है, sir. Now we can proceed with our inauguration. So I would like to call upon to the dais our Professor Dr. S.K. Verma, sir. And I invite Dr. Anupama madam to felicitate sir. I would like to invite Professor O.P. Murthy sir upon to the dais. And I call upon Dr. K.K. Deepak sir, Professor, Physiology Department, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Now I invite Dr. Sanjay Gupta sir, Professor, AIIMS Rajkot. I invite Professor Sanjeev Lalwani sir. Now I would like to invite Professor S.K. Verma sir to give his opening remarks.
Professor K.K. Deepak Sahab, my dear friend Dr. O.P. Murthy, Professor Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani, Dr. Tarun Kanchan, Dr. Prateek Rastogi, Dr. from the different parts of the city and country, the delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Akhilesh and Dr. Kumar also. ये बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज we have gathered here for a scientific feat that is on a very important issue of research and publication. And we are fortunate to have the people from the forensic fraternity like Dr. Tanuj, Dr. Murthy, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Anupma, who have contributed a lot in the research and publication, not only in Indian literature, but in the international publications also. We are fortunate to have you all. As in the opening session, I have discussed about the importance of research and publication. And I hope this activity will act as a trigger, a small dose of immunization, so that large number of antibodies are produced in our cells and they go on boggling our mind कि नहीं हमें कुछ करना है, हमें आगे चलना है, हमें कुछ इंटरनेशनल एरिना में हमारे देश का, अपने नेशन का नाम आगे बढ़ाना है. Because when we do the research and publication, it is not only that we grow in our career and the future prospects, but along with us, we also make proud our institution where we are working, as well as our country also. So it is a contribution. I always say that there are three important things for a learning and propagation. First thing is to know that when you start knowing the things, that yes, it is important. And second is to imbibe it, to accept that, okay, yes, this knowledge or this information is important to us. And the third is, in which stage we are now, is to percolate that information, to give back to the society. Whatever we have learned, whatever we have gained, now it is our turn to give back to the society. So if these are the three principles, if we adopt, that we start knowing, accepting, and then giving back, then we can become a good researcher. Because to know, जैसे मैंने न्यूटन का एग्जाम्पल अभी दिया था, everybody was knowing, but we were not knowing in our brain that what this activity is. So with these words, I am thankful to the whole organizing team especially the ones who are sitting on the dais, and more than him or more than them are the people who are sitting behind or standing behind or maybe outside trying to serve us for a whole day. So, from the bottom of my heart, I thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani, sir, to give his opening remarks.
With very good morning to everyone, all the dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, and dear participants. We have organized this workshop today on practical aspects of research and in relation to forensic medicine. This was basically the concept which we discussed almost a few months back. Dr. Murthy suggested that we should have this sort of a workshop at institute. I never knew that I'll not be associated with this workshop in organization as such and contribute to the significant extent, because sometimes you see that all of a sudden other responsibilities come. But I'm thankful to Dr. O.P. Murthy, Dr. Verma, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. They all have taken the lead and taken basically the full responsibility of organizing this event on their shoulder. Still, like morning also, we have many issues regarding students who have been admitted in institute. Parents are meeting, parents are calling for various reasons. So I'm thankful to all of them for taking the responsibility on their shoulder and making it a success altogether. We are here to get some sort of information, some knowledge, some insight into the practical aspect related to research. I hope that this will be a great learning experience. I still remember when I joined the institute as JR, again, I could see that Dr. Verma was delivering the talk. At that time, I was a resident, he was faculty. Dr. Murthy also organized one of the workshops. I was one of the residents. Altogether, Dr. Deepak, I remember workshop we organized on OSCE and OSPE, practical aspect and related to practical examination, OSCE and OSPE, first time with national board. Again, I was junior resident at that time. So I have been associated with all these stalwarts for such a long time period. It's a great learning experience to be associated with them. Even I could recall, I think, Dr. Pratik Rastogi. Yeah. So he was also one of the visitors in one of the conference when I was also a resident. So we have come through a long way, and every time it's a new learning experience. We try to interact by organizing these sort of a workshop, and every time you learn something new. Whatever we know, it is to some extent, but yes, every time when you participate in these sort of activity, we learn many things. So I'm really happy that I'm part of the people who have organized this by taking the responsibility on their shoulder. I still feel that a lot of learning is still left in us from all these stalwarts. I welcome you all again to this organization, that is AIIMS New Delhi. And I hope that whatever we will be having interaction today, it will be a great learning experience for all of you, and you will be going rich in your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your message, sir. Definitely, we all will be learning something today, and we will live with that message. So now it's time to invite our chief guest, Dr. K.K. Deepak, sir, to give his message.
Good morning, everybody. People on the dais, Dr. Murthy, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. S.K. Verma, and my colleague here. Thank you so much for inviting. You're doing wonderful work. We conducted such workshop with Dr. Piyush Sahani, exactly the same, more advanced version, right in CMET for nearly 5-6 years. We taught in that workshop how to actually review a paper when you go through, and how you reply to the review comment of the paper in depth. It's 3-day workshop, so I'm aware of these, the importance of this. But I go a little further. And talk about the publication. So Dr. Verma told 500 years ago the publication started. Now we are in a phase of e-publication. So you still call that was a printing press he's talking about, the German Revolution. But I take you to 5,000 years ago, not 500, 5,000 years ago. The India was a big publishing hub. The peak time was attained in Nalanda. Nalanda had a library, something like B.B. Dikshit Library. And that time, invaders, they burned the library. And that burning went on for how much time? 3 months burning. That is what material was being burned was a published manuscript in some other form, on paper or patra, they call whatever. So it's not that India is now witnessing a low in publication or knowledge. If you call, India had that knowledge, India had that acumen, and there were people who were thronged here from all areas, however they can come, from Mongolia to Persia, to learn the knowledge, first to Takshila and then to Nalanda. And that knowledge was enormous. Knowledge was collected by experiential, but I don't know how much you can collect by experiential without actually doing. If you talk of Shushruta, how much experiential? He actually had an instrument. They were bleeding, and then bleeding was stopped. They had bodies, they kept the bodies and the learning form. It's not that. So there was experimental and experiential knowledge which has come, which is accumulated that point of time. And think of a citation. Somehow after that burning, that peak, Nalanda peak, the Indian knowledge peak came down, gradually over, the whole system, they had a whole system like different departments and disciplines and details. And then gradually when the Britishers came up, everything was replaced by another system, what you are witnessing today. So we actually lost the whole thing, and then we need to discover the whole thing some point of time regarding the research which we did, a publication which we did. I give you an example. Yesterday I was reading Shushruta Samhita. Just by chance, happened to read it, and in the details, the way they describe each wound and the type of wound and then type of things available that point of time is enormous. I just went on reading. I went to chapter 28, shloka 27. You can go and read it. I was stuck up. It says one word which is stuck up, that it represents several workshops which I attended in 2008 and 2009 in Saudi and USA. Lifelong learning. It says Satatam Adhyanam. It says actually, go and read, the first word is continuous study. And then he says further, studying some other science and studying, doing some other will make you learned and healthy. They're putting two things. Megha and also health. They're putting two things. Now, that particular shlok actually speaks volumes of the workshop which I have attended on a lifelong learning, just lifelong learning in USA and this, and the whole science has come, emerged from that particular word, that knowledge. Why did they say that point of time in Shushruta Samhita, in that this is what is required? So what the point I'm proposing is that we were rich in knowledge. We had our citations. The citations have gone to Elsevier now, and this is what is happening. Now, second awakening point. Till now, I have published 211 full-length papers. You can visit kkdeepak.com. Now, I was seeing my own CV, what I have done. most of these papers have been published in foreign journals. If I want to access, I have to pay $30 to $59 for even my accessing open. They are not available. Elsevier. So over the years, what has been done unknowingly, and you will do knowingly, you keep on giving the data, giving knowledge, and it gets entrapped. You can't access, and who makes money? Elsevier. And how much money? The most flourishing business in this publication, because it gives you 23 to 30% gain. Even Google does not have that much gain. This published, the moment you give, and being reviewed by you. Now who is reviewing? Ourselves. For them, it gets trapped, and knowledge is trapped for next 20 years, or maybe more. Maybe more. You don't get access. So somehow in India, and not only India, Europe, that's what Europe PMC has come up. I hope you know PubMed Central? Now there's a European PMC, because there's a big fight between USA, mainland, and European country, who should have this knowledge. Now whole Europe is reviewing US journals and giving them same thing happening with India. So they have come up with the European PMC. Now I would propose in future, I think like Asian part, they should have a PMC, PubMed Central. And most of the journal are open source journal. Like I am editor, chief editor for IJPP. I'm also associated in IETE journal, which is a biomedical engineering from Government of India. Also I'm here in NAMS. Now we should think of some other model. Have your own PMC, give them the knowledge, free PMC, or have some kind of a PubMed Central. There are two types, and then generate the knowledge for ourselves. We are generating knowledge for someone else. We are publishing, 98% is not read, but knowledge goes and the same thing comes back. Satanam Adhyanam was our inventory. Lifelong learning is put up there, and somebody is saying that I have delivered the thing. For example, progressive muscular relaxation is a technique used PMR. It's nothing but the Savasana decodified. You do the Savasana, same verbatim actually being used like PMR by Kabat-Zinn. And the citation of a Kabat-Zinn is far more than your Shavasana. Now look at, Kabat-Zinn took up the whole thing. Talk of pranayama. We talk of pranayama, it's called Budinsko breathing, Budyensko breathing. Same thing, everything, put the name and then earn. Your machine start. So your citation start, your citations are more, your paper citation and impact factor. That's why impact factor is being questioned. That's a separate story. Nobody is now believing in impact factor. I can manipulate the impact factor. It has been done. That's why we go to Google Scholar. I come to the third story. Most of you are on Google Scholar. Who is not on Google Scholar? I just want to know that good person. As anybody? Anyway, you may not tell it, but it looks. I'm on Google Scholar for so many years. Can we have our own scholar system in India? Why I go and register myself to ORCID and raise the value of ORCID? The ORCID value is going very high. Why? The moment I send a publication, they ask, do you have an ORCID ID? If you don't have, I will not publish your paper. Have you got that letter? I got that letter. Now, you want me to register whole data, whole my information. You won't have a number of citations, 1 million experts on your database. Your database value goes up. After some time, Google Scholar, there's a competition going on. Do we have Indian version? Anybody knows? Do we have? I think somebody knows it. Yes. The problem is that we don't know. The problem is that we don't want to enlist ourselves as an expert in India. That's called Vidwan. Please put down VIDWN. Go and do Google Vidwan. Thanks to DST and Government of India, they created a Vidwan, and this is far better than Google or ORCID. I have tested it. Far better. Just one click, the search engine is so fast, faster than any other, they must be competing. It's called Vidwan. It is by DST. DBT is supporting us. Beautiful system. The problem is that we need to encourage our own systems in terms of research and publication. And we should to honor our own colleagues, own journals. Dr. Murthy is running the journal. I know this journal for long. And so many people are running. We need to do a good review of, critical review of a journal. When paper comes from outside, when I do review, I do 3-page review. I dissect the way I can dissect it. I do it, I can show you. But we don't do the same though for our Indian colleague. We don't apply that much. Writing 3-page review comment on a paper, starting from comma to comment and conclusion, unless we do, like he told precisely, to become great sun-like, you have to burn sunlight, or you have to become a river-like, you have to come down from your top heaven. I am an HOD, I will not do it, I am this, I am busy, I have so much. How can you come down from your mountain to the river? You have to come down to the mountain to the river, or you have to burn like that. You spend 3 hours for reviewing, and then person, when he reads, he will clap for you. He will clap for you. He'll say that, yes, you have done, he's done the job. He actually looked at and improved we keep on improving Western. So otherwise, we have been giving too much of emphasis. We forget that India had that pinnacle, and I had that a peak. We had that knowledge, what you are reading. I gave you 3 examples right over here, which have been converted and encached. We didn't convert into the modern knowledge, we didn't encache. So it's important to have a model which survive. So with that, I come towards end. I told you a couple of things. I told you about Vidwan. I told how Indian science can grow. One more point, 256 paper in forensic. And how many departments I was talking? 600 plus medical colleges. For not all headed by all, I know it. I did study forensic with Dr. Harish Chand taught me at the Institute of Bhopal, the very famous medical legal institute which came up, and I knew how he worked. So the question is 256 publication in forensic out of 600 medical colleges speaks volumes. We need to pull up shocks. It's not the dearth of autopsy being done, it's not the dearth of material available, it's not the something like these workshops should shake you up to the next level. Now you have to wake up and pull up your socks. That how come one medical college, one publication does 600 publication per annum, but he is talking about the 256 in some point of time available. I think we need to think, and this is how I speak. I speak upfront and I speak. So with those things, India is rising. Funding is not a problem. Things are not a problem. There are so much of thing can be done, and you can do research without any equipment. I give you several examples. You don't need single penny to do research. Single penny. Come and talk sometime. I give a talk to your next conference, how you can do publication without having a lab and high-end publication. If you have a thought, if you have an idea, how to convert into, and it's doable. If you have some equipment, fine. If you have a body which you are dissecting, you have finding. If you have seen, you create a scene, this is a finding. So with that, I would encourage you. I would thank you all the people who organized such a wonderful conference. In the morning, I saw a topic to my core of my heart, and then very nice. And thank you. It's a certain call that I came here. Thank you so much. All the best.
Now we can proceed with the lamp lighting. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais for the lamp lighting.
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Murthy, sir, to give his remarks.
Respected Dean Sahib, Professor K.K. Deepak, colleague and our chairman of the society, Professor S.K. Verma, Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Tanuj Kanchan, Anup Marena, and Dr. S.K. Sharma. Those who have given their time to take lead in this conference. And moreover, I welcome all delegates from my core of heart. They have spared time. Because this is an ongoing process, and as we all belong to academician, we have to continue some academic activities. And I am fortunate to have Professor Deepak here because we had a long association in the campus. We were neighbors. For last 30 years, we had been there. And fortunately, I had a good understanding while we were working in Saudi Arabia, both of us. There stayed together for one and a half year. And we had a frequent parties and get together. But he is a man who is always some innovative ideas. He had been in charge of CME many times, Dean examination 2-3 times. Now again he is looking after the Dean examination. So he himself is an encyclopedia, and it's very nice to have him and Professor Verma, our brother as well as guide, and always very helpful in academic activities. Now he is proctor of the University College of Medical Sciences. And Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who had taken all pains, though idea we all had together, but Sanjay Gupta executed everything. So I'm really grateful to you, Sanjay. I'm proud of you, in fact. And Dr. Tanuj, he is a great academician. And in our forensic field, he has the maximum number. Dr. Prateek Rastogi and Dr. Tanis Kunjam has a credit of maximum publications in PubMed. I think more than 500 now publications. So that's a great thing they have spared time. And moreover, Dr. Anup Marena is the backbone in organizing team because we are neighbor in the department, and she is always guiding us and helping us. So with this, our volunteer senior resident from the trauma center, they worked hard and they have taken the whole burden of the show. So with this, I welcome you all, and the session will continue till 5 o'clock. And after this, we will continue with the session. Professor Lalwani will take a lecture, and I will take care of Dean Sahib and Professor Deepak. With this, we restart again. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing time.
So the next session is on protocol and thesis writing by Professor Sanjeev Lalwani sir. Sir is currently working as professor and division head, Division of Forensic Pathology, JP NATC, AIIMS. And sir is also serving as registrar. And sir is Commonwealth Fellow, guided many MD students and PhD students. Sir has handled many scientific projects, written chapters in 5 books. Sir has many national and international publications. Sir is the key person in the promotion of cadaver eye donation in collaboration with Orbo and National Eye Bank. There are much more things about sir, but yes, let's jump into our topic of the day, protocol and thesis writing. And I would like to hand over the stage to sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jhansi. And good morning, everyone. The topic we are going to discuss is protocol and thesis writing. As a postgraduate student, we all are supposed to write one thesis, for which we have to plan as well in advance in form of a protocol. So this is basically something which is required for the purpose of award of degree in any postgraduate program. We have to have some idea, and purpose is basically to give some sort of a experience as a part of research under guidance with some senior faculty members. And this is something which is giving many times is great learning experience. Now you see how the protocol is written, how thesis is completed. There are many issues related to that. But we'll be covering something which is very much basic, and what precaution we should take, or what special measure we should take at the time of writing the thesis or even writing the protocol. First and foremost thing is that whoever is your guide allotted for writing the thesis, a thorough interaction is also required. And then we have to understand the interest of each other, as a guide as well as the student. Everything may not be of the interest of the student, every topic may not be of the interest of the guide as well. Okay, everybody has its own interest in the field. After doing medicine, somebody may be interested in endocrinology, somebody may be interested in cardiology, somebody may be interested in neurology. So again, it's individual interest. Somebody who's getting selected in PG program may not be interested in medicine, joining surgery altogether, even if he is having first rank. That is the interest which is most important. And you have to think basically in which area we want to progress and develop expertise within ourselves. So this is something which is again related to your professional development for future. And that's why the selection of thesis topic, preparing the protocol is important. And this is again a great learning experience for almost 2 years or more than 2 years. Whatever you choose as a topic, you basically read many things related to that. You search the literature and then complete the project. That's why this topic is important, because it is somehow related to your professional development in your career, because you develop interest and you see that, okay, where we need to move further as far as our career is concerned. Once you complete thesis, it may not be taken up further by many of the faculty members or the students in further direction, or maybe something at higher level. But yes, in case we have some interest, develop some interest, we may take up that research to altogether a higher level. And we keep on learning in that particular area, we develop expertise as well. So with this, I will start my presentation, because this is something which is related to developing concept of research, developing interest in the research among the student. And this is again part of our PG curriculum. What is basically the research? Is a systematic study into some area. Maybe we have broader areas like somebody is interested in suicide, homicide, or accident. Maybe somebody is interested in natural death. So it is again, in some area which we choose, we go for systematic study into that. Another way is that we have study material, we have resources which are available. We analyze them to establish certain facts. It is some sort of a, like you look at the resources, maybe literature, maybe other material which is available, and then try to find out something which is established fact or is going to establish some fact, and ultimately reaching to conclusions, what it is. We read the books and ultimately we learn what is the topic, what it means, what even a small topic like suspended animation. We go through that and what it means. So again, we have material available, we go through that and see, develop facts, develop concept related to that. So it may be like when you are entering into the systematic study, you have to have a plan that how you are going to proceed with your study. And in case you have resources and material, you just try to analyze, and maybe you are writing a review article altogether. Maybe you have records available, you are trying to do retrospective study on that and then see what is the outcome. I remember first topic which was given to me as junior resident to conduct some study that was related to fall from height. I was very new. But I put a lot of efforts in that, going to the library, searching the literature, collecting the data, and preparing the paper accordingly. And I still feel that whatever efforts I put in that particular paper, that was something which I couldn't do in many other situations. But you put your effort, you go through each and every aspect related to that. Even somebody also some conclusion over what it means. Most important thing, that in case we have to learn many things and we have to explore the different aspect, maybe something new which we want to explore, it should be a systematic study always. And there is benefit for both researcher as well as those who are consumer for research. You publish the paper, many people read. Citations, you must have now have idea about the research gate, that how many reads are there about your paper, how many people have printed your paper, how many people have cited your paper. You may be getting request as well for providing them reprint of that article. So in case you do something which is of interest for everyone, you learn by your efforts, and then people also get benefit out of whatever you have done. They may be using that for solving some situation as well, which has come to their knowledge. And most important thing, we should be very much open to the critical discussions on that particular. It is not that what we do is smooth. We should open to the critical appraisal of that particular topic. We should discuss it. We should get guided. Many times, many PG students feel that why we have been scolded by the chief guide or co-guide unnecessarily. But that is again to help you out, to benefit, give benefit to you. Many students we see, they submit the thesis at very last moment. Sir, time nahi bacha hai. Sign kar do bas, without going through that. These are practical problems which we see. On very last moment they are submitting, and then chief guide has an option either to extend his tenure of PG or help him out by just signing, and then you get comments from the reviewer. अरे क्या thesis कराया आपने? आप इतने बड़े institute में हो. So these are the practical problems which we see. So it is beneficial for both, but yes, we have to put our best efforts in developing the protocol and writing the thesis. At least everybody who is chief guide or maybe co-guide expect that the things will be completed in time, will be written appropriately, so that you also get some sort of a acknowledgement from the reviewer as well, that yeah, this is the work which has been done by the faculty. This is basically giving credit to you as well as to your department and guides. So it's a matter of honor that in case you get something good as a part of review or report which has been submitted by independent examiner. Many times they write commendable, satisfactory. Okay, if you get highly commendable, it is credit to you that you have done something good. And we should feel proud of that. That's why we have to put more efforts for our own benefit, not for anybody's benefit. We get benefit out of that whatever we do. Now, when we write thesis, it is again part of the PG program. So as soon as you are admitted in PG program, thesis guide is allotted, and then you are discussing with the guide the areas where you want to do the research. And most of the time it is important that you give opportunity as a teacher to the student, okay, what area is of your interest. Give him some time. You suggest some material for reading. Go to library, go to NML, look at the internet. But most of the people nowadays, they search Google only. Everything, just give a topic, Google search, everything is there. In past, people were going to libraries, they were taking printouts, they were going through that. Now even if you want to type it something, cut and paste, which is easy. Things were not that easy in past. So to begin with the thesis protocol, first and foremost thing is have interaction with the student with open mind. See what is your interest, what is the guide's interest, and then give them some time. Give them some guidance, okay, these are the resources, you just go through and then see which area fascinates you, you want to do further. And then have further discussion on that. This is mandatory, and most important thing is time framework is also there. Every university has time framework for submitting your thesis protocol as PG student. Like in institute, we have 4 months. As soon as you join on 1st of July, you have to submit your protocol by October. 31st October is your last day. And with online systems in many medical institutions, things are more streamlined. And then we have to identify that in what should be the component of that particular thesis protocol, how we have to write. What are the components, how the title is framed, who are chief guides, who are co-guides. I've seen many theses where they have done some psychoanalysis, particularly in forensic, some psychoanalysis. Guide is from forensic, but there is no psychiatrist involved. Thesis on rape victim examination, but no gynecologist is involved. So these are something which we have to basically consider, that we can seek guidance from those who are having some affiliation related to that specialty or that topic as well. So that's why choosing co-guide is also equally important. And we should acknowledge the contribution of other specialties as well. Ultimately, research is not related to one particular domain. It is collaborative, and we should explore the possibilities of collaboration. And forensic has a lot of scope of collaboration with every department. Whether it is neurosurgery, whether it is pathology, whether it is radiology, we have a lot of scope of collaboration. If you have seen the curriculum altogether, there is scope of collaboration. That's why there is a scope of doing good research as well in collaboration with various other specialties. So selection of co-guide is also equally important as far as the thesis protocol is concerned. Now, it's basically partial fulfillment. So people are studying, they are working, patient care services are also there, participation in journal club, seminar, it is also important. But yes, this is one of the components with which we work part-timely and then keep on doing it. Now we have two different aspects related to thesis. One, in PG degree, it is just requirement as partial fulfillment for award of the degree. But yes, PhD program, it's basically based on your work, which you have done for the extendable time period. And basically we do PhD basically to get the degree, and simultaneously there are certain rewards attached to that degree as well. That you may be getting job, you may be getting some position at some place. And most important thing when we do research, the challenge remain is that whether we are trying to solve the problem which remain unsolved so far. So exploration is also there. It also have association with joy, intellectual joy, and simultaneously it brings out creativity among the individual. And once you do good work, it also brings respectability as well. Respectability to individual, respectability to department, respectability to guide as well. But yes, my student has done this. Everybody feels proud of that. So that's why research interest is important. It has a lot of benefits. It is just not for the purpose of getting the degree, MD degree or something. It has a lot of other things which are associated with it. So time framework is important. In institute we have 4 months. Every university has its own time framework. It is not only that 4 month in institute, it is also extendable. Like Dean has a special power to give you extension for 2 more months. So every institute has its own way what is the time framework for submitting the protocol. It varies from different universities. It is different in different institutions as well. Extension is also possible. Sometimes we also have situation that you have written the protocol and something is coming in between. You have to change the protocol as well. So there are ways, there are rules, regulations for changing the protocol in between as well. And for that you have to follow the rules and regulation available with your institution and given by the university. Besides submitting the protocol, you also have to get ethical clearance as well. Nowadays, every protocol must be cleared by ethical committee before you start your work. And that also takes time because the ethical committee meeting is also not taking place every month. It may take a little bit time. So once you submit, there may be some suggestions from the various members of ethical committee. You have to improve and then again resubmit it. It may take 2 months, 3 months, even more than 4 months as well, sometimes to get ethical clearance. So time framework is to be kept into mind because you have to start the study and you can only start the study once you have ethical clearance. Not only submission of the protocol within 4 to 6 months, but ethical clearance may also take more time. So all these things are to be kept into mind when we are designing some protocol and submitting it for special purposes. Now we have certain components in the protocol. Most important thing is field of research, what we are going to do, what is our title of the study, what we are going to do. And then conceptualizing the research problems, framing the research questions, and understanding what we are going to do and how we are going to do. The issue or concern that an investigator presents and justifies in a research study in form of a protocol, this is basically the first step in any research methodology program. And you have to devise the strategy as well, that how you are going to conduct this and what will be the direction of your study. So everything should be clear since beginning when you are submitting your protocol. And most important thing, what are the sources of identifying the research problem? This is something which is very much important. It may be based on experience of the individual, or maybe your chief guide, or maybe related to field work, maybe related to experience in autopsy, what types of cases you get. For clinician, what types of patient you usually see, what are the problems you see in those cases, why research is required. So somebody may guide you based on experience and again, clinical material which is available for doing the research. That is first thing. Literature resources, you read the material and then come out with some deficiencies or some gap. You may also think of addressing some social issues, like in forensic organ donation, cornea donation. What are the issues why people refuse? So even you can consider social issues as well. You can also look at the existing theories, whether there is any issue as far as acceptability of these theories is concerned, or we can try to explore some other aspect related to this research. Or even somebody may also influence you. You have discussion with your colleague while participating in conference. And you have idea that, okay, this is the area where somebody is working. Or maybe sitting at your home, you are discussing some issue with your family, or maybe other in social gathering, you have some sort of a discussion regarding your topic, and then all of a sudden somebody gives you some idea. So research idea can come from any source, even from external sources. You also have to look at that what are the previous researches which has been conducted, and then brainstorming. That's why we have faculty meeting, faculty presentation, discussion on the topic, and then critical appraisal of that. You may come up with some idea which may not be doable. Somebody may be laughing at. And everything should be acceptable. In case you are determined, you can do it. Maybe somebody is thinking of that it's a very silly idea, but it may be a good conclusion altogether. So we have to be open to critical appraisal as well. Before you start anything, there should be significant brainstorming on that particular research problem which you have identified. So selection of the research area is to begin with reviewing the literature and theory. So reading is also important. Delimiting the research topic. Now you have thought of suicide. There are various methods of suicide. You may not be in a position to explore each and everything. You can narrow down, okay, hanging. You can narrow down to fall from height related to suicide. Or maybe you can go with homicide. Again, homicide, you may be having different varieties of homicide which are there. So you can again narrow it down to stab injuries, or maybe strangulations, asphyxial death. So again, this is also important. Wider topic again has to be having some limitations. And then come up with research problem. So broader idea is to be narrowed down to that extent that it is doable, and then you have focused research altogether. And then come up with the final statement on your research problem in form of questions. Again, topic selection is important, broader areas, then narrowing the topic. This is one of the important component in writing the thesis protocol. Like broader areas, female feticide. There are many aspects related to that, but you can narrow it down like a study on perception of women about causes and prevention of female feticide in South Delhi. So you have limited area to explore, and then what is the problem? You must have seen a lot of publication related to in South Delhi, in Southwest Delhi, or East Delhi, Northeast Delhi, or maybe in particular state, you have a small city like in Nagpur city, Rajkot city, but you can't do female feticide study for the entire country. So identify the broad topic and then narrow it down, because you have to see that it is doable. And ultimately, whatever your outcome is, it is related to particular that area, and then you may be having multi-centric study related to that. You can expand it further, because you have to do many other things related to your thesis topic. Along with thesis topic, you have to do postmortem examination, you have to do clinical work, you also have to participate in teaching program. So that is also important, that broader areas are limited to that extent that thesis is doable in this particular period. Again, factors which determine the research problem includes ethical issues, because ethical clearance is must. Significance for the subject as well as the specialty. Why it is important? In case I am doing any study, how it is going to benefit the patient or the users, how it is going to help the specialty in solving the problems. And again, it should also keep you motivated. It is not that you are losing interest in between. You should continuously show interest in that particular area. Your qualification is also important as a researcher, and most important thing, feasibility. Everything may not be doable in the given circumstances. So feasibility is also important. But whenever you are discussing, first and foremost, that okay, this is the topic, whether it is doable, whether we have resources within the institute, whether it requires any sort of external help, which will be extended. Because we have seen in many PhD programs where there is a lot of collaboration. There is delay in submission of thesis because of many external factors, support systems which they rely on. So we have to look for that, whether it is feasible within the existing system, whether we require any sort of a support from administration or from other outside, and whether sufficient material is available. You have sufficient number of cases. We have seen many times thesis protocols are changed because we have planned, okay, in 2 years we'll be having 50 patients and then all of a sudden 5 patients are there. It happened in COVID time. Many clinical thesis topics got changed because material was not available. Even you are trying to follow up with the patients, patient is not turning up. They are not coming back to you. So you are not in a position to complete the entire format of the study. So you may change it in between as well, that okay, I'm deleting this portion. So there is always some or other issue when we do the thesis. So everything is to be kept into mind before we proceed with any topic. So we have to come up with clear problem statement, a statement articulating the research problem and indicating the need for a study. Why there is need of the study, and a statement of research problem can be either in declarative form or interrogative form. In declarative form, it's basically a descriptive study on prevalence of like bed sores among unconscious patients admitted in medical intensive care unit. You can just see, or you can explore the study like explorative study on contributing factors for maternal mortality in selected rural communities in community health center like Balabgarh. So you are just trying to explore the possibilities of different aspects. Interrogative. What is the influence of level of hemoglobin on infection among patients with external skeletal fixators admitted in orthopedics ward? This is something which you are trying to interrogate. What is the contribution of hemoglobin in infection? Similarly, what is the effect of ginger on morning sickness on pregnant women, particularly in selected urban communities in a given setting? So there you are trying to interrogate, okay, what is the effect of this particular situation or this particular factor on this situation. So you are just trying to interrogate the thing. And again, while writing the problem statement, you should have clear questions in your mind. First is the problem statement is clear, that what you want to do is very much clear? Is the problem statement written in single declarative or interrogative sentence? Is the feasibility of the study apparent when reading the problem statement? So when you are giving the title, it is clear that yes, it is doable. It is feasible. And what is the significance of this for any student or any specialty? So, when we are writing the protocol, what are the various vivid problems in writing the statement? Research design is one. Variables of the study and relationship between variables. So whatever parameters we are going to decide how they are related to each other. What population we are going to involve in that, what setting, what is the time period, and what is the direction of the study. Everything should be very clear. So your introduction, AIIMS objective, material method, everything should be clear in that. And then it is approved by the faculty before it is submitted. And again, you can also have research questions which can be qualitative, quantitative, depending upon the requirement of that particular topic. So when you write the protocol, define the problem as title. background information with justification is merely the component of introduction. Literature review will give you the current status and will give you the deficiency in existing knowledge. And then you frame aims and objectives, write material and methods. Duration is also important. How you are going to collect the data, what is the format of study, how you are going to analyze the data, what are the references which you have so far referred, and then ethical clearance. So these are some of the broader area when you write the protocol. So title should be very clear and it should be adequately describing the contents which are going to be mentioned in the details protocol. It should not be too long, too short. Many times whatever title we give, it is edited subsequently when you publish the paper. It is altogether published in different headings. Because then you have reviewers who give you comment that, okay, this should be done in this way. A lot of modifications are done particularly at the time of publication level with guidance from the reviewers. So it should not be too long, too short. No abbreviations are basically used in the title. It should be very clear and unnecessary words are avoided. It should be very crisp, clear and direct message that, okay, I am going to do this. And many times when we say thesis, we use this emerald format. Everybody must have heard about this format. It is nothing but introduction, material method, results and discussion, which are basically components. So it's basically emerald format based on which we write our thesis. It have 4 components largely. And this is basically used for any planned systematic research in the field of medical sciences. Even in other. Introduction. Is for you. Explain why this begins by describing the problem. I basically state last scene production that are going to explore as a part of your research project. Then what is the current status of research in that particular field? What is the gap? Identify the problem in the existing literature. And then you have to give a statement or explain how the present research is the solution to the gap which you have identified. Or even if you want to formulate some hypothesis, you can formulate at the end of that introduction. And then your work starts. Based on review of literature, we basically learn what is known, what are the basic facts, what is the chronology of the knowledge, what is gap in existing knowledge, openings of research identified by other researchers, that many people must have done study on the same. What they have concluded, what they have suggested. So they may have given you many openings based on their study. And then you want to explore those openings which have been highlighted in that. And again, position on current gaps. There is a lot of debate and discussion which may have happened in literature as well. Somebody has identified a problem and then somebody else has tried to address that particular gap. What is the discussion and debate? Whether it is positive, negative. Somebody may have criticized that part as well. And then some literature may have suggested the directions as well. So when you do the study, or maybe you have published many papers, so when you publish the paper, in the last, you also give idea that, okay, now these things were not available with us, or these were the limitation of our study, and then further exploration is to be done in these areas. So this is the way directions are suggested based on review of literature, and this is one of the important part when you write any protocol. It should be in chronological way, should be topical based on methodological methods, largely theoretical, not practical. But yes, whenever we are making a para out of that review of literature, while paraphrasing any content, cautions must be there that it may not change the meaning altogether. Message which has been given may change when you try to modify the language. So it is to be very careful. And most importantly, be selective and relevant whenever we are reviewing the literature. Many times we see that in review of literature, many things which may not be related directly. So that is to be avoided to make the thesis very precise. Then coming to methods. When, where, and how. These three questions are to be answered. What did you do? How a study is conducted? It includes information about population, sample, methods, and equipments which are used. And most important thing, that is the gold standards. That in case any reader or reviewer wants to duplicate this study, it should be possible. Somebody has used some instrument, may be available with them as well in other institutions. In case they want to duplicate this study, they can also do. So this is something which is required, that it should enable the readers to duplicate the study as well. Methods section specifically can be described in form of subheadings, and most of the time they are written in past tense. They use a lot of passive voice as well. Sentences are not in active voice. And again, last, at least the red section of the AIIMS report is this one. That material and method, most of the people don't read. So in case somebody is reading your article, somebody is reading your thesis, most of the people may not be going into that how you have done, what you have done, what instrument you have done. Most of the time it is what topic, what were your aims and objective, results, and how you have concluded that. That may be more relevant rather than looking at the methods itself, but yes, it is important. What were your findings as far as results were concerned? How you have presented the finding, graphs, figures, how you have presented them. That is again, because many times you see the way thesis is written, it may be giving very clear messages in form of graphs and figures as well. There is no need to describe the result in words. Typically, the results section only contains finding. There is no scope of commentary or explanation. It is part of the discussion. We are not going to put any word of explanation in the research component. And they are again written in past tense. Tables and figures, they are labeled and numbered separately. The captions are put above the tables, and in figures it is below the figure. This is the standard practice which we do. Then coming to discussion. What does this discussion mean? Here we are trying to summarize the findings. And then we are giving comments on the findings, which are not part of the result. We are trying to connect our findings with other research which has been conducted. Whether our findings are in agreement or contrast to other observations. Then we are also trying to find out the limitations of our study, because many times you see other studies you may not have done to that extent. There may be something which is deficient. So you have to identify what are the limitations of your study. That can also be highlighted in the end of your discussion. And again, you can also use these limitations to suggest additional and future research. Okay, these areas should also be explored. So this discussion part is important. It also provides you explanation of your finding, and you can also provide explanation of your findings wherever it is necessary. It also gives you scope of comparing your research with other research material which is available. And you can also see whether your findings are supporting your hypothesis which you have formulated in beginning, or it is not supporting. Whether you have come to some solution of the problem with your hypothesis, or there is no end to that. Even negative studies are also important. We should not always think of positive studies. When I was given the topic during my PG days on arsenic level in water, it was said that if it is negative, it is helpful, that there is no public health issue as far as water consumption in Delhi is concerned. So if you say there is no arsenic in water, it is basically giving some message. So even negative study is of value. It is not always positive that something has to come, then only it is beneficial. So both things are important, positive and negative, and ultimately in the bottom line, we have to say what is overall outcome of our study. What message you want to give in the bottom of the discussion. And in thesis, we write abstract in the last, and paper we write abstract to begin with. Here it says summary and conclusions. And again, it is end of the thesis. It provides a very short overview of the entire work which we have done, and also give brief facts under different headings. So every journal has its own format of publishing the abstract. Somebody may be just running commentary, somebody may be giving you headings as well. That purpose and importance, methods, main findings, and in the last conclusion or implications of your findings. So there is variable format, but as far as thesis is concerned, in the end we write summary and conclusion related to that particular topic. So with this, we also write bibliography significantly. Again, there are various methods of writing bibliography as well. We have to have attachments regarding our patient data. We have to have attachment regarding our thesis protocol, ethical clearance, many things which are required altogether while submitting your thesis. So this is something as an overview of writing protocol and thesis. I would be interested in interacting with you on certain questions which are there in your mind. I thought that we should have more interaction rather than theoretical part, but this is one component. Any question anybody wants to ask, we can have discussion on that. Yes, yes. As such, like there's no defined criteria of limitation. Even like if you see PhD thesis, sometimes they are so bulky. And sometimes even PhD thesis is of 50, 60 pages only. Yeah, it can be short as well. Like in my year of experience, we have seen PhD thesis from 50 pages up to 1,000 pages. So there is no limitation which has been defined as far as process is concerned, even protocol is concerned. There is no defined guidelines in any way. It depends upon the requirement of that particular topic, and depending upon the length of the topic as well, what were the aims and objectives, how many parameters have been covered. Accordingly, length may be short and long, but as far as clear picture is concerned, there are no guidelines that okay, thesis should be a 50 page or 100 pages, or discussion should be of 5 pages, 10 pages. There are no guidelines. But yes, you should cover all parameters which you have studied and try to discuss it one by one, and maybe based on explanation, maybe based on agreement or disagreement. Every parameter should be part of your discussion. Nothing should be left undiscussed altogether. That is largely related to PhD, not related to in MD or MS. Still, we have that old system of binding the thesis. Yes. Now, again, in case you do a systematic review or meta-analysis, you are identifying a problem, and then you are going to see what is there in literature. In that sense, you can. Okay, in that way you can, but otherwise in routine it is not. If you feel that it is required, then you can. It is up to you as a reviewer. In case you feel that, okay, whatever results have been given, it may be significant in case, or it may not be significant in case you do statistical analysis. Like many of the time we see, reviewer ask, okay, even some, you may have applied a particular statistical method which may not be acceptable to them, that, okay, you apply this method, your results will be more accurate and more informative. So you can suggest that as a reviewer. Yes, now like it is just a safeguard, because nowadays many good journals, they ask for ethical clearance. Without that, they will not publish. Even review article, they will be asking you, okay, whether you have taken ethical permission. So without that, they will not publish. And it is, I think, good practice that whatever you do, because then you also submit your format as well to them, that this is the way we are going to conduct the study. It is analyzed by at least 10 to 12 people who are in ethical committee, and then they give you clearance. In retrospective study, ethical committee may not be even giving you any suggestion for revising your format altogether, but they may pose certain questions to you. So in that sense, we again, like, it is not one side. It is not one sided. You can be called as a special invitee before ethical committee to convince them. So, so I remember our former director's word in that situation, that in case you are not convinced with the suggestions given by ethical committee, you can be special invitee there. You can also make a representation to the chairman. And there are two options at that particular time. Either you convince them or you get convinced by them. So then your problem is solved. Either you are able to convince them, they will give you clearance, or in case they convince you, you will change the topic. So that is the ultimate solution. Yes. So nowadays, like many institutions, they have online platforms particularly, but these are secured. Okay, it is not available in open access to everyone. When you submit your thesis, like we have several platform in institute, every student has its own profile there. So whenever there is a timeline for submission of the thesis, like 30th November or 30th of June, they have to upload their soft copy of thesis on website, and then it is basically sent to the reviewer through that process only. There is no hard copy which is sent nowadays by many universities I've seen. They just send you the login ID and password and the link to that. That basically is the confidential process of evaluation. But yes, many universities, they are not storing the theses which has been done in past by many students in the library because of the space issues. So they have come up with the solution of uploading the same on their website. But yes, it is to be kept in a way that there is no scope of misuse by anyone. Because many times we see people just cut, copy, paste entire material which is available in soft copy, and then they modify the things and submit it. I again remember in past, yeah. No. It is not part of RTI yet. It is not a public document that can be revealed to anyone. So even I remember in one of the discussion when I was junior resident, some senior faculty member who was part of NMC as well, just moved out of NMC. There are various experiences of thesis. He shared his experience that he got the thesis for review in physical form. And when he was going through the thesis, he could see it as like somehow thesis which he has prepared during his PG time. No update of literature, like even references were quite old there. Data were just manipulated a bit or so. So he was in dilemma whether to accept his own thesis or reject it. So we have many issues as far as thesis is concerned, which are of practical significance. But yes, as a student, we should update our knowledge, and most of the time, whatever references we put, it should be through the process, because nowadays everything is available online. So you have a lot of access. Even e-libraries are there where you can download with the permission of library. You can download the entire paper altogether. So updated bibliography is also important. That till date, whatever things have been done. Many times you see thesis is there, data are there, but the bibliography is still showing old literature. There is no recent references which is mentioned in the bibliography altogether. So everything is to be taken into consideration. And ultimately purpose is that we should have keen interest in whatever we do, and because it may again give you some credit in your life that you have done this study. And it will also give same respect to your chief guide as well, that okay, in institute or maybe in this medical college. This is something which is different from this current topic. There we have research ethics related issues, publication ethics related issues, so that will be addressed separately. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. It was quite elaborative. Now I would like to invite Dr. Murthy sir and SK Verma sir to kindly felicitate Lalwani sir. Thank you so much, sir. So now that we had a brief lecture by protocol and thesis writing, we are next moving to another important topic on paper manuscript writing skills. So this is going to be delivered by our professor, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. So a brief introduction will be given by Anupama Raina ma'am.
I welcome Professor Sanjay Gupta for his deliberation. I give a brief introduction. Personal introduction, I'm meeting him personally for the first time. I have heard a lot about him, and he has been not the four wheels of this vehicle, also the engine of this CME program, and the response, as already shared, the responsibility was taken by him, I would say like that. Anyway, he's currently Professor and Head of AIIMS, Rajkot, Gujarat. He's serving as an editor-in-chief of Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology. He's an eminent academician, educationist, and forensic medicine expert for the decades. He has served as a co-convener to NMC, as a Nodal Center for Medical Education and Technologies. He has many publications to his credit, both in national and international journals. He has contributed in designing and implementation of CBME in forensic medicine, FME. He has co-authored entrance guide for PG aspirants entitled PG Medical Entrance Guide in FMT. He is the first FAI MER fellow in the specialty of forensic medicine in India. I welcome you, sir, for your deliberation.
So, good morning, everyone. Am I audible? So we had some important sessions since the morning, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all to have trust and faith in us and coming forward to attend this national CME on practical aspects of research and publications. We had 150 plus delegates who are attending this CME, 50 plus physically and 100 plus virtually through YouTube channel. This is getting live streams in the YouTube at the same time, which is available to all our participants. We shall share the details and minutes of this CME with our all participants. The objective behind this CME, as correctly mentioned by our chairman, Dr. S.K. Verma sir and O.P. Murthy sir, that to ignite your mind with regards to the research and the publication. There are certain things which we are doing. We are not just doing the autopsies, but we are also doing the clinical forensic medicine work. We are also doing the toxicology work. We have been contributing actively in the medical education, research, and in several areas, medical ethics, law. So, broad area where you can think of something out of box, try to come out with something which can be converted into the publication. Sometimes we keep on waiting that we don't have adequate facilities, we don't have adequate infrastructure. But sometimes your idea is such strong that without any equipment, without much of infrastructure, you can convert your idea into a good publication. I'm thankful to Murthy sir. Recently, I have been assigned and trusted the responsibility of being editor-in-chief of Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology. I'm coming across the several articles, and over the period of time, I realized that there are several things which are really good and very innovative. Our review process is getting strengthened day by day, and the reviewers are doing the wonderful job. But still, what I feel that somewhere the writing skills are not actually up to the mark. If our manuscript, our papers reach to an good quality, international standards, then definitely we have an opportunity over the period of time to take up this Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, and even other journals also are thinking in the same line to some other better indexing agency. Already we have with Scopus and other AIIMS and this thing, but we can have, like in the morning, Dr. Deepak has mentioned that we can have the European PMC, similarly we can have the Asian PMC also. So in that line, we need to think of. But ignite your mind, bring some good ideas and convert these ideas into a good manuscript. My session is almost covered by Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani because the manuscript writing skills, manuscript writing structure is almost same as of fourth thesis. But still I just have some brief session on the paper and manuscript writing skills. So with these introductions, I will finish this session in 30 minutes. My objectives for this presentation is that learners shall be able to understand the important but basic ingredients for writing a paper or manuscript for publication. With these objectives in mind, when I was keeping these objectives in mind and searching that what should be the steps for writing a scientific manuscript, I get to know several articles. This is from ICJME. And I get to know that there are already published articles which is about how to write a scientific manuscript. So we can take the help of these articles, and before we preparing or writing any manuscripts, we have collected the data, we have initiated a study, we have some objective in mind based on which we have designed our methodology and conducted a study. Now we are thinking that how I can utilize this. Either it is to be published or perish. So better to publish rather than to perish. So before publishing it, the predominant hurdle which we face, that whether it is going to be accepted or rejected. And there are journals who you send it in the morning and evening you get the email back that sorry, your content is not relevant or appropriate, it is getting rejected. So before you plan, get an idea, get an guidance from the already available structure. This is one article. Similarly, I have seen this International Committee Medical Journal Editors. This is the authentic body, ICMJE. You may be aware of this. Most of journals, whether PubMed, Scopus, AIIMS, they are following the criteria, guidelines given by ICMJE. So go through, visit this site. They have also mentioned that they define the role of authors and contributors. So how you can proceed with writing a manuscript, it has been given there also. You can refer these standard guidelines before proceeding for your manuscript writing. Similarly, I must recommend that there are national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving human participants. This document came into 2017 by ICMR. This is of 94 pages booklet, freely available. PDF is very much available. Go through it. This booklet is not only talked about the content or ingredients of a manuscript, but it also talked about the ethics in sort of and put it into the review of literature at some point of time, maybe in discussion. But there are guidelines that what is the acceptable limit and how we can proceed with this. So these are the three things which I came across. There are several other things, other articles which are relevant to it, but I thought of these three things at least share with you, so that subsequently you can refer these while preparing your manuscript or working on your manuscript. So as mentioned by the previous speaker, that scientific manuscript. So scientific manuscript is basically we are converting the work which we have done and we are organizing the ideas which we have already collected through a survey, through a cross-sectional study, which may be prospective, maybe retrospective. So what we are doing, we are doing the organizing the ideas logically and sequentially in a defined structure. We have already submitted proposal, get the approval from IEC, Institutional Ethics Committee, work out on it, collected the data. Now we have to organize everything. Or organization of it is not sufficient, but organize in a sequential manner, in a logical manner. This is what, when you do that, it becomes your scientific manuscript. Articulate the content to deliver the key home messages effectively. That this was done and these are the key home messages. So that the readers get an idea that these things has been delivered, conveyed, carry home messages through your manuscript. So this is what we have to do. And for that, scientific manuscript could be of different type, like original article. It may be of review. Review may be again a meta-analysis, systemic review. It may be a case report. It may be a series of cases. Case report when you have something unique case. Case series when you have the multiple cases, 4 or 5 such type of cases, and you would like to convert them into a complete case series and publish it. There could be the editorial, there could be the brief communication, short communication. There could be the many things which can be done. So these, just go through that your article which you are working on. You have just get to know that this new law amendment on the sexual offenses does really has changed the scenario. So you have collected the newspaper items, you have collected the various other article published related to it, you have taken the some perception and compiled it. So it may be just a review also. You have prepared a questionnaire, shared it with the all, it may become the original study, cross-sectional survey kind of things. So try to see that your article which you are planning to write fit into the which category of scientific manuscript. Before begin to write, you need to integrate these pieces and convert them into a complete piece which is having the holistic impact. So before begin, you need to have review of literature, thorough search of review of literature, all relevant. PMC is a very good engine. Google engine is very good search engine. Try to go through, collect, make a folder. If you are just getting the abstract, copy the abstract, prepare a Word document and keep on pasting on it. Subsequently, you can write to the author and ask for the full article, or you may get it through your institutional library if the subscription is there. So try to go through the articles which are relevant to your article, your work. Then you should have the result in hand, because you have already manuscript, you have proposed, get the permission, methodology ke basis pe, you have already collected the data, you already result in hand. Analysis has been done. Okay. These three things. Agar first you have to review the literature, result in hand based on your study, analysis is being done. Now start writing. When you are looking for the writing, the most commonly used format is what Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani has mentioned is IMRA, which is introduction. Why this project? Think of that, why I am taking this project. What is the purpose behind this taking up this project? Is this unique? Is this innovative? Is this different? Already study some similar kind of being done? I am going to reinforce the similar studies which is being done, or I am going to testify my hypothesis that there are different things which also can be the part of in similar kind of studies. Methodology, what you did. Result, what you find. And last, what you find, what does it all mean about? If we follow this IMRAR formula and address these 4 questions, why I am doing this study? Already being done? Then how it is different? Is it really innovative? Or just sake of doing I am doing this study? Why? How I am doing it? Already being done? What is the difference in my methodology and the study being done by the other researchers? What is the difference? So I have done, and what are the results? These are my results. And my results say that the suicide cases due to hanging are not really a common entity. Even the people are doing the suicide by some poisoning. Nowadays, not the hanging, but the trend of poisoning is higher. And discussion. So what? It's went on. The study has published, they said that the hanging cases are more common in keeping the suicide as a manner of death in mind. But now I am saying that the poisoning is more common based on my study. So why, how, what, and so what? These are the 4 questions which we need to address by this format. Introduction, basically to find the gap. Find the gap. Introduction, if you also know that the similar studies are being done and you are also on the same path, probably the path need to be changed. You need to identify based upon the introduction what you have done the review literature search, that where is this knowledge gap, and there is a gap, there are openings, and these opening needs to be filled up through the rational. Prepare a hypothesis in mind, and based on your hypothesis, deconstruct into the objectives. So you came to know that there is gap, and I need to fill up this gap. And how to fill up this gap? These are your objectives. Are you getting my points? Clear so far? And how to fill up this gap? You have designed your methodology accordingly, study settings, study design, operational definitions of keywords, sampling strategies, some inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, sample size, which is minimum required, data collection method, questionnaire based, some tool based, instruments, prospective, retrospective, just audit kind of things. Human participations, yes or no, yes, ethical issues, addressed, how you have addressed, through consent, but the consent is implied, it is informed written consent. So identity, concealment, disclosure as statements, all those things you have taken care of in the methodology. So now your methodology is very well structured. Based on your methodology, you proceed with the study and collected the results. In the results, you mention the study findings, table, graphs, figures, charts, images, and the each table, figure or chart or graph need to be have some footnote. Footnote just of one line or two lines, brief description. Color and resolution seen, especially for the pictures. Sometimes we take up the histopathology pictures, but we not ensure that these are having the proper color and resolutions. Important thing which we need to keep in mind in the result sections, never write interpretations. Interpretation will always part of the discussion. These are our results, these are our findings. But how to interpret these findings, how to conclude with these findings, how to discuss these findings with the other studies which being held of similar nature is the part of discussion. That is the part of discussion. So discussion basically summarize that I get to know that the poisoning is 54% more common in male as compared to female. Suppose this is one example. So this is finding. Why this is more common in male? Interpret, interfere. That because of they have more access of, they are working in the agriculture farms, lands, open to some environmental conditions. Compare with the other studies, that there are studies has been done. Some say that it is more common in female, but it is done in this area. Why this area? Because they have the male-female ratio is more. Female are more as compared to male. Here the male are ratio is this. So this could be one of the interference from this particular points which just I have initiated for the discussion. And don't forget that these are the strength but limitations also. What we do, we mention and we cite that our study has proved this. I have done this study. We hesitate to write the limitations, which is essential component of the any research article, manuscript. Don't hesitate. If you don't write that what are the limitations, how the other readers would come to know? This actually the limitation is something which ignite the minds of others. That you have the limitation that the data which you have collected is very less because of within available scope. You may have collected just the 50 samples, but you mentioned that this is was my limitations. Then other could have the further exploration that 50 was the limitation, then why don't I do it with the 100 or 150? You can say that I don't have equipment proper. Other would say that let's try to propose it and get some funds if it's possible and do it with some instrumentations or with help of laboratories. So don't forget to mention about your limitations. And lastly, conclusions. So this would be the part of discussions. When we are preparing the manuscript paper, thesis already been covered by Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani. The essential things which always editor and interested, and this is, I would say, the core of any manuscript, is your abstract. Is your abstract. First impression steal the show. Abstract, if it is impressive, your study may be considered for the further review and subsequent acceptance. So first thing which editor is interested in abstract, that how he has written the abstract. Abstract is giving you the miniature manuscript. What being done, how it was done, what are the results, how he has derived the conclusions. So it's a miniature manuscript. It may be structured. You must have seen in some journals they ask for the structured manuscript, where you need to write down the background, you need to write down the methodology, discussion, conclusion, or summary, 4 or 5 points, is structuring. Or it may be unstructured. You write in the paragraph format. That we came to know that such kind of studies are not much being conducted, or they are very handful. So we have designed a methodology and collected the data. These are basic our result, 1 or 2 important results, and based on which we have derived the conclusion. This could be go in paragraph manner, which is unstructured. There is word limits, which is 100 to 350. There is a purpose behind it. This is actually testing your abilities. That in 100 to 350 words, how you can summarize your whole work and present it so that it get accepted. This is something which is very, very important. That's why I have mentioned that it is the heart of any publication, any manuscript. So just give maximum focus on this part. Because if your abstract is palatable to the editor or the editorial team, it will process subsequently. Try to use the simple language. So keep in mind abstract writing. Second thing, which is keywords. Sometime all of a sudden we missed out, and there is a remark coming from the editorial team that you have not mentioned keywords. So whatever comes in our mind, autopsy, teaching, then postmortem examination, then verbal autopsy, 3-4 चीजें जो भी ध्यान में आई लिख दी. Is it not so? Basically, keywords by which your manuscript keep on searching. If somebody use those keywords, your manuscript may be highlighted. Okay, if it get published. So these are the things which is basically you have used in your methodology, in your discussion, and these are the prominent things, basic idea, 3-4 basic ideas. Keywords are basically 3-4 basic ideas on which your manuscript is getting revolved. Your manuscript may be getting revolved about the profile, maybe about the pattern, maybe about some other comparison. So these are something where the study is getting revolved. So try to focus on these keywords which give you the better citations. Number is mostly 2 to 5 as suggested by the most of journals. References. References, if you follow this ICMJE guidelines, they have given, and they have even mentioned that how to cite a reference for a book, for a published article, for a newspaper items, for anything. With example they have mentioned. They have also suggested the format. The commonly used format is Vancouver, Chicago and Harvard's. Mostly it is used the Vancouver. Vancouver is something which is most commonly used. The pattern is already been decided. Whatever we search from the Google or whatever we come across, as it is we put up into the reference or bibliography sections, which is not true. It has to be arranged in this way. Author's name, titles, journal, publication year, volume, page number, so and so. So it should have fixed pattern, and accordingly you need to utilize it. When you are citing this reference in your manuscript, they have also given the guidelines. Like Vancouver, it has to be in the superscript. You have mentioned 1, you select the 1, make it superscript, immediately after where it has to be end. Whatever you have quoted from that particular article, you can quote, but you need to put the reference. So that is very important thing which you need to keep in mind. Recently, you must come across that the journal asks in your reference sections, there are reviewers comment that when you have last access that particular article. So that also has to be mentioned in the bracket. Last accessed on 22 September 2022. You may have still that article from somebody else who may have access in 1999, which may not be relevant in the present context. So you also go through and see that whether when you have last accessed that article. Okay, so that is also something, it has to be recent and relevant. We need not to cite the all references. Sometimes there is a we can say the people are more interested that for any article there should be at least 40 references or 50 references. You are citing 40 or 50 references which the author came to know, editorial team came to know that already there are 40-50 articles have been published on similar topic. So don't go with the number. Don't go with the number. Sometimes you are just citing the 5 references and your article get published in high impact journal. Because editorial team get to know that the work has not been done. There is not much work has been done. That's why the author is not getting so many references. Are you getting my points? So don't try to drag yourself and think that in each article you should have minimum 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 references. It's fine. Whatever you get relevant to the topic. Article may be related to it but may not be relevant to it. Are you getting my points? It may be related to it but may not be relevant to it. You need to look at the relevance of the article in context to the your study. So that will be very, very important for us. When you are writing the manuscript for the journal, for the publications, additional information which you need to provide, title page already being discussed, it has to be very clear. There should be a cover letter to the editor-in-chief which states that this is the original study or review article which you would like to publish. And this also has mentioned that what is the source of your funding, whether you have taken the funds or there is no fund involved with the article. You also need to submit a conflict of interest statement. And conflict of interest statements should be given not just the one author who is a correspondence author. It should be submitted, signed by the all author. So in one page you have written that this is the study which we have done and there is no conflict of interest of any author in this article or this study, and it has to be signed by the all authors. Then only it is palatable. You have mentioned that there is no conflict of interest involved and you are the correspondence of author. You have submitted it. It is published. Later on, another author come across this article and say that no, I have conflict of interest. I have not been asked. And how the editorial team will prove, because it was not signed. So ideally, the conflict of interest statement has to be signed by the all authors. Then it has to be submitted to the editorial team. Authors' contributions. Who has done what? Gift authorship. So, just to avoid that concept of gift authorship, it's better to write few lines in cover letter itself that X author has derived the conceptions and done the review of literature. Y author has prepared the methodology and questionnaire. Z author has done the analysis and result section. And so author has done the further discussions and conclusions. So even the inception, even the concept which is being shared, if we also consider an author, does not mean that actually intellectual input is given by the one person who also can be an author. Right? You have taken the intellectual input from the one person regarding your articles, he can also be an author. But somebody who has not contributed, he just said that go ahead, wherever, and you put it his name, it is your choice, but better to avoid. Acknowledgement, sometime you have taken the help of the statisticians or some research fellow or sometime forensic science specialist, which help you feel that it is worth to acknowledge. It may not be give the authorship, may not entitle to give the authorship, but worth acknowledging. So please don't hesitate. Don't hesitate, all those who have done something. So add some appendices, table of content and abbreviation. These are the additional information which need to be provided along with the manuscript. This is about the manuscript writings, ingredients, starting from the emerald and the additional informations. Some things which I thought of that let's share with you based upon my little bit of experience, and I wish that you utilize this experience judiciously in good faith. Use simple language and necessary words. Simple language. Sometimes we are so much fuzzy that this American English or UK English we go with that. It's not required. Use the simple language so that the audience to whom you would like to convey the message, key home messages, can understand. Use consistent terminology. The terminology which are coming, like autopsy is coming. So use that consistently as and when required. Avoid synonyms. If you have started with that, this is related the study of the autopsy teaching, and one place you are writing the autopsy teaching and another place you are writing the post-mortem teaching. Better to avoid. Okay. Everywhere in the manuscript you write that it is related to autopsy teaching, and autopsy teaching is this and that and whatever you feel. At one place you bring the autopsy teaching, another place you bring the post-mortem teaching. Use inclusive, non-offensive language. That some people have not supported me throughout my project. It's fine. Now no need to mention in the manuscript. Okay? That's can be sorted out at different level. Follow the chronology. Chain of events should not break. On the one part you are saying that this study reflect that the homicidal cases due to the head injuries are increasing. On another side you are saying that road traffic accident is also very common. So you have taken one area, follow it in sequential and chronological manner, one after another. The things which you have mentioned on the review of literature in the introduction part, same thing you have mentioned on the discussion. Does it carry relevance? You have breached the chronology, basically. In introduction, you have mentioned that similar studies has been done. In discussion, you are discussing based upon your result. Now you are discussing the other studies based upon your result. So don't break the chain of custody, which is very important for us in forensic medicine and fraternity. Avoid passive voice, direct, indirect senses. Okay, right. Better to go with the active voice. Be mindful of sentence length. Sometimes the sentence length is very big. You have clubbed the 3-4 sentences into the one, and you may be just trying to impress upon the editorial board, but that is not a good. Short and small sentences, not very lengthy. Spell and grammar check, keep on. We may not be master to it, so we may take the help. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. We can take the help of people. Judiciously use the punctuations, all, comma, semicolon, all these things where it is required. Sometimes when we are separating the keywords, we use the comma. Sometimes we use the semicolon. So this we need to keep in mind. Simple but effective. Just be creative and see that what is font size. Somewhere this font size is going the 12 and somewhere it is going 11, and headings we have enlarged to 14. See to the guidelines of which are given by the journal for the authors. Never deviate your font size with that. Similarly for font type, some are asking for the Tehoma, some are asking for Times New Roman, some are asking for the Calibri. So go with that. There is indenting and spacing, central indenting and spacing maybe of 1.5 or maybe of 2. Some journal may not be asking for that. And writing in the paragraph rather than in the bullets. Sometimes you have headings and then the heading should be followed by the paragraph rather than just keep the bullets into it. In the journal manuscript, usually it is not advised to use the so many bullets. When we are preparing the presentations for any session as a speaker or just to conduct seminar, it is better to have the bullets. But when you are writing a manuscript, submitting it to the publications, better to use paragraph over and above the bullets. Write the manuscript, read it, rewrite it. Rewrite it, read it again, send it to your few good friends, maybe 2 or 3. Please go through it. Help me out. Take their advice, revise it, and then submit it. What we do? Whatever we have written, we submit it. Now it's the headache of the editorial team. Now the reviewer write it down the 3 pages, 4 pages, then we'll incorporate those suggestions. And sometimes we ask that what reviewer wish to convey. So basically the reviewer also mentioned that this we want to add. So same thing they add. They won't apply their mind. They do the same thing and send it back. So which is not a good idea. You have the honors your own manuscript. Whatever. Editorial team is just to provide you support in form of the reviewer process. But try to see that what you have written is actually valid, scientific. No. Rewrite. Send it to your few friends. They give suggestions that introduction is very lengthy. Methodology is not very comprehensive. Language is not proper. Discussion is very small. Conclusions are very lengthy. Correct. So revise and then submit to the publication rather than just submit as it is. So use some tips and tricks, and there are 6 S which you need to keep in mind. It has to be simple. It has to be short. So many pages. यहाँ पे you are not preparing the thesis. So you can have, sometimes what's happened that the whole thesis is sent for the publication. Now you can convert your thesis, which is of maybe of 100 pages or which may be of 200 pages of just a 5-7 pages article. Is it possible? So rather than sending the 100 pages or 50 pages thesis and expecting that it get published, you may understand that the article which is being published in any journal, maximum 25-30 articles can be accommodated. And 25-30 articles, the volume of the journal which get printed is again become more than 150 pages. So अगर 150 पेज जर्नल की कैपेसिटी है, उसमें से 50 पेज तो आपने अपना मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट, आपने अपना ही थीसिस भेज दिया, तो will the journal will accommodate that? No. So try to compress it, make it meaningful, and prepare in 5-10 pages and send it to the journal. So keep it short, sequential, in an order. Rather methodology is coming on the first, then introduction and followed by result and this and that. It gives the message that you have not much idea about the publications. Make it structured. It has to be strong enough. What should be strong enough? Your key home message should be strong enough. What you have done, if you have concluded, like Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani has correctly mentioned, that I have concluded that these 2 things has no comparison. This is fine, absolutely fine. Both are same. Because the people might be getting, and they are saying that this is better, some are saying this is better. And now you are saying that the both are same. It's absolutely fine. It's not a negative study. Whatever. Every thesis, sometimes what we do, what is our null hypothesis? If I have mentioned that in this particular area, the cases of road traffic accident due to consumption of alcohol are very high. तो मेरा पूरा ध्यान अपनी हाइपोथेसिस को प्रूव करने में लग जाता है. यू जस्ट सी एंड गेट टू नो कि कितने लोगों ने अपनी हाइपोथेसिस को ही नकारा है. हैंडफुल. वी ऑलवेज become very passionate and to prove that if I wish to know कि accidents cases are because of alcohol consumption, तो मेरा ध्यान वहीं पे जाएगा and मेरा डेटा भी उसी तरह से बनेगा. No, you can say that consumption of alcohol and normal cases में there is no much difference. That also can be the observation which you can bring out. So don't think of being biased to yourself and be specific. Be specific rather than generic. So keep these 6 S in mind. So at the end of this presentations, read latest guidelines about the manuscript writings. There are good guidelines available. Some I have already shared with you, particularly by the ICMJE and ICMR. They have ICMR recent publication 2017 available. PDF is freely available. You can get it download any point of time. Decide that which journal you would like to submit. There are several journals, thousands of journals, Indian, foreign. Based upon you have decided that I would like to send my article to the Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, JFMT. Now read the author's guideline first. Author's guideline is given. It is already on the book website and in each volume. Based upon the author's guideline, do your best, prepare your manuscript accordingly, take the help of some experts, maybe your good friends, before submitting, and keep mindset positive. If your article is not accepted by the journal, if this is a negative feedback or it's a positive feedback? It's a positive feedback. Journal has mentioned that because your article has following lacunae, so it won't accept it. Now you get the feedback that these are the lacunae. The journal has already done some work for you. Now you have work upon those lacunae and submit it to the another journal. Right? Sessions at least annually or maybe twice in a year at the different forums and different places. So by which we able to train more and more our forensic medicine fraternity. You maybe realize though the topic is very broad and common, but sir has dedicatedly kept it for FMT faculty, forensic faculty. The reason behind, if it would have been open for the everyone, probably we might have the 500 plus delegates from pathology, from pharmacology, from PSM, from other branch. But sir had very clear-cut idea that we need to do something for our fraternity, for our specialist. So every challenge you face today make you stronger tomorrow. The challenge of life is intended to make you better, not better. So with these words, thank you so much. If you have any questions, any query, any questions which you would like to ask related to manuscript writing skills in general, or you can very well ask. If there are any questions from YouTube related to this topic.
Okay. So far, the topics are on manuscript writing and protocol writing. So, to do any research or a project, we require fund, isn't it? So, now to talk about it, I would like to invite our speaker, Dr. Anupama Raina. But before inviting, I would like to introduce her. So, ma'am is currently working in international journals, and she has written chapters in 3 books. She has handled many prominent medical legal cases of India, and she is the first DNA expert in the country and handled the first case pertaining to DNA fingerprinting in India. And she has been invited for many scientific talks both in India and abroad as well. So, without any delay, ma'am, I would like to invite you and share your experience and acknowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Jansi, for introducing me. May I first thank Professor Verma and Professor Murthy for trusting me all the time and giving me an opportunity to speak in this August gathering today. Well, as said by Dr. Jansi, we have heard good deliberations this morning to Professor Verma, to Professor Lalwani, Professor Sanjay Gupta. They all talked about writing theses, writing papers. But well, for all these, we need funds. Writing thesis for an MD student, I know MD student can support himself or herself. But at times, it becomes very difficult for the PhD, JR, for SR students. Well, writing a thesis or a paper, it all depends. In a good publishing house, It all depends what work you have taken up. To carry out any good work, you need funds. So most of the time I've seen the JRFs or JRs or SRs, whatever projects they take it with their chief guides. And if the chief guide has a good project, good funds, obviously you have a good research in your credit. So, well, I'll be talking on the project writing and funding agencies. As quoted, and another quotation, the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. Now, what's funding proposal? We need funds to carry out. We have different agencies to support us financially. But what is this funding proposal? It's basically a request for the funds or the money to carry out your study, a scientific study. And the grant funding is vital, is going above and beyond to test those theories and push the research that will make a difference to the world we live in. As already told by Professor Verma in the morning, he has elaborated the word research. I mean, just said, what do we do in? It's already been searched. Because most of the Indians, what we do is, the things which have been searched, we do the research. Now, as already been told, again I will use this word, we have to look into the lacunae. The work already searched, we look into the lacunae and make it our research. And academic researchers, they rely on research funding to carry out their experiments or to carry out their study, because science is very expensive. Science is very expensive, and let us take a project, talk about a project. We know you carry out a postmortem in a regular routine work. You don't need a lot of funds because your hospital, your institute is already funding it. But when you try to do a research out of this work, routine work, you need funds. And the good funds, because you have to buy the chemicals, you have to buy the instruments, or you have to take a help of the other institutes or other areas where they ask you to pay us for it. So in India, various funding agencies are available to provide you a grant to carry out your research in various fields. And research funding, it influences the volume of research activities as well as the productivity of the researchers within the field. Now we have the different funding agencies. We know that most of us are aware. We have ICMR, we have CSIR, we have UGC, we have DBT, we have DST. These are all major Indian funding agencies. Then we have international funding agencies. The list is here. I may have missed some. Because most of us are interested to work in collaboration with the other countries. And there are international collaborators also, because we know in India we can collaborate with different institutes of the same city or different institutes of different medical colleges in the different parts of the country. But when few of our researchers, they want to collaborate with the collaborators who are outside the country. So these are the countries where we can collaborate. These are the programs where we can collaborate, because we have many of our collaborators in AIIMS, at least I know we have French collaborators, we have collaborators from UK under different schemes, under different programs. I recently found this as an article published in one of the journals. I have the reference. Now, what is important? Since morning, We have been talking about the research and thesis and all that. That's right. But what here I emphasize is, there are many researchers, many PhD students or the MD students who have to build their career. So now in UPSC or in other, when you go for your jobs, look for the jobs, you're asked for the publications. But those publications, what I believe, is basically the brain behind them is your guide. Right? Is the brain behind that publication is your chief guide or the co-guide, whatever. Now, once you come into your career, you have to have your own publications if you make up your mind. Now, there are certain areas. These are the programs. Maybe the slide is not very clear. You can take the slides, this copy of this presentation. You have different programs for the beginners. There, where you can start your research career. You can go through the list is long. So, there are other research funds apart from these ICMR, DBT. This is another list where you can go, again the collaborators, where you can put your mind, look for a good collaborator, go through, again you have to go through the thesis, go through the literature, go through the search engine to look into whatever you want to work on. Is there a good collaborator outside the country or within the country, and where you can collaborate? Now, in 2000, Government of India, it developed the National Innovative Foundation again. It was developed to provide institutional support towards inspiring and sustaining grassroots innovations across the country. And to give a perspective, some of these include herbal medicines being used in the tribal areas. Likewise, we have many other foundations in the science research, basic science. Now, as Dr. Lalwani said, forensic medicine or forensic science, we can collaborate in various fields, in various areas. Let me give you an example, my personal example. Though I have been working in forensic DNA, forensic fingerprinting since ages. As mentioned, I have done the first criminal case of India pertaining to DNA fingerprinting, I with Professor Dogra and Professor S.E. Hasnain. Maybe the civil case was done by the civil case was done by a late Professor Lalji Singh, but the criminal case was done at AIIMS when I was pursuing my PhD. But now I know we have so many labs, FSLs, probably 10 or 12 in our country, well equipped, and many of us, and all of them doing this DNA fingerprinting. Now, what makes me different from them? That area I have covered. वो मंजिल पूरी क्रॉस हो गई है ऊंचा उड़ने के लिए. I think I have changed my work, not from the basic DNA fingerprinting. Now I have moved to HSCT, transplant, bone marrow transplant. Now you see the rejections there. Now DNA fingerprinting will help you with whether it's accepting or it's rejecting. Number one, clinical aspect. Number two, what do FSL, CFSL do as on with the DNA fingerprinting? Identifying an individual, which is the main, it's the main technique where it helps. But what I have been doing for the last 4-6 years, now I've recently completed, one of my student has completed, though it got registered at Amity University, but the project was mine, ethical clearance I have taken, the project I have taken. Now in rape cases, at times you won't find the blood sample you take. Are you sure it's matching with the culprit or the suspect? At present, I'm taking this project is still working on. The other projects have been completed where we see, like once we collect the blood sample or few of the biological exhibits, In the protocol, we say these are the exhibits to be collected for the DNA fingerprinting. But are we sure we get the correct DNA fingerprinting of a suspect? At times, no, because I read in one of the papers that a person who was already suspected, he was already going through the trials in one of the crime, he fell ill, he had to undergo the HSCT, he was quite intelligent person. Once he went through this HSCT, he somehow managed to escape from the hospital, not in India. And he committed a crime, came back, and the exhibit collected at the scene of crime, though everything people suspected him, but the blood sample and the biological exhibits didn't match, the DNA fingerprinting didn't match there. So it's one of the aspects where we had to find out then what is the best biological exhibit to be collected. My research says the hair roots. Blood samples, no, because once you go through the HSCT at a particular period of time, it will give you the fingerprint of the donor. After some time, it gives you the mismatch. It gives you a combination of the two people. Because as present, we're using all the labs across the world, we use the STR markers. Now with the present project, what I'm trying to say is we can change a little, we can collaborate with the other fields, like I'm collaborating with the Department of Hematology. My challenges in the rape cases especially, when we take the seminal exhibit, it at times does not match with the suspect. We say, no, he's not the one who has committed the crime. But are we very sure if he has not gone under through HSCT? Are we sure? No. So my research is still undergoing. So what I want to again say that we need to have the collaborators. We need to slightly change we keep the main goal of the forensic medicine. We have this forum is for the forensic medicine. We keep the main goal of the forensic medicine and keep on sort of adding to other divisions and have good collaborators for your work. Now, while there is no standard format for a concept note, generally the following information is given when you write a project. You write the name of the organization. You write the title of the proposed project. Now, what's the difference between what you have heard since morning and now what I am talking about is? Once you write a thesis, it goes for review after it's completed, right? Or in many of the institutes like AIIMS, you have a periodical discussions that DRC or what at Amity they call DRC and AIIMS we call it with some other name but where you keep on getting the ideas from the other researchers what there has to be included but here when you do it for the funding, I would again support what Dr. Sanjay Gupta said, like once you write a project, share it with your close friends. See if there is any other thing to improve, but the title of the project should be very crisp, should be very informative. Context. We try to write a big introduction and which makes no sense. It should be just what is the introduction of 2 or 3 lines of your project and what are your aims and what are you expecting. Main goals, that's aims and objectives. And the lacunae which has already been discussed since morning. And some journal tips. Now you know the deadline, there is a deadline for each project because they have the periodical committees meetings. They don't sit every week or every month. They have the periodical meetings and it's always available on their website. So you should begin early, apply early and often. Don't forget to include your cover letter. Answer your all questions. If rejected, you revise it and apply again. And be realistic in designing the project. How do you write a good project funding application? It should start again. I repeat, it should start again with a small introduction. What is the meaning of your project? Why you want to carry out, what has already been done, where you find a lacunae, and what are your hypotheses, what are your expecting results. And now you need a project funding. You have to be very particular about your problem statement, project details. At times you are asked, what are the resources available with you in already available? Now you have the two things. One is for the starters. One is who are already in a job, who are already working in a place like AIIMS. Maybe other institutes have other resources. They also have resources. So can they always write what are the resources available? What are the resources they require? Budgeting is very important, and project evaluation. Again, I've already talked about it, how to write a project for funding. You have to explain your project, put a name to the face, introduce yourself. Now, introduce yourself. For that, you need to work very hard since beginning, maybe as an MSc student, PhD student, MD student, where you have some already publications. Then it makes a point to introduce yourself. It gives you some criteria. I just give you an example of one of the formats when you write a project. Now, project summary is very important, as already mentioned. Individually, PI and co-PIs, you have to be very selective. PI, you yourself, and you have to be very selective for your co-PIs, those who have some experience in research or in this field where what you're planning to write in this project. Technical details of the project is very important. Now, what I believe, because I have been in one of the two committees at DBT, now what is mainly seen is there, how this project is going to help to the mankind in one or the other way. Because we may write a project with the aims and objective of the forensics, but then there are many other fields. But even in forensics, how is it going to help us? Now, I know that one of the projects submitted was a time since death after we conclude the postmortem. At times, the challenge is, what was the time after death? After how many days the body has been found? So these are the few things which are challenging, which we should keep in mind, the important points to write over there. What is important is the distribution of the funds. What you plan to give the funds. Now, the important is how you distribute it year-wise. That's very important. You have to write your existing facilities and what are the other facilities you require. Because in projects, because it's not the PI or co-PI who will do the bench work, as they are already occupied with many other works. So they hire the JRF, SRFs, RO, RA. So they have to mention it in their projects. Publication is very important. It's the publication of both the PI and the co-PI which is taken into consideration. So the people who really want to go into research have to work hard, since their MSc, MD, PhD and all SR-ship. There are certain consortium projects where one gets into collaboration. These are again the funding agencies, funding schemes where one can get into collaboration with the DBT has the collaborations. They have the schemes for the women, because at times, you see, the women, they get a breakup after they get married, they give a birth to a child, they get a breakup in their career, research career. So there are many schemes with the DBT, especially, which is meant for the women. So one can already actually work on those things. And there are the third area of research on whether you apply in the DBT, you apply for the DST, you apply for the ICMR. These are the third areas where you can apply. If it's not the sufficient time to go through it, you can take a copy of this presentation and go through it. And there's a UGC that again has a third area of research. There are other schemes. Let's not talk about it here because it's nothing to do with the forensics. It's the other parts of the research, because people do research in law, in other fields, psychology, maybe forensic psychology, yes. Ethics, I won't again repeat because we have a talk on ethics. And now research, we have a good funds from Government of India for the research. In 2019, we had the union budget for this. The Government of India announced a provision for increasing the funds allocated for scientific research. In 2021-22 or 22-23, the Ministry of Science and Technology, or DBT or DST, which works under the Ministry of Technology, the funds have been allocated to them, and who further distributes it to the researchers to carry out the research. Now, let's take a look at the 10 public sector organizations, because these are the all these are extramural fundings. There are some intramural fundings. I know that there are many institutes. Maybe I don't know whether where you are working, whether that has these kind of funds. I am not aware. But yes, then there are 10 public sector organizations who again, they do funding for their research. Like we have the ISRO. Now we have to look into it. Can we work in collaboration with this ISRO, which is one of the top research and developing organizations in India? CSIR, which is the world's largest funding agency, I believe, as per the Google search. It is the world's largest funding agency, and the thirst area here is vast, which obviously must be including the forensics. UGC includes forensics, CSIR I think will includes forensics, ICMR includes forensics, because we have many researchers of forensic department who have the funds from ICMR, CSIR or DBT. Then we have DRDO organizations who fund their these things. ICMR, we have already talked about it. Baba Atomic Research Center. ICAR, now we look into how does ICAR help in the forensics. Yes, if you have a collaborator there are many, we work on toxicology aspects. So why not to collaborate with them and have the fundings for them? So I had one of my collaborator from that PUSA Institute, that Agriculture Institute. So we can always have the funds from our collaborators. We have Tata Research Institute, we have NRDC, we have National Institute of Biomedical Genomics in forensics. Now, many of us work on the DNA fingerprinting, and DNA fingerprinting is basically the molecular genetics. So these genetics, these biomedical genomics and all that, they also keep on funding such research products. Well, at AIIMS, we have the funding available for all type of research, maybe forensics, maybe physiology, maybe anatomy. AIIMS is a place where we have the intramural projects, and I have been funded 3 times by AIIMS, and most of the things have already been taken care of. And with this, I would like to thank you all for this patience listening. And I have my slides, I have my presentations, or for the formats from DST, DSI that are available. If anybody wants, can take a copy of that, or we can email. You can leave your email with us, with Dr. Jansi. We can either send you that. And if anybody has any questions, this was regarding the funding agencies list. Because in funding agencies, when you write a project, you have the high-level experts there who have a lot of expectations from the researchers. So they really look into your research word by word. They look into what is the theme, what is the main objective, how it's going to help in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. Richa Rohatgi, ma'am, Assistant Professor from NICSF, and Dr. Vijaypal Kanakwal, sir, or Dr. Tanuj Kanchan, sir, to felicitate ma'am. So our next session is on publication ethics and plagiarism. Someone from the virtual community, virtual audience, raised the topic on publication ethics. Yes, here we are. So now I would like to invite our eminent speaker, Dr. Tanuj Kanchan, sir. So a brief introduction will be given by Dr. Anupama Raina.
I welcome Dr. Tanuj. I may briefly introduce him. He's Dean Research, Professor and Head Department of Forensic Medicine, AIIMS, Jodhpur. He is currently member of IEC, shouldering the responsibility of Dean Research of AIIMS at Jodhpur. He has authored nearly 550 scientific articles in the leading journals. That's really an applause to him. And out of which 370 are included in the PubMed. Wow, that's really great. He has authored the textbooks and multiple chapters in the Encyclopedia of Forensic Science, Encyclopedia of Forensic and Legal Medicine, and Encyclopedia of Archaeological Science. So he is not only confined to the forensic medicine, he has a vast knowledge which he has penned down in a very well mannered. He is a researcher par excellence, a member of leading professional bodies in the field of forensic medicine and toxicology, who has contributed substantially to his subject and subspecialty. I welcome you, sir, for your talk.
Thank you very much, Anupama ma'am. At the outset, thanks a lot to Murthy sir, Verma sir, for giving me this opportunity. अब ये देखना है इतना प्रेशर जो डाल दिया है पहले ही, ये इंट्रोड्यूस करते करते इसको हम कैसा जस्टिफाई कर पाते हैं कि नहीं कर पाते हैं. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि जिसको थोड़ा भी इंटरेस्ट है इस टॉक में थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए, शिफ्ट कर लीजिए, क्योंकि आई वांट टू मेक दिस डिस्कशन लिटिल बिट इनफॉर्मल. और आगे बुलाने का मतलब ये नहीं कि बाहर जा नहीं सकते हैं, एवरीबडी इज़ फ्री टू गो आउट व्हेनेवर दे वांट टू गो, so that should not be an issue. And so the talk given to me is in a way not at all very difficult, because we all know a lot about it, at least we think we know about it. And I will be more happy if you can ask me. This is I would confess that this is an equal chance for me to learn from you people, because all of you are into this specialty, this field for long. So maybe with your experiences, you may be able to give me some additional information, because what we learn through experiences is there can be no comparison of we reading it or listening to anybody. So with that, the topic given to me is publication ethics and plagiarism. So publication ethics comprises of two words. One is publication and one is ethics. I think we are aware of both the things, what exactly they mean. Publication is dissemination of research findings or our observations in any form. So whatever is coming to our mind, whether we have conducted a research on it or it is just an idea which we want to share, there are ample opportunities in different kind of journals where we can put our ideas for scrutiny or for the knowledge of others. It need not be only a original article, it need not be only a case report, it can be a letter, it can be idea. You can criticize an article, okay, you can find drawbacks in a theory, you can publish a guidelines, you can publish this CME observations also in a journal. So there is ample opportunities of you to publish whatever you want to put it in a systematic way. According to your hard work, your vision and the relevance of that topic, you will find a journal for that matter. Ethics, we all ethical people are there sitting here. We know what is ethics. Ethics is, I think, right or wrong. Ability to find what is right. That is, I think, ethics is, what is ethics? Ethics यही है मेरे ख्याल से सही चीज़. Ethics is a moral thing. Ethics is something related to behavior. अभी क्वेश्चन ये है कि किसका right? मेरा right या आपका right? If I am the editor, I have, for me, there are different other rights. If you are author, आप अलग राइट्स हैं. अभी हम लोग इंस्टीट्यूशन से आते हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं, डीन्स हैं, एग्जामिनेशन कंट्रोलर्स हैं, सीनियर्स हैं, सबके अपने अपने राइट्स हैं. So right or wrong is a very broad thing which we have to now with regard to publication we have to put it in correct perspective. So ethics के नाम पर हम लोग फॉरेंसिक में पढ़ाते भी हैं काफ़ी. कुछ इसके इससे रिलेटेड कुछ टर्म्स हैं. इंटीग्रिटी, मॉरल प्रिंसिपल्स, ऑनेस्टी, राइट, fairness, responsibility, conscience, choice, honor, value, integrity. Now, most of us being scientists or being healthcare professionals or doctors, we all are aware of our ethical values when it comes to the practice of our specialty, be it a scientist or be it a healthcare professional. But when it comes to publishing our work or when it comes to knowing about the ethics in publishing, I think sometimes we are not too much aware of it, because that mostly comes by practice. So why publication ethics are important? Let us put 2 or 3 questions before us, and then we can go further. So is publication a simple communication? क्या publication जो है वो हमने कोई research की थी, उसको हमने publish कर दिया. वर्मा सर ने भी कहा कि जो है वो प्रमोशन के लिए भी चाहिए, काफ़ी लोगों ने कहा करियर एडवांसमेंट के लिए चाहिए, कुछ लोगों को फंडिंग के लिए चाहिए, सबके अलग अलग पर्पस हैं. तो क्या ये पब्लिकेशन खाली सिंपल एक कम्युनिकेशन होता है कि कुछ और भी इसके रिपरकशंस हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट इसके वो हैं? प्रोफेसर वर्मा ने एक बात कही थी कि आज हम लोग जो भी कर रहे हैं, जो भी डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, जो भी प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, उसका बेसिस रिसर्च ही रहा है. It is just not the idea or a small PG research or a PhD work or a project work which we are publishing. वो हम करते तो यही सोच करके हैं कि इतना ये नहीं सोचते कि इसका क्या होने वाला है. शायद न्यूटन ने भी सोचा होगा सेब गिर रहा है और कुछ ग्रेविटी होगी, लेकिन ग्रेविटी से क्या क्या होने वाला है ये शायद उसने उस समय नहीं सोचा होगा कि ग्रेविटी के बारे में बताएंगे तो क्या क्या चीज़ें उससे बदल जाएंगी. तो जो भी रिसर्च हम पढ़ रहे हैं या रिसर्च कर रहे हैं या उसको पब्लिश कर रहे हैं, वो मियर कम्युनिकेशन नहीं है. मैं the fact of the thing matter is that most of us are doing it for the sake of something which we are going to get, and mostly it is career advancement or publication. तो हमारी तरफ से वो एफर्ट भी नहीं आ पाता और हम फिर बाकी चीज़ों पे ध्यान भी नहीं देते, बिकॉज हमें तो 2 आर्टिकल चाहिए इन 3 सालों में, और उसके बाद 1-2 साल का रेस्ट, उसके बाद अगले 2-3 सालों में फिर से 2 चाहिए, और उसके बाद बट ये तो बात खत्म होती नहीं, बिकॉज आफ्टर दैट वी आर बिकमिंग टीचर्स. पर टीचर्स बन जाएंगे तो अपने स्टूडेंट्स को गाइड करना पड़ेगा. वो दे विल लुक टू यू कि हमें गाइड करिए कि ये क्या होता है, कैसे करना है. तो कहीं ना कहीं इफ़ यू हैव टेकन दिस जॉब ऑफ बीइंग अ फैकल्टी और बीइंग इन एकेडमिक फील्ड, देन दिस समथिंग वी नीड टू नो अबाउट इट. सो इट कैन नॉट बी मेयर कम्युनिकेशन. प्लस आपके अपने डिपार्टमेंट की इंटीग्रिटी, आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन की इंटीग्रिटी और इवन कंट्री की इंटीग्रिटी से जुड़ी हुई है. इफ़ यू आर डूइंग समथिंग बिग, it brings good name to your institution and to your country. If you are faltering on the basic things, if you are doing something wrong, the same way there are many people who are going to pull you down. तो ये जो हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जो सुन रहे हैं, काम करना चाहते हैं, it is not restricted to us. Everything what we are publishing, हम अच्छे जर्नल में कर रहे हैं, बुरे जर्नल में कर रहे हैं. सर ने कहा कि ज़्यादातर लोग बाहर के जर्नल में छापते हैं. डीन सर आए थे, वो कह रहे थे कि जो है वो इंडियन जर्नल्स में हम छाप नहीं रहे हैं या इंडियन डिसेमिनेशन नहीं हो रहा है नॉलेज का, ऑल दोज थिंग्स अल्टीमेटली इफ यू कनेक्ट द डॉट्स यू विल फाइंड आउट दैट दे आर actually related to something very big, which maybe as of now we are not able to visualize. But the same thing your juniors or your students are going to read, and they sometimes will be proud ki okay, this was done by our teacher, or this was like done by our seniors. Like whenever I do some work or when I am reading something, I always have Dr. Murthy or Dr. Verma, because they are the senior people who started it. They have done it long time back when very, very, very countable people were doing it. So that time keeping themselves motivated and see, ऐसे आसान है कहना कि यार ये कर सकते हैं वो कर सकते हैं, बट जब हम कोई काम को किसी को करते हुए देख लेते हैं वो काम ज़्यादा आसान हो जाता है. जब हमें लगता है कि ये काम ये कर चुका है तो लगता है कि फिर तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ. और जब ये लगता है कि ये कोई साहब जेसन पाइने कर रहे हैं यूके के या यूएसए कर रहे हैं तो कहते हैं ये तो बहुत दूर है, यूके वाले कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास तो कुछ है ही नहीं. अब वो के दीपक सर जो है डीन कह गया कि जो है मैं तुम्हें सिखाऊंगा कि बिना इक्विपमेंट के और बिना किसी चीज़ के रिसर्च कैसे होती है ना. और हमारे लोगों की ज़्यादातर शिकायत ये होती है कि हमारे पास इक्विपमेंट नहीं है, फैसिलिटी नहीं है, एम्स में ये है वो है, हमारे कॉलेज में कुछ भी नहीं है. तो ऐसा नहीं है, चाह होनी चाहिए. और चाह के साथ साथ जो टॉपिक मुझे मिला है कि कुछ आजकल कॉम्प्लिकेट हो गई चीज़ें, तो कुछ न्यूएंसेस है जो मालूम होने चाहिए कि भाई दिस इज़ द थिंग्स विच विल सेव गार्ड अस. सो एथिक्स वर्सेस लॉ सबको मालूम है ज़्यादातर. एथिक्स इज अ मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड लॉ इज अ लीगल इम्प्लीकेशन और लीगल लायबिलिटी ऑन यू. दैट मीन्स इफ यू डेविएट फ्रॉम अ लीगल थिंग यू आर पनिशेबल, एंड इफ इट इज़ एथिकल थिंग इट्स रिलेटेड टू मॉरलिटी. मॉरलिटी मीन्स ठीक है, राइट रॉन्ग है कोई बात नहीं, बिहेवियर की बात मानी जाती है. लेकिन मैंने इसको यहाँ पे इसलिए लिखा हुआ है, एक नीचे एक टर्म लिखा हुआ है स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ मॉरलिटी. वो मैंने इसलिए लिखा है यहाँ पर क्योंकि अब वो टाइम चला गया जहाँ पर मॉरलिटी और लॉ के बीच का गैप बहुत बड़ा था. अभी आपने देखा एनएमसी गाइडलाइंस देखी, उससे पहले आईएमसी गाइडलाइंस देखी, जहाँ पर जो इश्यूज मॉरल इश्यूज थे उसमें उन्होंने पीनल क्लॉजेस जोड़ दिए. जब मॉरलिटी की बात एथिक्स की ओरिजिनली चलती थी, जब हम लोग स्टूडेंट थे या उससे पहले जब हमारे टीचर्स हमको पढ़ाते थे, तब ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट था कि मॉरलिटी इज बिहेवियर है, आपका दीन ईमान क्या है कि भाई हाँ ये सही है गलत है, मैं सही चीज़ करूँगा गलत चीज़ नहीं करूँगा. लेकिन अगर आप गलत करोगे तो क्या होगा इस बारे में कभी मॉरलिटी में जिक्र नहीं होता था. और एट द सेम टाइम लॉ के प्रोविजंस है, वो अगर आप डेविएट करते तो उस पर पनिशमेंट. लेकिन अब पीपल हैव रियलाइज्ड कि लोगों को कहने से कि दिस इज एथिकल दिस इज अनएथिकल, वो अनएथिकल प्रैक्टिस से डेविएट नहीं होते हैं. जैसे मैं अभी कहीं बैठा हुआ था, वहाँ पे अभी आज रैगिंग का इशू है, लीगल इश्यूज हो गए हैं, रैगिंग मना है, लेकिन कितना ही मना करें कुछ तो कुछ रैगिंग का इंडिकेशन आ ही जाता है. यू हैव टू समवेयर बी वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट, इसीलिए तो लॉ आया बीच में. तो इस रिगार्ड में देयर आर स्ट्रिक्टर प्रोविजंस नाउ विच रिफ्रेन अस और विच वी शुड बी अवेयर ऑफ टू डू अ बेटर क्वालिटी रिसर्च. अब देखते हैं कि पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स होते क्या हैं. आप लोगों में से कितने लोग हैं जिन्होंने 100 से ऊपर पब्लिश किए आर्टिकल? 100 से ऊपर. हमारे पास एक ऑथर हैं, 2 ऑथर हैं, कुछ लोग बता नहीं रहे हैं, लोग होंगे. और 50 और 100 के बीच में मैडम हैं, सर हैं. 25 से 50 या 50 से कम, 10 से 50. और मतलब काफ़ी लोग हैं जिनके पब्लिकेशन हैं. और यहाँ पर मुझे लगता है कि इसलिए मैंने इसको ओपन उसमें रखा है कि अलग अलग सबके नॉलेज और एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, तो उससे वी कैन शेयर. तो माय क्वेश्चन टू द ऑडियंस और दोज हु आर लिसनिंग टू मी ऑनलाइन इज पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स क्या है? आप क्या लगता है कहाँ कहाँ एथिक्स, क्या क्या एथिकल इश्यूज हो सकते हैं पब्लिकेशन के? प्लेजरिज्म हो सकता है, बिल्कुल. प्लेजरिज्म मतलब कॉपी पेस्ट, ये बहुत सीरियस इशू है, बिल्कुल आपको मालूम है. फंडिंग नॉट मेंशनिंग, बिल्कुल ठीक बात है. मतलब इसका मतलब यू हैव टू डिस्क्लोजर है फंडिंग का है. कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से जुड़ी हुई चीज़ है, एक्नॉलेजमेंट भी इससे जुड़ी हुई चीज़ है, बिल्कुल बहुत अच्छी बात. और कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी का इशू है. कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी का इशू तो इससे जोड़ देते हैं. इन्फॉर्म्ड कंसेंट का भी इशू होगा, मैडम ने थोड़ा जिक्र भी किया था कि कंसेंट भी होनी चाहिए, ठीक है, ये भी एक इशू है. और ऑथरशिप भी इशू है, बहुत सीरियस इशू है. ऑथरशिप भी इशू है कि हु कैन बी ऑथर, व्हाट इज़ द टाइम टू बी एन ऑथर, ये भी इशू है बहुत ज़्यादा. और इसके अलावा और क्या एथिक्स के इश्यूज हो सकते हैं? एथिक्स के इश्यूज देखिए, अब रिसर्च से लेके पब्लिकेशन तक इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम, आई हैव अ लिस्ट ऑफ एथिक्स के इश्यूज हैं. I'll put in the slide and each one of them we'll discuss one by one. Approval, it starts from the approval stage. Many times we are ignoring this fact. The first basic issue is the moment idea comes to you, want to carry out a research, you have to take necessary approvals. That is, if you're not taking that, amounts to unethical practice. Am I right, man? You have to take approval from the regulatory bodies. You have research review boards of the institution. You have institutional ethics committee. So they are now we'll keep on putting each issue one by one, and 15 minutes I will devote to a quick review of all these issues, 10 or 12 issues. We'll discuss. You can ask me any questions. I'll try to answer them, and other people can add to what is being asked. And second 10 minutes or 15 minutes I'll give it to plagiarism, because that is a part of my designated topic. The necessary approval is to be taken. Some people have reservations that कि ये तो retrospective study है, तो case report है, हमको इसके लिए permission नहीं चाहिए, हमको इसका intimation नहीं चाहिए. Please remember, whatever research you are going to publish, अभी काफ़ी strict हो गया, आने वाले time में बिल्कुल और भी strict हो जाएगा. Every journal where you are approaching, they are asking you for necessary approvals from the institution. You have the approval, it automatically takes care of consent and confidentiality to certain extent, because that becomes the responsibility of committee also to ask you and clarify. Yes, madam. Yes. Yeah. So a point, because I think some online listeners are there. So the question which has been put by madam is that for publishing a paper you don't need an approval. Correct. Is there any disagreement on this question? Or all of you agree that while publishing a paper you don't need an approval? Yes, sir.
Becoming a norm now, that they will ask they ask for the authority by which you have been given the approvals, like letter number or some
Yes.
order. You have to mention that while submitting a publication, if it has been approved by the appropriate
So that was the concern. Verma sir has helped me a lot in giving this proper detailed reply to it. So earlier it was not a norm for journals to ask about the ethics clearance and ethical approval and all those things. But nowadays many good journals, they have started to ask that, and even now they are asking for consent related issues, whether consent was taken. Even in case reports, we deal with medical ill cases where deceased is obviously not there to give consent, and relatives also are there with us for very frequent, very less time. So when we started, nobody was teaching us all these details, neither we had any idea about these things. But nowadays what is happening is they want next of the kin to give a consent before publishing a case report also. So and if you don't have it, they consider it as unethical. So necessary approvals are to be taken, whether it is, and to be on safer side, and also to strengthen your work. It is ideal to report it or to intimate it to your committee, research review board or institutional ethics committee. That gives weightage to your work. The moment you write that this was approved by ethics committee, wide number, this date, this, they think that this was a well planned work which you are presenting before them for publication. So uska indirect importance bhi uska ho jata hai. So this was one of the issues which we frequently ignore. We should not. Even retrospective study, I being a part of institutional ethics committee, I am a member of that. Many times researchers or my colleagues come to us and say that it is a retrospective study, or we are just analyzing the data, or we have the blocks in pathology, we are just seeing another thing, or we have a blood sample with us which was collected routinely, we are not taking any blood sample, but now we want to study that sample for some other work. Why do we need it? So there is no question of why or not why. That is a very detailed thing to discuss. But it is always good to intimate. It is for the ethics committee to decide whether discussion and approval is to be given after discussion, or approval can be given as it is for carrying out that work. So this is to safeguard the interests of the researcher also. So any research which you are planning to take up, please inform your ethics committee or research review board or your institution, and then that becomes ethical practice. Informed consent, most of us know about it. So whatever research you are doing, whether it is you are taking patients as a part of drug trial, or you are doing it on deceased, or you are doing it on patients, all those cases, there should be issues of informed consent and confidentiality. And important here is, it is to be mentioned, is documentation is very important. You have to document it, because there may be times now that you may be asked to produce documents to support that your work was ethical. And who knows, one of our colleagues only is telling the other people to inquire about it, that this work was devoid of these many things, that is why it should not be considered ethical work. Plus, it adds value to your work, because somebody may say that this was never done. These patients were never, they were not existing itself. There may be many claims and counter claims. Another ethical issue is accuracy of data. So accuracy of data is associated with, accuracy में बोल रहा हूँ तो क्या मतलब है इसका? It is related with the facts like falsification, fabrication. ये हम लोगों ने सबने, मैं कुछ नया नहीं बता रहा हूँ, हम लोगों ने सबने आसपास देखा है या शायद किया भी हो किसी स्टेज पर. ऐसे कहते हैं, वो सैंपल साइज कैलकुलेट करने जाते हैं तो कहते हैं 40 पेशेंट्स, फिर कहते हैं 40 पेशेंट्स तो रेयर डिजीज के नहीं मिलेंगे, 20 मिल जाएंगे. फिर क्या करेंगे, 20 को डबल कर देंगे. इतनी मैथ्स तो हम सबको आती है. 20 × 2 = 40. क्या प्रॉब्लम है? 10 × 4 = 40 भी ठीक है, वो भी ठीक है अगर ज़्यादा कमी है तो. 5 × 8 भी 40 है. और फिर क्या है कि वो रिसर्च तो कहीं ना कहीं हो ही रखी है अमेरिका वगैरह में, तो हम लोग कौन सा कुछ नया कर लेंगे? तो उसी को थोड़ा आगे पीछे करके भी कर सकते हैं. इसमें क्या फ़र्क पड़े? पोस्टमार्टम इंटरवल है, मालूम है कि जो है वो पहले जो है वो थोड़ा जल्दी से मालूम चलेगा, बाद में रेंज बढ़ जाएगी. तो डेटा तो हम इतने तो मैथ्स आती है, इतना क्रिएट कर सकते हैं डेटा. और यूएस और यूके नहीं जाना है तो साउथ का डेटा नॉर्थ में है, नॉर्थ का डेटा साउथ में है. वी ईस्ट वेस्ट नॉर्थ साउथ, इंडिया इज़ ग्रेट बिग कंट्री. और लोग आपस में मिलते भी नहीं है, तो अब प्रॉब्लम हो गई, लोग मिल लेते हैं एक दूसरे से. भाई देखो, सच्चाई तो ये है कि हमारे टाइम में तो ऐसा कह भी देते थे टीचर ही कि भाई साउथ से कोई वो निकाल लो थीसिस टॉपिक. वो तो ऑनेस्टली यही कहते थे, टॉपिक निकाल लो. लेकिन आदमी तो थीसिस ही निकाल लेता था, या शायद उनका मतलब यही था कि थीसिस ही निकालो, लेकिन बोलते थे टॉपिक निकालो. तो अब क्या हो गया है कि अब सिस्टम जो है, टेक्नोलॉजी का एडवांसमेंट हो गया, चीज़ें सर्च की जा सकती हैं, लोग मिलने लग गए. अब यहाँ पे साउथ से भी लोग हैं, पीजी करने आए हुए हैं, लोग का कनेक्शन बढ़ गया है. तो एक्यूरेसी. और सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, शेयर कर रहा हूँ, ये एक्सपीरियंस ही मान लीजिए आप मेरा. और ये अभी भी कॉमन प्रैक्टिस है, जो लोग अवेयर नहीं है, इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट ये अवेयरनेस. जब हम टेस्ट लगाते हैं ना, स्टैटिस्टिक्स के टेस्ट लगाते हैं और ये सब करते हैं ना जब, तो ये इतना मत सोचिए कि इतना आसान है. वो बहुत दिमाग वाले लोग हैं जो मैथ्स वैथ्स कर रहे हैं ना, और वो ऑनलाइन जो सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप कर रहे हैं. आपका जो फोर्स डेटा होता है उसके डिटेल्स भी मालूम चल जाते हैं कि ये डेटा किस हद का फोर्स है. वो जो कॉन्टेंस इंटरवल और ये जो सब निकालते हैं ना सब चीज़ें, उसमें ये सब चीज़ें मालूम चलने लगती हैं कि डेटा कितना रियलिस्टिक डेटा है. और मैं जितनी भी आपको बातें बता रहा हूँ, इसको आप पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस भले ही मत मानिए, लेकिन ये जो है ये रियल एक्सपीरियंसेस के बेसिस पे ही है जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. इट इज़ नॉट दैट ईजी. आवर वर्क इज नॉट बीइंग स्क्रूटिनाइज्ड एंड वी आर नेवर कॉट. दैट इज अ डिफरेंट मैटर ऑल टुगेदर. बट इफ वी आर एक्सपोजिंग अस टू अ लार्जर और बिगर ऑडियंस, देन देयर मे बी अ इशू. मीनिंगफुल इंटरप्रिटेशन. कभी कभी क्या है, इंटरप्रिटेशन हम अपने मन से करते हैं कि जो हमारे फेवर में है वही बात करेंगे. अभी मुझे कह रहे थे कि जो है नेगेटिव फाइंडिंग्स की बहुत वैल्यू है, तो वी डोंट रियलाइज द वैल्यू ऑफ नेगेटिव फाइंडिंग्स. सो व्हाट वी ट्राई टू डू इज हाफ वे ऑफ आवर रिसर्च वी आर गेटिंग अ रिजल्ट विच इज नॉट डिजायर्ड बाई अस. हमने सोचा था कि यार ये जो है ये और इनका दोनों कनेक्शन हम प्रूव करने वाले हैं. जब ये बढ़ता है, ए बढ़ता है, तो बी भी बढ़ता है. इस कनेक्शन पे हम लोग बात करने वाले हैं. ऐसा सोच करके हमने रिसर्च शुरू की थी. जब आधी वे पे रिसर्च किया, छोटा सा हमने उसका वो डाला, डेटा डाला और एनालाइज किया, तो देखा कि ए बढ़ रहा है, बी कम हो रहा है. यार ये तो गड़बड़ हो गई यार. ए बढ़ाना था, ए मतलब बढ़ना था, बी भी बढ़ना था, लेकिन ए बढ़ रहा है और बी कम हो रहा है. तो क्या करेंगे हम, बताओ. बहुत मुसीबत हो गई. गाइड भी कह रहा है, गाइड ने भी कहा हुआ है कि जब ए के साथ बी का अच्छा कोरिलेशन निकलना चाहिए, पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन निकलना चाहिए, निकल रहा है नेगेटिव. पहले क्या करो, आप चेक करोगे अपने डिटेल्स कि यार कहीं कुछ गड़बड़ है. इंस्ट्रूमेंट को चेक करो, कैलिब्रेट कर लोगे, टेक्निक को रीड्यू कर लोगे, हो सकता है टेक्निक गड़बड़ है, लेकिन निकल तो यही रहा है. बायोकेमिस्ट्री में वो लैब इंस्ट्रूमेंट देख लें, कहीं सब ठीक है, सब ठीक है, लेकिन ए बढ़ रहा है, बी घट रहा है. क्या करें? ज़्यादातर लोग, जो मुझे लगता है, हो सकता है मैं गलत हूँ, अगर मैं गलत हूँ तो आई विल बी मोर हैप्पी. ज़्यादातर लोग तो क्या करेंगे, बी को बढ़ाना शुरू कर देंगे, है ना. वैसे ए को भी घटा सकते हैं, ये भी कोरिलेशन कर सकते हैं, दोनों घटते हैं, लेकिन ज़्यादातर लोग सेफ खेलेंगे और ए को बढ़ रहा है तो बी को थोड़ा सा बढ़ा देंगे, तो काम बनेगा नहीं. एक्चुअली मैं रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और इंटीग्रिटी की जो बात थी ना, एक्चुअली जो रिसर्च कम्युनिटी है, दे वांट यू टू कम अप विद समथिंग न्यू और समथिंग विच इज रियल. अब न्यू का मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो ए भी बढ़ रहा था और बी भी बढ़ रहा था, आप यही चाहते थे, लेकिन अब आप सोच रहे हो कि नया करना है इसलिए बी को घटाना शुरू कर दिया. वो नहीं करना है. बट जो आ रहा है उसको हमें दिखाना है। मैंने कई बार खुद भी करके देखा है ये चीज़। कई चीज़ें जो मुझको लगता था बिल्कुल बेकार हैं, ये रिजल्ट गलत आ रहा है, इसको मुझे हाफ पे छोड़ देनी चाहिए थी, बाद में मुझको लगा कि बाद में मैंने देखा कि वो जो फाइंडिंग थी उसकी अपनी रिलेवेंस थी एक्चुअली, विच आई कुड नॉट सी एट दैट पर्टिकुलर टाइम। हमारे साथ इश्यूज़ किया जाता है कि हम लोग इन सब चीज़ों पे एक्सपोज नहीं होते हैं, तो हम डरते हैं किससे पूछें, कौन इसका क्लैरिफिकेशन देगा, वी आर नॉट श्योर व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज राइट और रॉन्ग। तो मेरा सजेशन ये है कि वी कैरी ऑन विद द एथिकल थिंग, राइट थिंग व्हाट इज कमिंग अप, and that will mix with somebody else is doing the same thing in some other place, believe me, and he is also getting the same finding and he is also perturbed कि वो finding desired वाली नहीं आ रही है, but that will give a more positive output. So meaningful interpretation होना चाहिए, positive हो या negative हो. Manuscript should be free of plagiarism. All of you are aware of the term plagiarism. I'll be devoting 10 minutes to it separately, so I'll not touch it here. Then management of references and citations is another issue which many of us are not aware. मैंने यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है, इसको लिखने के बाद कुछ लोग रिलेट कर पा रहे हैं कि इसमें एथिकल एंड एथिकल क्या हो सकता है, व्हाट कैन, एम आई गोइंग वेरी फास्ट, इफ आई एम गोइंग फास्ट ऑल्सो, लंच वेट कर रहा है और मुझे भी करना है, तो ठीक है आप लोग, आई थिंक आई यू विल बी हैप्पी ओनली कि जल्दी जल्दी करके खत्म करें और फिर लंच करें और उसके बाद अपने बाकी कमिटमेंट्स निपटाएं। रेफरेंस और साइटेशन में एथिकल इशू क्या हो सकता है? टेकिंग अवे द क्रेडिट, ठीक है बिल्कुल, कि मतलब किसी का वर्क है आपने उसको क्रेडिट नहीं दिया, सेल्फ साइटिंग, ठीक है आपने आर्टिकल को साइट किया, तो आप जो कह रहे हैं टेकिंग अवे क्रेडिट, वो प्लेजरिज्म से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसका मतलब आपने किसी का मटेरियल लिया या थॉट लिया प्रोसेस, लेकिन साइट नहीं किया, वो प्लेजर, हाँ वो ठीक है, वो प्लेजरिज्म में कनेक्ट हो जाएगा, वो भी रेफरेंस का है। आप जो कह रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड है इससे। सेल्फ साइटेशन अनएथिकल है। कई लोगों ने आपके, इसीलिए जब आपको वे करते हैं आपके क्रेडेंशियल्स को, आज जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको आज नहीं करेंगे, बाद में वे करेंगे। अगर मान लीजिए मुझे वे कर रहे हैं या वर्मा सर कर रहे हैं, डॉक्टर लालोनी आ गए, हम हमारे क्रेडेंशियल को वे करते हैं तो सेल्फ साइटेशन हटा देते हैं उसमें से, इसीलिए। और कई लोग सेल्फ साइटेशन, हाँ देखिए यहीं पर मॉरलिटी और बिहेवियर की है, जहाँ पे जस्टिफाइड है वहाँ तो कोई नहीं रोक रहा आपको। कुछ लोग तो ऐसा करते हैं ना कि भाई जैसे कहा कि सब मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि रोड ट्रैफिक एक्सीडेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, एक स्टडी की हमने रोड ट्रैफिक एक्सीडेंट पे। अब रोड ट्रैफिक एक्सीडेंट में हमने लिखा कि भाई इन इंडिया लॉट ऑफ अननेचुरल डेथ्स आर अकरिंग, लॉट ऑफ होमिसाइड, सुसाइड्स एंड एक्सीडेंट्स आर अकरिंग, और सुसाइड के ऊपर एक रेफरेंस डाल दिया अपनी किसी स्टडी का, सुसाइड के बारे में। सेल्फ साइटेशन का मतलब यही हुआ ना भाई, कनेक्शन तो हम कर ही सकते हैं ना भाई। मैंने एक स्टडी की थी सुसाइड की प्रोफाइल पे, अब मैं एक एक्सीडेंट की प्रोफाइल पे कर, और मैंने उसमें एक लाइन लिखी कि भाई ऑल टाइप ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स एंड सुसाइड्स आर हैपनिंग इन इंडिया, और सुसाइड के ऊपर रेफरेंस डाला 1 अपना उसका, है तो सेल्फ साइटेशन। सेल्फ साइटेशन जस्टिफाई करना, कोई देखो यहाँ पर एथिक्स और मॉरलिटी ही इन्वॉल्व है, इज फॉर यू टू डिसाइड, इसमें राइट और रॉन्ग कुछ भी नहीं है। इफ यू कैन जस्टिफाई सेल्फ citation, there is nothing wrong in self citation. Those people who are weighing your caliber, they will always exclude self citation. That they're going to do for everybody. So that is fair enough. We are not going to talk about those people who are judging us. But self citation means, it doesn't mean that we need not self cite our work. We have all the right to cite our work, but it should be related or relevant. It should not be जबरदस्ती का अपना साइटेशन बढ़ाने के लिए जो काम करना होता है वो करने की जरूरत, ये है इसका इशू। कभी कभी म्यूचुअल साइटेशन भी होते हैं, भाई मैं तेरे वर्क को साइट करता हूं, तू मेरे वर्क को साइट कर दे। ये टर्म्स मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूं, आपको मालूम रहे कि भाई इस तरह की ये खुराफातें हो रही हैं, ब्रेन काम कर रहे हैं सबके और अलग अलग रास्ते निकाल रहे हैं। तो म्यूचुअल साइटेशन भी होते हैं, भाई तू मेरे कर दे साइट, सेल्फ साइटेशन हट जाएगा। ऐसे ऑथरशिप भी होती है, तू मुझे ऑथर बना दे, मैं तुझे ऑथर बना दूंगा। ऐसे साइटेशन तक भी बात पहुंच चुकी है, वो तो बहुत होता है, लेकिन मैडम इसलिए बता रहा हूँ साइटेशन तक भी बात पहुंच चुकी है। तू मेरा आर्टिकल साइट करना, मैं तेरा आर्टिकल साइट करूंगा। तो ये चीज़ें जो है ये अनएथिकल है, इस पर किसी की अभी नज़र नहीं पड़ी हुई है, क्योंकि ये कैसे मालूम चलेगा। ऑनेस्ट सबमिशन टू जर्नल, ये लिखने का क्या मतलब है मेरा? एक्चुअली जब ये टॉपिक मुझे दिया गया था तो मुझे लगा था कि सर ने एक प्लेजरिज्म के बारे में बोलना है, प्लेजरिज्म के बारे में बोलेंगे और उसके बाद वो खत्म हो जाएगा। फिर मैंने जब खुद ही देखा तो मुझे खुद समझ में आया कि ये तो बहुत सारे इशूज इसमें हैं, और शायद सर ने यही सोच के टॉपिक दिया था। तो ये मैंने जब यहाँ लिखा ऑनेस्ट सबमिशन टू जर्नल, इसमें क्या हो सकता है, क्या इशूज़ हो सकते हैं आपके? जब ये लिखा है हमने तो क्या इशूज़ हैं इसमें? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट तो बिल्कुल है, वो तो अलग चीज़ हो सकती है। डेटा तो हमने एक तरह से फॉल्सिफिकेशन, फैब्रिकेशन में कर लिया। उसके अलावा और क्या हो सकता है? साइमल्टेनियस सबमिशन, डुप्लीकेट। अब बहुत मेहनत से एक जगह आर्टिकल डालते हैं और 3 महीने बाद वो गंदे से कमेंट लिखकर रिजेक्ट कर देता है, फिर डालते हैं किसी अच्छे जर्नल में, फिर वो बुरे से कमेंट लिख करके रिजेक्ट कर देता है। फिर 8-9 महीने के बाद, 10 महीने के बाद दिल टूट जाता है बिल्कुल कि नहीं? तो आदमी सोचता है रिजेक्ट ही हो रहे थे, 2-2 जगह ट्राई कर लेते, 3 जगह ट्राई कर लेते, कोई ना कोई तो एक्सेप्ट कर लेता। ये 9 महीने का टाइम खराब नहीं होता। और अगर तीनों ने रिजेक्ट करना था 3-3 महीने के बाद, तो एक साथ ही रिजेक्ट करते, तीनों 3 महीने में 3 रिजल्ट आ जाते, तो हम अपनी दुकान आगे बढ़ाते, कोई दूसरे वाले से बात करते। हाँ बस आप कुछ पूछ रहे हो? बिल्कुल, 1-1 साल बाद आता है। नहीं, गलत काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये सही काम कर रहे हैं, मैं ऐसे मत करिए। सर आप तो किस्मत वाले हो, तो हमें तो ये कहा है कि आपका टॉपिक भी खराब है और वर्क भी खराब है। ये भी, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं। देखिए मैडम, हम लोग जिन्होंने काम किया है उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस ये मतलब ये अनप्लेजेंट एक्सपीरियंसेस बहुत सारे हैं। ऐसे जर्नल्स भी हैं रेप्यूटेड इंडियन जर्नल्स, स्पेशलिटी हमारे नहीं है, किसी और स्पेशलिटी की, जहाँ पे 9 महीने तक उन्होंने रखा आर्टिकल, और जब मैंने उनसे लिखा कि प्लीज अपडेट द स्टेटस, नेक्स्ट घंटे में रजिस्ट्रेशन आ गया। मैं समझ में आ गया कि ये एडिटर नाराज हो गया मेरा ये पूछने से कि भाई 7 महीने 9 महीने हो गया, क्या हो रहा है। हमने तो भाई गरीबी में पूछा था कि यार बता दो प्लीज कि क्या स्टेटस है, क्योंकि तब एक आर्टिकल लिखते थे तो लगता था इसका कुछ हो जाए। तब फिर बाद में अभी अपने स्टूडेंट्स को भी कहता हूँ कि यार ऐसा करो ना, ये सिस्टम अगर ऐसा है तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें लिखो, उससे क्या है कि सर्कुलेट होती रहेंगी कहीं ना कहीं, फिर तुम एक टाइम पे तुम्हें याद ही नहीं रहे कौन सा रिजेक्ट हो रहा है कौन सा एक्सेप्ट हो रहा है। जो गेम वो तुम्हारे साथ खेल रहा है तुम उनके साथ खेल लो, तब तो ठीक है। बट दैट हैविंग सेड ऑल दीज थिंग्स, इट डजंट स्टॉप यू फ्रॉम डूइंग समथिंग विच इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेड। जो गेम है, जो गेम के रूल्स हैं वो फॉलो करने पड़ते हैं। इसका मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल भी दे सकता हूँ। अभी कई चीज़ें जो मैं बताने का मन करता है, क्योंकि इतने साल से लिख रहा हूँ तो कुछ तो मेरे भी एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, क्योंकि जो आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ उस किसी न किसी स्टेज पे उससे मैंने खुद ही निकला हूँ, तभी तो मैं इतना बता पा रहा हूँ आपको। तो मैंने एक बार ऐसे सोचते सोचते, मैं बोल ही रहता हूँ, मैंने एक ऐसे सोचते सोचते, तब मुझे इतना मालूम भी नहीं था कि कितना गलत है या सही है, तो मैंने एक आर्टिकल को, तंग आ गया शुरू में, तो मैंने 2 जगह भेज दिया एक आर्टिकल को। मैंने कहा हर चीज़ को 1-1 साल तक वेट कैसे करेंगे यार, बताओ यार, इसमें कुछ दम नहीं है। 2 जगह भेज दिया मैंने, दोनों जगह एक्सेप्ट हो गया। सही बता रहा हूं मैं आपको, दोनों जगह एक्सेप्ट हो गया। अब क्या करें? अब अगर मैं उससे कहता हूं कि साहब मैं रिट्रेट कर सकता हूं कि साहब आई डोंट वांट टू पब्लिश इन योर जर्नल, तो वो एडिटर मुझे जिंदगी भर मेरा आर्टिकल कभी नहीं लेगा। जो लोग पब्लिश करते हैं उनको मालूम है बात कि अगर आप एडिटर से कोई नाराज कर दो तो वो आपको ब्लैकलिस्ट कर देगा वैसे ही, और अगर डबल छप गया तो पूरी दुनिया मेरे पीछे पड़ जाएगी, है ना। अब ये नहीं बताऊंगा कि मैंने उसका रास्ता कैसे निकाला, ये भी बता दूंगा मैं आपको लंच ब्रेक में। बट देयर वाज अ प्रॉब्लम, सो डोंट थिंक योर प्रॉब्लम इज ओनली वन वे। आपके साथ वो ऐड है ना, वो क्या, वो लड्डू फूटा, क्या है वो, ऐसा होता है ना दिमाग में, क्या लड्डू फूटा है, चॉकलेट किसी का है ना, एक्लियर्स का ऐड है, 2 लड्डू फूटे, ऐसे कुछ ऐड है, तो ऐसे हो गया। बताओ, एक्सपीरियंस तो ये था कि रिजेक्ट हो रहा है और दोनों एक्सेप्ट हो गए मैडम। तो क्या है कि वो संजय जी के साथ चल जाता है क्योंकि दिलदार आदमी है, इसलिए उन्होंने माफ कर दिया उसको। लेकिन बाहर वाले जो अमेरिका और जर्मनी वाले हैं वो करेंगे नहीं, उसको छोड़ेंगे। तो ये ना ऑनेस्ट सबमिशन की बात है। बी पेशेंट, पेशेंस रखिए और सबमिट वंस टू वन जर्नल, लेट इट रिजेक्ट। आप जर्नल की चॉइस में ब्रेव हो सकते हैं कि भाई ये बेकार है, रिजेक्ट करता है, या मेरा वर्क इसके अकॉर्डिंग नहीं है। बी इंटेलिजेंट इन चूजिंग अ जर्नल, वो आपके हाथ में, बट डोंट डू साइमल्टेनियस सबमिशंस, दैट विल हैव लॉन्ग टर्म इम्प्लीकेशंस। इवन मैं आपको ये बता देता हूँ, वो आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन को ब्लैकलिस्ट कर सकते हैं, आपके डिपार्टमेंट के उनको भी कर सकते हैं। इट इज नॉट वेरी सिंपल। आप लोगों में कितने लोगों ने कोप का नाम सुना है? COP, कोप का नाम सुना हुआ है? जो लोग पब्लिश कर रहे हैं सुना हुआ है कोप का नाम। और कोप की गाइडलाइंस है, कोप गाइड करता है, कोप कंप्लेंट्स भी रिसीव करता है। एंड इफ जो लोग यहाँ जानते हैं और बाकी लोग रीड करिए इसको, कोप को कमिटी ऑन पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स, कोप, तो वो आपके डीन को लिखेगी, आपके VC को लिखेगी, इंस्टीट्यूशन को चांस देगी, ब्लैकलिस्ट करेगी। ये सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, हो रही हैं आजकल, तो प्लीज़ बी अवेयर। मत करिए। मैं तो कहता हूँ हर आदमी रिसर्चर थोड़ी बनेगा। अगर हर आदमी रिसर्चर बन जाए तो जो रिसर्च कुछ लोग कर रहे हैं उनकी वैल्यू क्या रह जाएगी? हर आदमी जो है वो साइंटिस्ट बन जाए क्या? हर आदमी साइंटिस्ट बन, कुछ लोगों को MCI के रूल हैं, NMC के रूल हैं, करना है। हर आदमी नहीं, हर आदमी टीचर नहीं बनेगा, हर आदमी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर नहीं बनेगा, हर आदमी साइंटिस्ट नहीं बनेगा, हर आदमी पब्लिश नहीं करेगा। बट जो आपसे मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है वो आप फुलफिल कर लीजिए, कीपिंग इन व्यू द रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस और रूल्स ऑफ द गेम विच यू आर आस्क्ड टू प्ले। राइटफुल ऑथरशिप आप लोगों ने जिक्र किया था थोड़ी देर पहले। ऑथरशिप के इश्यूज होते हैं बहुत सारे, जल्दी सॉल्व कर लेते हैं इसको। आप लोग बताइए क्या इश्यूज हैं ऑथरशिप के, और उसका सॉल्यूशन कुछ निकाल लेते हैं कि एथिकल क्या है उसमें, क्योंकि ये बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड इशू है, इस पर अपने आप में एक टॉक हो सकती है, और इतना टाइम मैं आप लोगों को लेना नहीं चाहता हूँ। हाँ, फर्स्ट ऑथर कौन बनेगा, ठीक है। एक इशू ये है, एथिक्स का इशू समझ में आ गया। दो इशू है मेनली, एक है गिविंग ऑथरशिप टू समबडी हु हैज नॉट वर्कड, जिसको गिफ्टिंग बोलते हैं, गिफ्ट ऑथरशिप, और एक है नॉट गिविंग ऑथरशिप टू पर्सन हु हैज वर्क, जो कि खाली स्टूडेंट्स का अक्सर होता है। स्टूडेंट्स काम करते हैं लेकिन गाइड जो है उनका नाम नहीं डालता है, तो हाँ हाँ, तो वो घोस्ट ऑथरशिप हो गई। अभी ऑथरशिप के सीक्वेंस का इशू है ना। सो ऑथरशिप के सीक्वेंस में जब तक आप स्टूडेंट हैं और गाइड है, तो ऑब्वियसली बात है कि बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लिकेशन उसमें, तो मैं बीच में नहीं पढ़ सकता हूँ। बहुत लोग सुन भी रहे हैं मुझको, तो मुझे यहाँ सर्वाइव भी करना है, वापस भी जाना है, तो मैं कोई कंट्रोवर्शियल रिमार्क नहीं दे सकता हूँ। लेकिन हम लोग ऐसा कहते हैं एथिक्स कमेटी में भी, जब हमारे पास कभी ऐसी कंप्लेंट्स भी आती हैं, प्री डिफाइंड, अगर स्टूडेंट्स का मैटर छोड़ देता हूँ मैं, जो पीएचडी स्कॉलर है और एमडी का स्टूडेंट है, हम अलग अलग सीधे एक्सट्रीम की बात नहीं करते हैं, हम कॉमन चीज़ की बात करते हैं। कॉमनली कलीग्स में भी होता है, एक डिपार्टमेंट में सारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं, सीनियर जूनियर, वो मिलकर कोई काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी इशू होता है। किसी ने प्रपोजल डाला होता है, किसी ने ज़्यादा काम किया होता है। इट इज़ ऑलवेज गुड, हम लोग हमारे पास कंप्लेंट्स आती हैं ऐसे कहते हैं जहाँ पर प्री डिफाइंड ऑथरशिप। देखो, हम लोग एथिक्स की बात करें तो एथिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, मतलब आप जब रिसर्च करो तो आप क्लैरिटी रखो अपने काम में, जो चीज़ें हो रही हैं कैसे हो रही हैं उसमें तो हम नहीं करेक्ट कर सकते जाके। कहने मतलब अगर आप रिसर्च करो तो अपने ग्रुप में, अपने फ्रेंड्स में, जो भी कर रहा हो, प्रोफेशनल रिलेशनशिप हो या फ्रेंडशिप हो, पहले से डिफाइन करो कि इस प्रोजेक्ट में यार ऑथरशिप को ऐसे रखने वाले हैं हम लोग। पैसे को भी तो ऐसे करते हो ना, जब पैसे देने होते हैं जर्नल को, तो करते नहीं हो कि यार वो 10,000 रुपये देने, सब लोग 2-2 हज़ार देंगे, ऐसे करते हो ना। तो फिर इसमें भी कर सकते हो कि मेरा फर्स्ट है, मेरा लास्ट है। ऑथरशिप की वैल्यू है अलग अलग जगह, फर्स्ट, सेकंड और करस्पॉन्डिंग, या फर्स्ट, सेकंड और लास्ट, बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं उसके अंदर। बट आई थिंक द ओनली सॉल्यूशन इज के यू हैव अ प्री डिफाइंड दिस थिंग। फॉर मी, मैं हाँ सर,
अगर हम क्रेडिट फर्स्ट और लास्ट को इक्वल देना शुरू कर दे तो मेरे ख्याल से ये इशू ही खत्म हो जाएगा कि whether the person is the first author, second author, third author. Whosoever has contributed for the research should be given the equal weightage. Then there will be no issue, no ethical issues on this.
एक्चुअली सर इशू होना नहीं चाहिए, मैं बताऊँ आपको,
होना नहीं चाहिए।
इशू होना नहीं चाहिए। काफ़ी इश्यूज, तो इसलिए मैं सीनियर जूनियर्स की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, अभी मैं खुद ही जो सीनियर ब्रैकेट में जा रहा हूँ, तो काफ़ी इश्यूज तो हमारे इग्नोरेंस से रिलेटेड। एक्चुअली आज मेरे पास कोई आता है, वो कहता है कि सर आपको ऑथरशिप देंगे और करके, तो मैं ज़्यादातर तो डिनाई करता हूँ, यार मैंने काम नहीं किया, मुझे मत दो। बट मैं ऐसे नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि मैं कोई अलग काम कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे कई लोग होंगे। और अदरवाइज आई एटलीस्ट डोंट बॉदर अबाउट द प्लेस सीक्वेंस, कहीं भी दे दो नाम। लेकिन मैंने ऐसे लोग भी देखे हैं, प्रोफेसर लेवल के लोग, दूसरे फील्ड के, नॉट आवर फील्ड, हमारी फील्ड के लोग, फॉरेंसिक फील्ड के ज़्यादा मैग्नानिमस हैं, दे आर बेटर। जो मैंने दूसरी फील्ड के देखे, जहाँ वो कहते हैं कि नहीं साहब हमारा चौथा नाम नहीं होगा। क्यों नहीं होगा बताओ? कोई एक मैडम ने पैथोलॉजी मुझसे कहा कि मेरा नाम 5th नंबर पे डाल दिया। मैंने तो पैथोलॉजी में स्लाइड्स देखी थी, 8-10 ऑथर थे उसमें 5th थी वो। हाँ, उन्होंने कहा ये यार 3 के बाद एटाल आ जाएगा, एटाल में मेरा नाम एटाल में चला जाएगा। हाँ, कई चीज। अब आप बताइए, अब आप नहीं, दूसरे एटाल भी कब आएगा? जब कोई आपके काम को साइड करेगा तब आएगा एटाल, और वो साइटेशन कौन पढ़ेगा? लेकिन जो इमोशन ज़्यादा है ना, ये दिल पक्का करना है, क्योंकि कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग भी लड़ाई होती है मैडम, क्योंकि इसको क्रेडिट ज़्यादा मिलता है। तो ये सब चीज़ें तभी हो सकता है जब पहले सेटल कर लें। पहले से अगर आप क्लैरिटी रखें तो बाद में हार्ट बर्न भी नहीं होगा और कोई किसी की शिकायत भी नहीं करे। दैट इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन। इसमें एथिक्स से यही प्रॉब्लम है कि इसमें आप रूल नहीं बना सकते। और अभी क्या है, स्टूडेंट को फर्स्ट ऑथरशिप दो, पीएचडी स्कॉलर है, एमडी है, उसको फर्स्ट ऑथरशिप दो, गाइड जो है कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग बने। हमने ऐसे ही कर रखा है, अगर आपको सूट करता है तो आप ये करें। फेयर एंड, और बाकी लोग जो कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं वो सब उसमें डिपेंडिंग ऑन देयर कंट्रीब्यूशन। सी, एज लॉन्ग एज यू आर गोइंग इन अ जस्टिफाइड और राइट वे और इन अ सिस्टमेटिक वे, इन अ प्री डिफाइंड वे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। प्रॉब्लम वहाँ आती है जब मैंने कहा कि संजय मेरा दोस्त है और ये मुझे ऑथरशिप दे रहा है, तो मैं संजय को उठा करके यहाँ डालना है। फिर संजय ने कहा कि नहीं भाई, दूसरा नंबर पे रखो मुझे, क्योंकि मुझे एनएमसी में प्रमोशन लेना है, तो दूसरे नंबर पे रखो, और मैं तुम्हें भी तो सेकंड पे रख रहा हूँ। तो फिर बाकी लोगों को लगता है कि यार ये सेकंड पे रख दिया, संजय गुप्ता कौन है, ये तो बॉस ने अपनी मनमानी कर ली, इनकी दोस्ती है, इसमें फायदा होता है। दैट इज हाउ थिंग्स कॉम्प्लिकेटेड। इस पर और नहीं टाइम लगाएंगे। डिक्लेरेशन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के बारे में आगे बोला जाने वाला है, इसको टच नहीं करें। एक्नॉलेजमेंट क्लियर है आप लोगों को। एक्नॉलेजमेंट के बारे में इतना ही बोलूँगा कि जो भी हल्का सा भी किसी का कंट्रीब्यूशन है उसको एक्नॉलेज करिए। you will not believe me that the bigger the acknowledgement section, the stronger your manuscript becomes. क्योंकि ये एक प्रूफ होता है इंटरनेशनल एडिटर्स के लिए कि उनको लगता है कि हाँ इसमें बहुत लोग इन्वॉल्व थे और ये जेन्युइन बंदा है जो किसी की छोटी छोटी चीज़ों को कर रहा है. आपकी एथिक्स, आपकी पीएचडी वर्क है, आप उसमें लिखिए कि ये मेरा पीएचडी डिसर्टेशन का काम है, आई वांट टू एक्नॉलेज माय यूनिवर्सिटी को क्रेडिट मिलता है, आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी की रैंकिंग बढ़ती है. ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें लोगों को मालूम नहीं होती. कई बार किसी ने आपको हेल्प किया है, उसको एक्नॉलेज करिए. तो यहाँ पर अगर मिस कर जाते हैं तो फिर पीपल ऑब्जेक्ट टू इट. ठीक है, तो अगर डेविएशन होता है तो उसे मिसकंडक्ट बोलते हैं. मैं बहुत जल्दी जाने वाला हूँ आगे. क्यों लोग करते हैं सबको मालूम है, इसलिए इस पर हम डिस्कशन नहीं करेंगे. ठीक है, एम्बिशन, फियर्स कंपटीशन, फास्टर वे टू सक्सेस, पब्लिश और पेरिश अरेंजमेंट. पब्लिश और पेरिश अरेंजमेंट का मैंने कार्टून देखा सुबह, वर्मा सर ने दिखाया, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे. तो मैंने उसमें ऐड किया कि पब्लिश और पेरिश, और पब्लिश इन हाई इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर और पेरिश, एंड पब्लिश इन हाई इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर मल्टीपल नंबर ऑफ टाइम, स्टिल यू मे पेरिश. अभी इसमें मैं ऐड कर रहा हूँ एक, पब्लिश विदाउट प्रैक्टिसिंग द एथिक्स, पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स, एंड यू विल पेरिश. And this is very genuine in today's context. I have told in my earlier lectures in other places also that there are many big people who have lost their jobs because they are caught in certain unethical practice. तो वो पेरिश का एग्जैक्ट रिलेशनशिप है इससे. 5 मिनट्स में प्लेजरिज्म खत्म कर देते हैं. सर मूर्ति सर उसको कैसे सेव करेंगे बताने भी वाले हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से लंच के लिए बहुत देर हो गई है. तो मिसकंडक्ट, प्लेजरिज्म, फॉल्सिफिकेशन, फैब्रिकेशन है. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट प्लेजरिज्म. Plagiarism is, you all know, it is act of copying somebody else's work or showing somebody else's work as your own. That is what plagiarism exactly means. कुछ जो हाईलाइटिंग पॉइंट्स हैं वो देख लेते हैं. जैसे जो अभी डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला कि जो है, यू आर नॉट क्रेडिटिंग द सोर्स, यू आर नॉट citing it properly, you are not acknowledging the idea, the source of the idea, then all these things will amount to plagiarism. Now plagiarism can be any of these without citing. If you are taking information from abstract applications, grant applications, which is a common occurrence, again people do it, but again we are not going into details of those people who do it. At least we should know that something which is wrong, and we should not be able to indulge in all those things. So this all without citing or without crediting the source will amount to plagiarism. Plagiarism can be intentional, which means we are copying, cutting or pasting without citation, or it can be unintentional. That means we are citing the source, but either we are citing the source incorrectly, improperly, or we are not able to paraphrase properly. Paraphrase properly मतलब ये है कि exactly हमने वहाँ से चीज़ ली, उसको लिख दिया और साइड भी कर दिया कि यार ये चीज़ जो है ये डॉक्टर मूर्ति की बुक में लिखी हुई है, but we are expected to change the format of it. That is what is paraphrasing. तो वो मुझे खुद भी ऐसे ही मालूम चला. कोई एक अच्छा सा कोट था, बहुत अच्छा. कभी कभी हम लोग की इंग्लिश तो इतनी अच्छी है नहीं, ज़्यादा कोई खास तो काम चलाओ बस कुछ करके लिख लेते हैं, बोल लेते हैं. तो किसी जर्नल के किसी आर्टिकल में स्नेक इनोवेशन में एक बहुत अच्छा सेंटेंस था, कुछ ऐसा विंटर और समर में स्नेक की मूवमेंट को लेकर के. तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, तो मैंने उसको ऐसे एज इट इज़ आर्टिकल में लिखा, और उसके बाद उसको साइड भी किया उसको कि ये इस आर्टिकल से लिया है. तो वहाँ से लौट के आया मेरे पास, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई आपने ये लाइन जो है वो एग्जैक्टली सेम लिखी हुई है, आइदर यू पैराफ्रेज इट और यू पुट इन कोट्स. दैट वाज फर्स्ट टाइम आई केम टू नो कि मैंने इसमें भी कुछ कमी छोड़ दी. तो जर्नल वाज गुड टू पॉइंट इट आउट. दे आल्सो प्रोबब्ली रियलाइज कि भाई इसमें छोटा सा वो है, तो आई अल्टर्ड इट. सो पैराफ्रेजिंग इज द आर्ट विच यू हैव टू लर्न. आई थिंक मूर्ति सर इज गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट. सो वहाँ पे इसको डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे फर्दर. ये लास्ट पार्ट है जिसमें मुझे खाली इन तीनों चीज़ों में सेल्फ प्लेगरिज्म के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताना है आपको. तो प्लेगरिज्म के टाइप्स बेसिकली डायरेक्ट, मोज़ेक और सेल्फ प्लेगरिज्म है. डायरेक्ट you know, directly copy pasting something. Mosaic is the mixing of here and there, taking multiple things from multiple places, thinking that nobody will find out. तो पहला तो सीधे पकड़े जाने वाला है कि आपने किसी आर्टिकल का 70-80%, 90% भी देखा है मैंने, आपने डाल दिया. एक बार तो ऐसा हुआ कि एक आर्टिकल मेरे पास रिव्यू करने के लिए आया और मुझे लगा कि यार ये बड़ा अच्छा आर्टिकल लिखा हुआ है. हर ऑथर का और हर आदमी के लिखने का स्टाइल होता है, एक सोचने का तरीका होता है. मुझे वो लगा कि आर्टिकल बहुत अच्छा लिखा हुआ है और मज़ा आ गया, ये होना चाहिए था. और फिर उसको प्लेगरिज्म चेक से डाला तो वो 75% प्लेजराइज था और मेरे ही आर्टिकल प्लेजराइज था. मेरे एक आर्टिकल का 75% कॉपी करा था उस ऑथर ने, और वो बाई चांस मेरे पास ही रिव्यू के लिए आ गया. अब इतना तो आप बिलीव कर सकते हैं कि मैं इतनी सारी कहानी अगर बना सकता हूँ तो किसी मूवी का मैं राइटर होता, स्टोरी राइटर. तो ये वाकई मेरे साथ हुआ, एजिप्शियन जर्नल ऑफ फॉरेंसिक साइंसेज के साथ हुआ, और मैं आर्टिकल पढ़ते समय मुझे खुद रियलाइज नहीं हुआ कि मैंने ही ये सब चीज़ें किसी और आर्टिकल में लिखी हुई। जब प्लेगरिज्म चेक किया तो उसमें जब उसने साइट सिमिलैरिटी इंडेक्स में कोट किया वो मेरे आर्टिकल था, तब ऑब्वियसली इसीलिए मुझे अच्छा भी लग रहा था क्योंकि वो मेरे राइटिंग स्टाइल से मैच कर रहा है ना। तो डेटा उसका अपना था टू बी ऑनेस्ट, बट कंटेंट पूरा जो था ना वो लाइन बाय लाइन सिमिलर था। सेल्फ प्लेगरिज्म जो है ये एक थोड़ा सा है जो हमें अवेयर होना चाहिए, दैट इज रीयूज ऑफ योर ओन वर्क विदाउट साइटिंग इट। अब ओनली अ कपल ऑफ लाइन्स अबाउट इट इज दैट पीपल समटाइम्स थिंक कि हमारा काम है तो हमारे ही राइट है, हमारी कॉपीराइट, इसलिए हम उसको दोबारा पार्ट्स में छाप सकते हैं। वो नहीं है, बिकॉज द मोमेंट यू राइट एंड पब्लिश इट बिकम्स द राइट कॉपीराइट ऑफ द पब्लिशर। So you and the same thing which you have published once, you have no right to publish it all together the same way or in different parts again and again. So वो अनएथिकल है। ठीक है, इसको खत्म करते हैं। बहुत लोग मुझे घूर घूर के देख रहे हैं, कुछ लोग मुझे बेलन और लाठियां भी दिखा रहे हैं पीछे से कि बंद करो जल्दी। तो टाइप्स ऑफ सेल्फ प्लेगरिज्म में डुप्लीकेट, रिडंडेंट पब्लिकेशन। रिडंडेंट का मतलब होता है बकवास, मतलब किसी काम का नहीं है, दोबारा छाप दी एक ही चीज़ तो उसका कोई मीनिंग नहीं है, इसलिए उसको रिडंडेंट भी बोलते हैं। और सलामी है जो आपको आइडिया होना चाहिए, सलामी स्लाइसिंग, तो आपने एक ही आर्टिकल को मल्टीपल टाइम्स पे कर दिया, काट कर दिया। कई लोग आर्ग्यू करते हैं कि हम इस आर्टिकल के हमारे बहुत बड़ा काम है, पीएचडी वर्क है या एमडी वर्क है, इसको हम क्या पार्ट्स में कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते, क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो अगेन जैसे ऑथरशिप का इशू था, जैसे बाकी इशू थे साइटेशन के, दिस इज फॉर यू टू, साइटेशन का इशू था, दिस इज फॉर यू टू डिसाइड कि कितना स्प्लिट कर सकते हैं और कितना जस्टिफाइड है। तो आपने कोई स्टडी किया इंडियन पॉपुलेशन में, उसके बाद आपने उसका मेल का डेटा अलग छापा और फीमेल का डेटा छापा अलग से, तो स्लाइसिंग तो है, लेकिन उसको आप जस्टिफाई कर सकते हो विद सर्टेन थिंग्स, सो फाइन, इट बिकम्स एथिकल। लेकिन आपने मेल में भी स्प्लिट किया, फीमेल में भी किया, फिर मेल में भी आपने कहा मैं यंग मेल्स की बात करूंगा एक पेपर में, एक में ओल्ड की बात करूंगा, एक में एल्डरली की बात करूंगा, 3 पेपर वहां निकालूंगा, फिर 3 फीमेल में निकालूंगा, फीमेल यंग, फीमेल मिडिल एज, फीमेल एल्डरली, है ना। फिर आप कह दो तो जो यंग एज में उसमें भी मैं निकालूंगा कि कौन सा साउथ इंडियन का था, नॉर्थ इंडियन का था, मेरा डेटा तो बहुत बड़ा है, मैंने 1000 लोगों पे किया था, तो 100 लोग मैं लूंगा, यंग साउथ इंडियन मेल्स का एक पेपर, यंग साउथ इंडियन फीमेल का दूसरा पेपर, तो वो वहां पर जो है थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेट हो जाता है। इफ समबडी पॉइंट्स इट आउट देन यू आर इन सूट। ये आप लोगों सबको मालूम है, एक बार इसको कर देते हैं। और लास्ट कवर ऑफ स्लाइड्स, प्लेगरिज्म है क्या, कॉपिंग की बातें करते हैं हम लोग, अलग अलग लोगों की अलग अलग डेफिनेशंस हैं। जब हम पीएचडी वर्क सबमिट करते हैं वहाँ पर सिमिलैरिटी इंडेक्स अलग मांगा जाता है, जब हम पब्लिकेशन के लिए एल्सेवियर को या स्प्रिंगर को अप्रोच करते हैं उनका अलग होता है। वी शुड हैव अ ब्रीफ आइडिया एंड ऑल्सो द रेगुलेशंस विच आर गोइंग टू गाइड अस व्हेन वी आर डूइंग सम रिसर्च। तो वर्ड एसोसिएशन ऑफ मेडिकल एडिटर्स के हिसाब से 6 कंसेक्यूटिव वर्ड्स आर कॉपीड या 7 to 11 वर्ड्स ओवरलैपिंग इन अ सेट ऑफ 30 वर्ड्स, इट इज प्लेगरिज्म। ये हमें कैलकुलेट नहीं करना है बिकॉज हम लोग कोई ना कोई सॉफ्टवेयर यूज़ करते हैं, ज़्यादातर लोग टर्निटिन ऑथेंटिकेट कर रहे होते हैं, बाकी फ्री सॉफ्टवेयर भी अवेलेबल हैं, तो वो अपने आप इस बेसिस पे प्लेगरिज्म को सेट करते हैं। बेसिकली प्लेगरिज्म सिमिलैरिटी इंडेक्स के लिए आपको उसमें जो फीडर डालना होता है कि व्हाट विल अमाउंट टू प्लेगरिज्म, अकॉर्डिंगली इट गिव्स अ सिमिलैरिटी इंडेक्स। हमारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में यूजीसी रेगुलेशंस हैं जिसके अंदर 14 कंसेक्यूटिव वर्ड्स के बारे में लोग प्लेगरिज्म की बात करते हैं, है ना। ये हम लोग, ये मूर्ति सर बताने वाले हैं, इसलिए इसको मैं स्किप कर रहा हूँ। कोप के बारे में मैंने आपको बता दिया, कोप इज प्रोवाइडिंग गाइडलाइंस एंड बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस गाइडलाइंस फॉर पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स। आईसीएमआर की भी अपनी पॉलिसी है इस बारे में, ठीक है, बिकॉज दे ऑल्सो वांट, बिकॉज इट इज ऑल रिलेटेड टू द आउटपुट ऑफ द कंट्री एंड द नेम एंड फेम ऑफ द कंट्री ऑल्सो। एक टाइम तक चाइना और इंडिया सबसे ज़्यादा हिट लिस्ट में है वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के, कि जो है सब जो फर्जी रिसर्च होती है और बोगस काम हो रहा है वो चाइना और इंडिया से ही हो रहा है। तो वी आर कमिंग आउट ऑफ दैट नाउ। जो मैडम ने भी कहा था, रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, लोग कह रहे हैं कि उसको उतनी वाइडर सर्कुलेशन नहीं हो रहा है, डिसमिनेशन नहीं हो रहा है। तो क्या हो रहा है कि 10 लोग अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और 10 लोग खराब कर रहे हैं, लेकिन 10 लोग खराब जो काम कर रहे हैं उनके 10 लोग अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, उनके काम की वैल्यू खत्म हो रही है। तो देयर इज समबडी हु हैज टू टेक ओनर्स, यही रूल्स का बेसिस होता है। तो आईसीएमआर, यूजीसी हैज कम अप, आईसीएमआर हैज कम अप कि भाई ऐसे चलेगा नहीं। They have even defined punishments for it. There are softwares now. All good universities, I know AIIMS Delhi has Authenticate to take care of that. We have, I think, Authenticate. All good prominent universities are having Turnitin or Authenticate to check it. So उसके अलावा free softwares भी हैं। और ये level of plagiarism है, last couple of slides, जिससे आपको आइडिया लग जाएगा कि क्या सेट हैं स्टैंडर्ड्स। 10% तक 0 लेवल है, 10 to 40 लेवल 1, 2, 3 एंड अकॉर्डिंगली पेनल्टीज हैं यूजीसी और आईसीएमआर में, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा हुआ है कि अगर स्टूडेंट ऐसा करता है तो लेवल 0 पे नो पेनल्टी एक्सेप्टेबल है, 10 to 40 में दे हैव टू रिवाइज इट एंड देयर आर स्ट्रिक्टर पनिशमेंट्स इफ द सिमिलैरिटी इंडेक्स इज फाउंड टू बी 40 एंड अबव और 60 and above. Similarly, there are even penal provisions for faculty members also. बिकॉज उनको जो है वो प्रमोशन में डिनायल से लेकर के स्टूडेंट्स नहीं मिलेंगे रिसर्च कराने के लिए. देयर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स which may happen, this thing which will be a common norm in the times to come. So to conclude, these were the different components of publication ethics. We have summarized here. I think all we have discussed to a certain extent, and I hope that things are more clear now. Thank you very much. ये YouTube में अच्छा ये है कि आप देख नहीं सकते किसने सवाल पूछा है. RTI में आता है कि नहीं आता है सर? इस पे तो एक RTI पे हमें करानी चाहिए वर्कशॉप कि RTI में क्या आता है और क्या नहीं आता है. आई थिंक Dr. Lalwani can throw some valuable light on this, I think. है ना? है ना?
पहले वाले को क्लियर किया, लेकिन the participants keep on asking the same question.
हाँ नहीं ठीक है सर. तो that question is solved now because might be the person who is asking question might not be available that time. So it does not come under the purview of RTA.
If it comes, the SPI will definitely forward to you. You have to answer it. So anyway, you have to give the answer. I have said that regarding the thesis, how many students, and what was the topic, and the publication and time. So that's fine. I guess that doesn't come under RTI.
I think sir, this all depends on the exact content of the information sought.
It doesn't know about all. It will forward to you. If it is pertaining to you only RTI, it will come to you.
No, but that comes to us also. But in that case, we always at our level can deny that this information is not available or cannot be provided. That is for us to. I think Dr. Lalwani wants to add something.
Nothing is to be framed all together for the purpose of keep on getting large number of RTI, number of the students, chief guide, co-guide, who has announced the take those number of students. So you don't create the thing. They are going to ask you the name of the student. Because they are only one email ID.
Irony of the situation in my case was that it was from my study one.
It is not to be extracted from the department. Not to give the information only. If the information is available with you, you can give it. The information cannot be extracted.
Yes.
Now the right to privacy act.
This is for the.
The right to privacy act is coming. It is a big jolt to the RTI because under the breaks of RTI, it is being abused like anything. In every sector, it is being used. You have the information.
बातें लंच के साथ भी करेंगे. कुछ बातें लंच के साथ भी कर सकते हैं हम लोग, है ना? दो लोगों की बातों में बाकी लोग लंच क्यों खराब करें?
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Akhilesh Agarwal, sir, Anupama Raina, ma'am, and Sanjeev Lalwani, sir, to felicitate our eminent speaker, Dr. Keynote, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now we can break for lunch. Okay. And we can again gather after 30 minutes for the next. A very good afternoon. So we are starting the sessions now. The next two topics are quite important because we are going to discuss about how to manage references and effective presentation skills. These two topics will be delivered by our Yogesh Kumar sir, and the introduction will be given by Anupama madam.
I feel privileged. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is back after lunch. Those who have not yet entered the hall, I request them to please come in so that we start our next session. Our next speaker is Mr. Yogesh Kumar. Mr. Yogesh Kumar is well known in his field. He'll be talking on two topics: how to manage references and effective presentation skill. Mr. Yogesh Kumar is an in-charge CME AIIMS New Delhi. He's working as this education media journalist. So I welcome Mr. Yogesh. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, madam. And thank you for inviting me for this talk on reference management. In India, we normally use two popular software for reference management. Are you using any of them? Zotero? So those and other ones? Mendeley. Other group? EndNote. Basically, we use normally two popular software. One is pirated EndNote and another one is Zotero. They're quite popular. When I say EndNote pirated, means most of the people use it online one. Otherwise, it is pirated because it is very expensive compared to Zotero, which is available free of cost. And most of the situations, the software is much easier to handle compared to any other software. And other softwares are actually proprietary software, even Mendeley. So sometimes they keep a backup of your research and your references on their own cloud, and they normally track what you are doing, what's similar to actually Google, that they are tracking your all activities and they know what you are doing. So we have the option to use Zotero as a reference management tool because it is available free of cost, and you can sync it in multiple systems. Maybe you have a laptop, then you have a desktop at home or desktop at your office or in the ward or in your office premises, and you can sync all of them. I hope those who are aware about Zotero, this Zotero is available from the site called zotero.org. You can download it here, and because it is open source software, it doesn't require many clicks. You will get an executive file, just click it, install it, and it will install. Another important connector is required along with Zotero is install this Zotero connector. If you are familiar or you are working with Google Chrome, then this window will appear or this icon will appear here, install Chrome connector. If you're using Firefox, then there, instead of this Google Chrome, there will be Firefox connectors will be introduced. If you're using Safari or you're using Internet Explorer, then the connector will be for Internet Explorer. So similarly, my suggestion to you that choose one
whichever your preferred browser. Don't use connector here, connector in another browser, and connector in another third browser. So avoid it. Use it with one connector. Use Zotero with one browser only. That will be a preferred choice. Should be preferred choice. Don't mix it. Otherwise, it can be a complicated situation. So once you install this Zotero in your system, you will find that in Word, you have Zotero written here on the ribbon. Sometime this Zotero you will find in add-ons. There is an icon here, add-ons, if it is 2007 or earlier version, but now it is available here as Zotero Direct. So once you are in Zotero, your requirement is that you need to keep open always whenever you are working related with Zotero. If it is not open, you will find some difficulty, and you will find that neither you are able to save the references from the website, or nor you are able to use the references in your Word file. So you need to keep this Zotero window open. So this is the Zotero window. Some of the key issues here I'll share with you. This area is something similar to your My Document kind of scenario. So you have your folders available here. Whenever you are going for any research, create a folder here. You can name it according to your research paper. Right now I am using blood pressure. So whatever I will download now related with my research from PubMed or from any other site. The advantage with Zotero is that you can download any citation related material from any of the site, not just restricted to PubMed. So all this material I will get and collect somewhere here in this window. There are some features available with the Zotero. I will discuss one after the other. So now this Zotero is actually open. You are in Google with PubMed. Now if I have just searched a few minutes before the title blood pressure, so I have few pages available which I want to consider for my future reference and to use in my Word document later as reference manager. So if I just tick them right like this, maybe randomly or by selecting or by going through their abstract, I have just selected some of them. My next job is to look for this particular icon here. It is a folder icon available and it says save to Zotero. So all the items which I have listed tick mark here will be saved to Zotero. If it is only a one document open here, in such situation, it will just look like a page. This will not look like a folder. Something. Now it is just looking like a page because it is now only one single citation. So if you are selecting from single citation, it will be a page kind of thing. Or if you are selecting from a bunch of the titles, you will get a folder like this. Click it. It will show you the list you have selected. This is the same list which you have selected here. You can just say OK. So it will now save to blood pressure, whichever the directory I have created in my Zotero. and now it is available here. Okay, so what you have not done, if you are using something manual steps, or you're not using any software, then probably you need to copy the abstract, copy the title, author, details, etc., and putting them in the Word file. Once it is in Word file, the next step is to install or insert into the Word file. So now my job is compared to this is very simple. My all that reference material is available in Zotero. Now once that it is in Zotero, I don't need internet further. I can use from here in my Word file. So new file, I'm just typing my file. So my text is ready. Now I need to insert my citations one after the other. So I just click the cursor, the point where I need to insert this reference, go to Zotero. Zotero window will pop up and this says add citation. So add citation. Here we have the list of citations available, type of citations. So normally in thesis, in Indian condition, Vancouver is one of the most popular style which we adopt. So we can go for this Vancouver. And suppose you are going to publish this particular article somewhere. In such situation, you will like to have the citation style according to that particular journal. So we have manage more style kind of option available here. So we can go and click this, but I will demonstrate this manage later. But now we are going to understand the basic concept and the process by using Vancouver and say OK. So another window will pop up. Now, if you are familiar with the title or the author's name, you can just type it here. But if you are not confident that which exact citation I want to insert here, you just can go to switch by clicking this down arrow button and say click view. Once you are here, another window will pop up and you will find all the citation listed under blood pressure are listed here as well. So now, which one I want to insert? No need to consider that in which order they are appearing on this screen. You can select even this one and say OK. So now one is automatically typed here in bracket as per the Vancouver style. Another citation I want to insert here, add citation, save. For reference, and now you have inserted all three. Sometimes you will say, no, we need to insert multiple citations together. And suppose here, आप लोगों की पेशेंस बहुत है भाई. आपको वो नजर आ रहा था जो मैं कर रहा था? I appreciate. Okay. Now this is this is 1, 2, 3. And now I need to insert the citation in between. In normal course, अगर आप मैनुअल कर रहे हैं ये सारा काम, तब आप समझ सकते हैं आपके लिए कितना बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. अगर आपके साइटेशंस 40 या 50 आप ऑलरेडी ऐड कर चुके हैं और आपने अपने फैकल्टी को दिखाया, तो फैकल्टी ने बोला नहीं, आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन 2, remove 2. So what you will do, 1 is okay, 2 you need to change, remove. Manually, if you are doing, it takes lot of time. But here, because we are using software, so now we are between 1, 2 and 3. So we add citation. And I use the citation, this one or other one. But if I want here multiple citation, I have an icon here, multiple source. So I click it, multiple. So this one I want first. Then this one I need second. And say this one I need. And say okay. So now I have 1, 2, 3 to 5 and 6 automatically adjusted. Okay. Now I need to insert my bibliography, right? So add, put your icon in the end of the your article, just click, yeah, add bibliography. Okay, so now your bibliography as per the Vancouver style is ready. Push. This is file in your same document, and it will remain in your same document only. So this, you can save it like this. Any question at this stage? अगर आप पहले से जान रहे हैं सब Zotero को लेके, so I can change my topic and I will switch over to another presentation. Huh? No, but I am not getting any response from the audience. Are you using bibliography? Okay. Now the question may arise, suppose you have already used any of the citation in the document once, you want to use it again. 1, 2, 3 to 5 and this is 6. So if I insert any citation somewhere here and repeat one, what will be the number? If I want to repeat any of them, I have only 6 citations. So, which I have already used once. Suppose I use this one. I don't know which one it is. And I say, okay. So it is actually 1 in my citation list right now. So now it is 1 a repeat. And then you have 3 to 5, 6 and 1 again. And I
want to insert number 1 again.
I'm not saying 1. Whichever. So you need not to worry that it was what was the number. In manual method, you have to make sure that which one I am inserting. It is 1 only. Here you don't need to check that number. It will automatically take the number directly from the system. Suppose I have already inserted all the citation. So randomly if I select any number from here, I don't know. Actually it was 4. So 4th here and 4th somewhere here. So it will automatically adjust. Now normally what happened when you are writing manually all the paper and citations, Suppose you have inserted the citation at 2 places in the document of 10 pages. You have removed from one and one from the bibliography as well. But one is still there in your document somewhere manually. But in this situation, if you remove one from one place, it will be automatically removed if you have deleted from the list of bibliography. But if you have removed only from one place, so now if I remove the first one, you see the first one, it is here. Just remember the name. And I say, okay, I don't need this citation. And I delete it. So now it is 2, the first citation. But as per rule, 2 cannot be first. Need to be 1. So should I do it manually? No, no need. So I will just go and say refresh. So now it is 1. This is 2, 4, and this one was actually my 1. And now this is now 6 because it is now 6. Got it? So rest of the work related with your documentation or bibliography related management, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 business just taken over by the computer, and you are free from this headache. Okay, any question? You have just selected and deleted.
2 to 4 you have given. I don't want to.
I have not given 2 to 4. Okay, this is 2 to 4. Now what do you want? You want to remove 3 from here. Okay. Then you have an option here, edit citation. This is 1, 2, 3 available. Which one you want to remove? Second. Just click it. Remove. Say OK. It is now 2, 3, and rest of the number arranged accordingly. Got it? मेरे लिए ना सही, जोटैरो के लिए ताली बजा दीजिए. Okay, and the list is also showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because 6 citations are still there or may not be there. So you just need to click refresh button after this. So list is again reorganized for you, and your job is quite simple now. So if you have any other question, one important question here is this 6 button, unlink citation. This is one of the most dangerous button. So never use this button till you complete your all thesis work or all paper related work. Now, if you need to send this particular paper to a journal, they will request you to please remove all hyperlinks from your document or create a PDF file only, that too without hyperlink. So in such situation, keep a copy with you with citation, another copy. From this particular copy, use this button to unlink only in the end of your work. If you remove this once, this file will become a text file only. It will not work for Zotero in future. So keep a copy with Zotero and keep a copy without Zotero to send it for publication purpose, so that nothing happened and they don't have any problem in future for publication purpose. So these are some of the things. And now you have sent this particular paper to one journal. They were expecting that, okay, you can manage with Vancouver style, but another journal says, okay, I'm not interested in Vancouver style, we have our own. So how to do it? So you go to the document preferences, the same window will appear again. You can select any of them, but if you find that your journal is not listed here, you just go to the manage style. It will take you to the browser. Get additional styles. It will take you to the browser. Now we have almost 10,000 types of styles available. So suggest the journal name if it is available out of this list. Any journal? हाँ? BMJ तो बहुत कॉमन है. आपका फॉरेंसिक से रिलेटेड कोई जर्नल? Forensic International. This style is available. Do you recognize this style? No, whatever. It is their style. It is accepted in the Zotero. This is Forensic Science International. Click it. It is now part of this list. Click it and say OK. If it is Vancouver style only, then it will remain same. But for a change, I will show you another style where we have most of the time Chicago manual author date style. Chicago manual author date and say OK. So now it is as per the author date and the list is automatically changed as per the Chicago manual author style, and here the list is actually in alphabetical order, not in the order they are appearing in the document. This is actually their style. So you need to select your journal in the preferences and add it here, select it, and now this is all as per the requirement of the journal. So you just don't need to set कि इसको italic करना है या slash लगाना है या page लगाना है. Everything is taken care by the software. Just keep a watch on the time. Huh? So most of the things are clear here, I hope. Save as. That's all. Okay, any other question on Word? Okay, no question. What about this icon? Okay, there are few icons which you will learn maybe in due course once you start using this software. It's not very difficult. And edit bibliography. In case you wish to change some of the text here according to need, you can just use this third icon. Refresh, you have understood. Rest is I have shown you. Now we'll go back to Zotero icon, that what else is available here. The moment you click on the article, you find here all the details available, including the abstract. You have all the details, publication details, etc., etc. And if you want to edit or make some changes here, most likely you will like to change sometimes the page number. This page number means the total article. But if you have gone through this article, you want to be very specific about the page number, you can edit it here. So these are some of the articles जिसका सारा details आपको यहाँ मिल जाएगा. Now what else is required in Zotero? Suppose you have all stock of PDF available with you. You want all of them to be incorporated in this. So initially Mendeley started this business that whatever is available in your computer, it's such like Picasa. Picasa for software you are familiar with, I hope. One of the Google software. It search all the photograph from your library and create a library for you in your, create a browser for you and you see all the photographs. Similarly, Mendeley was used to do the same thing, that select all the PDF from your document computer, no matter it is available in A, B, C or D drive, and it will show you in this particular window. Here we have some of the PDF files available. So these 4 files available, I want them to be included in the same folder. So I just drag and drop here. Automatically, Zotero will send the signal for these files and restore all the technical or proper name for these particular files and save it for you. And now these are the part in this. Now you can quote it anywhere you want. Now you may ask that sometime we need to quote from the book. So in such situation, use this item identifier. You can add the book number, details of any PMID, that is PubMed ID, any digital accounts number which you have, you can add it here, right? But don't add any account numbers here. Okay, ISBN number you can add. The moment you will add ISBN number, it will search and store it in your directory and you can use it later. In case of thesis, sometimes we refer only the thesis available in your own university, not available on the website. In such situation, you have the option to add the books, book section, journal, etc. and even a big list available here, the type of material you can add in Zotero library. Say thesis is somewhere here, thesis. Now you need to add the things manually in this particular window, one by one. The abstract, the authors, you will find all the fields available here, including the university, etc., etc. So you add the details here and it will add in this particular list. So once it is added here, you can use it again in your paper as and when required. We have some preferences here. It is view tools. Preferences. This window will pop up. You have the word processor. In case your system doesn't install the icon which I have shown you in the Word, you need to click this and it will be added. If it is LibreOffice, OpenOffice, if you are using, you need to click this one and it will be added. In the first paper when I was using, always a red line was appearing, red window. So if I click here, it will automatically give you the classical window and say OK. And now look at Word. Insert citation. It will now automatically come instead of that but red kind of ribbon. So you can avoid that. And now you have a list available here. You can just take any citation from here. Okay, so now suppose I have gone through this particular article I want to keep a tag for this, read, to be read, discussed, etc., etc. You can just create a tag here. You can create a note as well. So what is a note for this particular article? Say, out of this article, I want to use this particular para or portion in my article, and I want to quote it. So what you should do actually, you have gone through an article, you want to create a note for your own reference to be used in future. So what you will do, the article is in front of you and the window is available to save something. Copy, paste, right? You will just copy that portion and paste it there. My suggestion, if you want to avoid plagiarism, don't go for copy paste option. Whatever you want to use, and for any reason you want to use from this article, anything, just type it in your own words. So at the time of writing the paper, you have the option available. Okay, from this article, I want to use this. You take that note and put it in your article. It's a good option to avoid plagiarism. Okay, now preferences. So we have gone through this. Sync. Sync is an option that whatever you are saving here now on your computer, and it is saved in C drive, and C, कौन सी drive crash होती है normally? C drive. तो C drive crash हो गया तो आप क्या करेंगे? रात को 2 बजे मुझे तो फोन नहीं करेंगे, इधर C drive crash हो गया. नहीं, ऐसा है, जब शुरू में ये सॉफ्टवेयर आया और हमने इंट्रोड्यूस किया तो मेरे पास तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो गया था कि सर मेरा सी नहीं मिल रहा है, मेरे को ये नहीं हो रहा है, मेरा ये सिंक नहीं हो रहा है, और मेरी वो फाइल थी अब डिलीट हो गई है, मिल नहीं रही है, क्या करें? तो बेस्ट ऑप्शन दैट यू हैव 3 ऑप्शन आई विल सजेस्ट यू राइट नाउ. 1, create an account with Zotero. It is a must. You can use it, your own Gmail ID or any other ID. You can create your own account, or you can create your Zotero account. So username, password ऐड करके रखिए. पासवर्ड रिट्रीव करने का बहुत सिंपल ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है Zotero के पास भी, if you are using any Gmail or any other mail ID along with this account. No, it will save all your information in cloud as well. So Zotero cloud में वो सेव होगा, आप जब चाहें उसे यूज कर सकते हैं और कभी भी आप उस मटेरियल को रिट्रीव कर सकते हैं. सेकेंड ऑप्शन है, आपके पास जो भी आपके पास मटेरियल अवेलेबल है इस कंप्यूटर पे, उसी को आप एक्सेस करना चाहते हैं घर में, so the same data will be available on that computer as well. So you don't need to worry where is my data. So one option is using this. Another option could be that now you have data on multiple computers. One option to save it. One option is to save your data somewhere else. Where it is. This is sync. No. Somewhere here. Files and folders. At present, the whole data for this particular workshop, it is stored in C user HP Zotero. Means in your document, in your My Documents folder somewhere. So as per this is in C. User means document, HP and Zotero. HP is the name of the computer. You can just change it by defining it to custom. Where you want to save it, create a folder, go to D drive. D drive, select a folder, create a folder here, select the folder. It will ask, use the new directory. What you will say? Any option? Yes, no, or what? Always good to have directory somewhere else except C. So you will be saved. बंद होएगा एक बार, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. But same directory will be available there. दोबारा खोल लीजिए. Okay. रीस्टार्ट करेंगे. सारा डाटा कहाँ था? डी ड्राइव में पोर्ट हो गया, बट अब वो कब रिट्रीव होएगा? आफ्टर रीस्टार्ट. ओके, सो व्यू, एडिट, you have the preferences. What else is available? File, export your library. Whatever is your library, the whole library of different topics and all, you can export and save it in C drive or in USB for your work. And similarly, you can import your library. You can import as well. So import export to USB is one saving idea. Another one is your email account, making a directory in cloud, and the safe side, keep your directory in D drive. Fine? Okay. Anything else? Over half an hour. So now export, import is all available. You can do that. Any question? Of course. Okay. So now move on to my next talk. Huh? Okay. Suppose you have a document available with you like this in the Word, and you need to transfer it into PowerPoint slides. Right? How many times you will cut paste? You have 20 slides material available, 10 slides material available with you. 10 is the title, 10 is in body text. So how many times you will go and copy paste? 10 times for title, 10 times for body text, 10 times you will open for PowerPoint for title, 10 times you will open for copy paste, and same way you will come back to Word. It's a difficult job, right? It can be done with just 2 clicks. PowerPoint खुल गया अपने आप. 10 स्लाइड्स तैयार हो गए. This one having too much text. So how many times you will try to adjust this? You will duplicate the slide, right? And then थोड़ा सा ऊपर का हटाओ, थोड़ा सा नीचे का हटाओ एक स्लाइड से. तो एक क्लिक करेंगे यो भी एडजस्ट हो जाएगा. So one slide, another slide. Text is.
सर कैसे किया है वो समझ में नहीं आया है.
Okay.
हाँ हाँ, रिपीट करिए पूरा सर.
Okay. Nothing to do with Zotero. Zotero is over. Okay. Actually, my presentation topic is actually a bad presentation, and I will go with this. वो मुझे गलती से मैंने शुरू कर दिया. वो गलती से शुरू हो गया actually. My presentation is on this. Actually, we conduct a workshop in CMET on all the topics like tools for PowerPoint, Excel in Excel, tools for scientific writing in MS Word, etc. अभी आपने जो Zotero देखा है, that was just a 10% of what we have tools, other tools available in MS Word to organize all this. I have not talked about cross-reference. I have not talked about labels. I have not talked about the generic bullets. I have not talked about the serial bullets required nowadays for the article writing, etc. Actually, we conduct workshops, so I am just promoting my workshops as well. So if you have not gone through this, remind me in the end of the workshop. I will come back to the previous exercise. But here we have a bad presentation and its elements. Of post-COVID, how many of you agree that medical education is dying because of PowerPoint and Zoom? How many of you agree that because of PowerPoint and Zoom, medical education is dying? Teaching is not there, practical aspects बहुत हैं. So बहुत कुछ ऐसा है जो PowerPoint से नहीं हो रहा है या नहीं करना है. So क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है? So हम क्या कर रहे हैं आजकल PowerPoint से?
Normal medical education system, and we are now reverting back slowly to the old traditional way of.
Actually, जब हम एक कुछ चीज़ें सीखते हैं, अच्छी सीख लेते हैं. वो जब टीचिंग सीखी थी तो शायद अच्छी सीखी थी. पीपीटी सीखा तो अच्छा नहीं सीखा, और क्योंकि वो अच्छा नहीं सीखा उसको हम अनलर्न नहीं कर सकते. अनलर्न नहीं कर सकते तो 2 साल में वो रीइंफोर्स हो गया कि अब तो हम बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं कर सकते. तो अब जो हो रहा है वो शायद बहुत ख़राब हो रहा है, जो पहले नहीं हो रहा था. पहले कुछ लोग चॉक बोर्ड उठा भी ले रहे थे, अब तो चॉक बोर्ड क्लासरूम से ख़त्म ही हो गया. तो अगर ऐसा हो गया तो पावर पॉइंट है तो अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं? हाउ वी आर मेकिंग आवर प्रेजेंटेशंस, हाउ वी आर मेकिंग आवर क्लासरूम टीचिंग इफेक्टिव एंड इंटरैक्टिव. बड़े क्वेश्चंस हैं. Half an hour may not be enough to introduce all this, but I will try to show you some of the tricks and for the presentation skills actually. So why a bad presentation? A bad presentation is actually required for the backbenchers. कि थोड़ा देर सोने के लिए मिल ही जाएगा किसी ना किसी को. जबकि आ भी गई तो बैड प्रेजेंटेशन को देखा ना देखा बराबर है. लेकिन अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन अगर होएगा तो ज़रूर लोग उसे देख लेंगे. पूरा का पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन हम अपनी स्लाइड्स में लाने की कोशिश करते हैं. नो मैटर हाउ इट इज़, वी वांट टू टीच और शेयर इन आवर प्रेजेंटेशन A to Z of our topic, because we want to prove that we are the king. टेक्निकल डिटेल्स जितना भी हो सकता है लाने की कोशिश करते हैं अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में. बुलेट्स लगाते हैं because bullets are the killers. So use them bullets effectively in your presentation. Don't put too much text in your slides. Font size, you can keep it simple. Not too small, not too big. Sans serif, the all thick fonts are equally good, and avoid those who are having thin lines in between like Times New Roman, etc. Avoid such fonts. Titles sometimes when we are creating are too big, and we need to have small titles for our slides. Spelling check is very important in presentation. If you are with spelling mistakes in your presentation, you will not believe it, the backbencher starts betting on it. That next slide, 2 mistakes or 1 mistake, laga shab. So वो शुरू हो जाएगा. So avoid all spelling checks. Equations. Maybe you want to explain such kind of equation in your presentation, then keep just 1 or 2 equations only. Diagram with animation, cut, very difficult to understand. How many Ks in this? Very difficult to point out and count. Audience के लिए तो एक tedious job हो जाएगा if you'll ask any question. So keep your material in tables. And now you can see in my table that 1.7972 somewhere. So where it is, no one knows. So use graph. Which graph? What type of graph? This one, colorful graph from the Microsoft Office, or this one, or with number, or with table as well. What exactly you want? Keep them simple. Simple, but which blue line you want to see? So, lectures. What I am doing till now is lecturing. So my retention is somewhere here, 5%. How can I make it 90%, 70% or so? We need to work on it. So slide versus effectiveness. More number of slides, less effective. So theoretically, my presentation will lie somewhere here because I have somewhere around 90 slides in this presentation. You can have real bar graphs. You can have pizza with you and you can show the pie charts. The whole pie is yours. Graphs. Okay, probably you cannot see it here. Better use high quality graphs. Line diagrams and diagrams. Avoid it such poor graphs. Animation is good, but use it effectively. It is actually a word of imagination and imagination. Okay. Microsoft has given so many animation effects. Use them effectively, because till you complete the slide on the screen, you don't speak and it consumes a lot of time. So you can avoid it. Open it the right direction. When you are trying for the flowchart, check your flowchart well in advance. Stay now. So, how many of you think, okay, your opinion about my slides? Good slide or bad slides? All bad slides? Okay, they are all good slides of bad examples. Right? We are all familiar about what is bad. But when we prepare our slides, we don't consider these aspects. So, you probably cannot read something like big charts on the screen. You can avoid such slides right from the beginning. Okay, how to check your slides? 6 poor turn-off, top turn-off are actually monotonous voice, disorganized, etc., etc. And I should not read all these slides word by word, or I should not even write all the slides word by word. So one trick, if you want to make good presentation and a confident presentation. Write your presentation first on your paper. Very difficult job because आजकल हम पेन से नहीं लिख रहे हैं, पेंसिल से क्या लिखेंगे. But the advantage when we are writing with pencil that you can erase some of the wrong things which you have written there. When you are erasing or writing with your pen, you can just cut it. So when you cut it, the word image is still in your mind. When you are writing and erasing with the pencil and rubber, you can just erase that particular word. It will erase from your memory. And when you are using it in your presentation, your confidence level will be high and you will be able to present better. So, okay, this is the color scheme. You will not like it. I can have 15 minutes presentation on color scheme. Do you want it? Not now, not now. Say no, say no. Say no, I don't have it right now. I have kept it small. This is one of the top most popular color schemes available in the presentation. If you just go and check for your knowledge that how many presentation having blue background, you will find the most. And the more contrast, energy and clarity and sharpness is available here in this color scheme. So good color scheme. So what happened? I used animation for no reason. So avoid such kind of animation. अभी sound अगर आप और सुन पाते इसका तो और भी आपको पता लगता है कि कितना बैंग 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 इसमें था कि हर स्लाइड के बाद और हर लाइन के बाद एक साउंड आ रहा है. So avoid it. Use simple color scheme as much as possible. So now death by PowerPoint. This is the key issue, key area of the presentation today. So presentations, normally we don't prepare our own presentation. कितने लोग हैं जो अपनी presentation, original presentation खुद बनाते हैं? How many? Few. कहाँ से बनाते हैं और कैसे बनती है original presentation आजकल? Normally, I'm not talking about the experts, but normally हमारा presentation बनना शुरू होता है. We search some presentation on Google that this is the material already available. We download 6-7 presentation on that particular topic from the Google and copy paste the slides in our own presentation and finally polish it. So the number of slides in our presentations are huge. Sometimes for 30-minute presentation, we have 60, 70 or 80 slides. For seminars, the number goes beyond 100. Avoid it. Go through all the presentations, whatever you want to see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, no issue. But select your own slides, right from the title to end, that what exactly you want to convey on this particular topic. Poor understanding of media selection is one another problem when we conduct workshop on media selection in education in CME regularly. That is a complete 1.5 day workshop. We are not familiar. Okay, have you gone through the newspaper in the morning? आज नहीं पढ़ा होगा ये तो पक्का है क्योंकि यहाँ आना था सुबह जल्दी, नाश्ता यहीं था. कल का न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ा? किसी ने न्यूज़पेपर नहीं, ई पेपर भी पढ़ा है. एक जना न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ रहे हैं अभी. ऐसा होगा नहीं, वैसे नॉर्मली लोग पढ़ रहे होंगे पेपर. कैन यू रिकॉल द हेडलाइन टुडे, टुमारो, लास्ट डे? एडिटर ने बहुत उसके ऊपर मेहनत किया होगा हेडलाइन डिज़ाइन करने के लिए. किसी ने पढ़ा है? किसी को याद है? किसी को भी याद? लास्ट डे न्यूज़ देखा था किसी ने? टीवी पे न्यूज़ कुछ याद है न्यूज़ से रिलेटेड? एक ही केस चल रहा है आज देश में. Shraddha murder case. But we don't know what exactly happening in the case, what happened last day. We just remember few fake things. Order hua hai. It was a secondary news. Primary news was somewhere else. Modi ji ने क्या किया? वहां थे बाली में. I'm not just testing your memory or knowledge. I'm just telling you one of the concept. I'm telling you the concept related with the memory and the requirement and the strength and weakness of the medium. If we go through a book, we find lot of details available in just one book. But we cannot convert this whole book into video just because we think video is very fancy, or neither in PowerPoint. So what we need, actually we need to be very selective according to the medium, that which medium is important for which particular type of teaching. So if I'm preparing a pamphlet or a booklet or a poster, I can have more information in that. But if I'm preparing a video, my video should be very live. It need to be very effective, impressive, with some drama and elements, etc. So people can see it. Otherwise, if I just start showing all dead slides on my video as well, so people will switch off maybe within 3 or 4 minutes. They may not be very interested in this. So we need to select the media very selectively, that okay, this is exactly what I want in my slides. We don't need to remember is another problem with PowerPoint. We have lot of material, no number of slides, and we start seeing the projector or the laptop and start talking and reading the slides because we don't need to remember anything anymore. At the time when we are using the chalkboard teaching, we were recalling each and everything and teaching as per the curriculum of the subject or the session. But nowadays, everything is available on the PowerPoint slide and we are just reading. Avoid it. Endless presentation is one problem. Less interaction. How many times in teaching especially, we have seen a deliberate question point in the PowerPoint presentation? Hardly. We may ask question in between, that is okay. But we don't plan it, that okay, after these many slides, I will ask this particular question to make it interactive. And how I will make my class interactive, I don't incorporate that portion in my presentation. I don't ask any question, I don't interact with people, and I don't take responses from the people. Doesn't make any sense. Less creativity. We are just using copy-paste material most of the time in the presentations. So that is another problem. And if you are dealing in class or in presentation, then monotonous voice and monotonous slides is another problem which actually creating boredom in the workshop or the classes. And the most important thing, that we don't take feedback. We hardly take feedback from the audience or from the students, that okay, how was my presentation, what was good or what was bad in my presentation. So if you collect your feedback, probably you can have some response and you can improve your presentation. Okay, this slide itself is a good example of the point which I have explained, death by PowerPoint. Because we don't need to remember so many things, we just keep on repeating by seeing the tips from the presentation and talking, because we are good in talking. So avoid such situation in the PowerPoint presentation. Ask a few questions before you go for the presentation. So are you hiding behind the podium? Are you staring at some of the bosses or the first row? Is your hands free or stick to the podium only? Are you staring at the laptop only, especially on the podium? Are you engaging the audience? Are you staring at the screen? Or your back is towards the audience? My problem today is that they are recording and people are watching me online, so I cannot move from this area. Otherwise, I could have walked in between and conducted the same presentation without any problem. Because the camera has restricted me today, so I am not able to move here and there. So which one is a better option? Sticking to this place or moving here and there, especially in the class? You have your presenter available with you. You can just move all your slides with the help of this and use it. Avoid your back from the audience. Laser pointer related some issues, that sometimes people start using laser pointer indicating all this and they just do it like this and making all. You might have seen with these people, and sometimes they keep pressing this and their icon is moved even towards the chairperson, something like this, and they just talk. Avoid it. If you want to make a circle, feel confident, underline, click it, and point it. Answering the questions. Sometimes audience asks some questions and you reply them immediately, right? Mostly कौन question पूछता है? जो लोग first row में रहते हैं, right? So if someone who is in the first row, you will ask the question and you just say, yes, sir. So audience in the back side may not be, मतलब they will just surprise that okay, क्या question पूछा था? इन्होंने कहा yes, sir. I say just he asked, actually, do you live in Mayur Vihar? I said yes, sir. Nothing to do with my presentation, but पीछे के लोग कंफ्यूज हैं कि क्यों क्वेश्चन पूछा और क्या पूछा और क्या जवाब दिया. So say, repeat your question, the question which has been asked by the first row, and answer it if mic is not available there. Then one more trick here. Sometime in the end of the presentation, chairman asks any question, right? Somebody asks, okay, any question, and you find the full silence in the hall. So most of the time, my suggestion to all of you that please give 3 or 4 good questions to some of your colleagues sitting here and there. Ask them, please ask in the end of the question and session. So what happened? What will happen? All the presenters without question and answer. And when your turn comes, someone will ask any question and immediately 4 hands up. People will surprise that what was his presentation? यार अब तक हमने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया. क्या क्वेश्चन पूछने वाला है? उसने क्वेश्चन पूछा, आपको आंसर आता है, आपने फट 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 आंसर दिया. 1 2 3 4 4 क्वेश्चन के आंसर आपके सेशन में हुए, प्राइज आपका. So you're familiar with this? क्या लग रहा है? This is looking like hemodialysis animation. The impurities coming through the membrane into the water, and water is getting flushed out. While the red blood, the pure blood is going back to the vein. And Got it? We also conduct workshop for animation in PowerPoint in CME. Now point to be remembered that be prepared for good presentations. Don't cram too much. Remember that 80-20 rules. People don't remember 80% of the presentation. They just remember 20% of the presentation and in fact 20% of the slide itself. So if I just ask you one question, have you seen, remember first 4 slides of my presentation? Do you remember? First 4 slides of my presentation. उनके बैकग्राउंड देखे थे? उनके बैकग्राउंड देखे थे आपने? अलग अलग थे या एक साथ था? क्या था? ओके, अलग अलग थे या एक से थे? हाँ? You will recall that these 4 figures, actually one of the most popular figures right from Office 95, available in picture as demo pictures in PowerPoint. These 4 first pictures. उतने पॉपुलर पिक्चर्स थे वो, आज तक भी हैं और हम लोगों ने वो देखे भी, लेकिन हमें याद नहीं। याद रखने की जरूरत थी क्या? पिक्चर को याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं थी एक्चुअली। कंटेंट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। मैंने जो कहा वो शायद ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट था उस टाइम पे। वो टाइम पे जो कहा वो इम्पॉर्टेंट है। आपको अगर वो कुछ याद रहा हो तो उसका कितना % आप सोचते हैं कि याद रहेगा घर तक जाने के बाद? कितने % याद रहेगा? हार्डली 5-10%। और टोटल प्रेजेंटेशन का कितना याद रहेगा? 20 तो एक रूल है, मैंने वो रूल ही कोट कर दी, बट हार्डली वी रिमेंबर एट द टाइम ऑफ कॉन्फ्रेंस एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। नॉर्मली अगर हम क्वेश्चन भी करते हैं या क्वेश्चन पूछना भी चाहते हैं तो कितने क्वेश्चन कब आते हैं लाइफ में, वो भी एक स्टैटिस्टिक्स अवेलेबल है, लोगों ने सर्वे किया होगा। When you are sitting in the class, probably 50% of the class questions emerges there. 30% when they go back and study, and 10% to the presenter, only when you are actually struggling with the questions raised by some of the radical students, not by the gentlemen. वो कुछ उल्टा सीधा पूछेंगे, तब आपके माइंड में एक क्वेश्चन आएगा कि इसका मुझे आंसर नेक्स्ट टाइम में देना है। वी डोंट हार्डली रिमेंबर, सो डोंट गिव मच फोकस टू योर स्लाइड्स। उतना बताइए जितना ज़रूरत है उस स्लाइड्स में। ये सब चीज़ें आप बहुत बार देख सुन चुके हैं। बैड प्रेजेंटेशन का एक फ़ायदा सिर्फ ऑडियंस को होता है, वो आराम से, ख़राब प्रेजेंटेशन है तो वो आराम से पीछे सो सकती है, बैठ कर सकती है, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन आपको कहीं और लेके जा सकता है। एंड पीपल में आस्क्ड कि आप हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में आइए और एक टॉक दीजिए। एक्चुअली टाइटल ऑफ माय प्रेजेंटेशन वाज दिस, इनकरेक्ट। विश यू ऑल लक, बी क्रिएटिव एंड हैव फन। थैंक यू। देखिए क्या नुकसान किया मैंने अपना, कि मेरा जो प्रेजेंटेशन था वो साइड में हो गया और जो एक सरप्राइज एलिमेंट था वो इफेक्टिव हो गया और लोग उसके पीछे हैं, जानना चाहते हैं। अब टाइम परमिट नहीं कर रहा है। हाँ, क्या करना चाहिए? कोई भी कमांड आपको लगता है कि मैंने क्रिएट किया? कोई कमांड ऐसी है जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस की है जो मैंने क्रिएट की हो? नॉट पॉसिबल, वो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस ने किया. It is available in all Microsoft Office. The only point is that we have not explored it. And most of the time, we don't explore. How many of you have explored this particular How many of you have explored this particular list? और ये आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि अभी जो प्रेजेंट ऑफिस है उसके अंदर करीबन 30-40% एरिया इस लाइन ने कवर किया हुआ है. बट इट इज़ वन ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, एंड यहीं से एक ट्रिक था, और ये एक ट्रिक पॉइंट ये था, हेडिंग 1, हेडिंग 2, हेडिंग 3, these are listed here, heading 1, heading 2. In MS Word, whatever is heading 1 is heading of the PowerPoint presentation slide. Second, third, fourth labels subsequently are the part of body text. If you think that you have 10 pages presentation in the Word available and you want to export it, probably it may not happen, but it can take you 25, 26 slides in one go, provided you have just used it, this particular technique, to divide your data by using heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. This is available. How it was done actually. Suppose you have any data available like this, and you have used this particular list number, you can use this. But most important is that, okay, these two things, heading 1, heading 2, you can create. An icon here is called send to PowerPoint. Okay, by just clicking two buttons, heading 1, heading 2, converted, and send to PowerPoint. But how many of you try to search this icon, send to PowerPoint here, and you have not seen it? Neither explained nor seen. So how to get it here? See, this is the one toolbar here as well, along with these toolbars. So you click the down arrow here, go to more commands. This is popular commands available. Whatever popular commands are there are all available on your ribbons here. But if you are going for all commands, you have number of commands available. So these commands are actually collection of all the commands available in MS Office since 95. But because some of the things are now computer is doing automatically for you, so it is avoided in the ribbons on the first frame. But if you want to add some of these commands, and we just go through all these commands one by one, you will find that some of the commands are of your interest on daily basis, some of the commands. So if you want these commands to be appear on the first row here, you can see some of the commands here, and send to Microsoft PowerPoint is again available here. So you just need to search for this. You will find somewhere here in send to PowerPoint, send to Microsoft PowerPoint, add it and say okay. This icon will appear here and you can use it. So now how to make it heading 1, heading 2? Control A, clear formatting. Now no formatting available for this icon. So if you have these numbers available and you think that these 4 points are actually sub-level of point 1.2, just press tab button. No need to go for the word or icons here. And if you find that this is actually subpoint, not a subpoint, but a subpoint of literacy is not essential, press tab button. If you think this is actually a heading of the another slide, just press tab shift. So movement of these positions you can control by tab or shift tab. Rest of the number will automatically adjust it. So this is another advantage of multi-level bullets. And if you convert them into heading 1, heading 2, no matter what happened to your slides right now, and just press this icon here, send to PowerPoint. It will open the PowerPoint and send the slides there. All the slides available, just click editing. Editing is available. The trick here, if the text is overflowing here, an icon is available here. When you click on the border of this, you have the option to split the text between the two slides. Click it and split into two slides. So many other tools are available. Attend the workshop at CME. Thank you very much. So, what is the conclusion of my presentation? So, conclusion of my presentation is that come with surprises. Present something which is not available with the viewers. Then only people will remember you. Otherwise, routine, tedious or boring slides, avoid it. Come with surprises. Thank you very much. Sir, बताएंगे.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really wonderful and very effective. I wish all our audience enjoyed and thoroughly learned all these things about Jyotiro as well as presentation skills. So I would like to request our Murthy sir and Verma sir to felicitate our guest speaker. Next, we have a presentation on the topic how to write without violating copyrights. Okay, so we do not require any introduction for our speaker. He is our teacher and professor, Dr. O.P. Murthy sir. I would like to invite O.P. Murthy sir, but before that, madam will invite him and give a brief intro.
Good afternoon. Well, she's right that he doesn't need any introduction, but I am bound to introduce him to this gathering. Professor O.P. Murthy, I remember when he joined AIIMS, I had joined PhD in Feb 91, and you joined after maybe a month or so, the same year, 1 or after months, he joined as an assistant professor. So I have a long association with him. So now to brief it, so Professor O.P. Murthy is currently working as a professor in the professor in the Department of Forensic Medicine. And he has completed his undergraduation and postgraduate from MAMC, Delhi. and is dedicated medical teacher and a professor, ex-professor, King Faisal University, Dammam, KSA. He has been author of many books in the field of forensic medicine. He has worked in the area of interest in medical education, teaching UG and PG. He has initiated forensic modular teaching and training, faculty development trainings. He is remarked for his publication in India and in Indian and international journals. He has 30 years of expertise in the field of forensic medicine and is an aspirant faculty at AIIMS, New Delhi. I welcome you, sir, for your talk. Please, sir.
थोड़ा सा एनलार्ज कर दो नहीं मैं चश्मा ले Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And I think after a long discussion since morning, so and moreover, my job has been streamlined by Professor Tanuj and Professor Verma. But still, just to have the few tips when you are writing, because writing is compulsory in our teaching profession. So this is the basic norms, ethics. Basically, it has been reiterated again and again, ki do's and don'ts kind of a thing. Ki you do this and you don't do this. And learning resources, mainly like when we were students, such kind of teachings were not there. We were traditional, following our teachers, and internet was not available. So basically we were learning from our teachers and whatever examples were there. So from society, from peers and all, when we entered referencing how to write article, what is a big challenge? We used to write on typewriters, then search Medline in National Medical Library. So writing article was a very costly affair and time consuming. But now the things have changed. Research we have to continue as it is our moral and obligation. As far as the topics are concerned, it has been well highlighted how to do research by Professor Lalwani. So I will not expand on this. Plagiarism. So it's a very commonly used word, plagiarism. Involves action and academic theft has already been told. So using work, ideas, words of others without giving credit. कि भाई पराया माल अपना और उसका नाम तक भी नहीं जपना जिसका माल है हैं कि नाम काम किसी और का माल अपना कि जी मेड बाय सो एंड सो तो वो एक्चुअली प्लेगरिज्म आ जाता है प्लेगरिज्म सॉफ्ट टर्म्स में वी वर यूजिंग इन एकेडमिक फील्ड नाउ इट हैज टेकन अ सीरियस टर्न but mainly it was more concerned about commercial activities. But in most of the cases we heard about only pictures. Okay, these pictures has been lifted from Hollywood, this has been lifted from novel. But now in academic field, because cutthroat competition, overpopulation, and availability of too much human resource has made the competition very tough. Types of plagiarism have already been taught to you. Action can be by busy institutions, or these can be by your councils, medical council, nursing councils, and dental councils, or professional bodies like National Medical Council is having, or other associations are having. By journals, by blacklisting, and self-directed learning, and person is told to Learn first and then say the things. It happens when a writer has a poor management skills. And our basic lacuna in our country is that most of us are using English as a second language. Second language. The primary language is your native language or mother tongue. So basically, first we have to think in mother tongue, then I have to convert to English, and in this gap, some gap is there, and to writing tough English was very difficult. But now most of the children are being educated in private schools and English medium schools. Like when I entered in medical college, I had done my 12th standard also in Hindi medium in science. And coming to some, most of us, like those who were from government institutions, had the Hindi medium in Delhi. Only in private institutions, the English medium was there. So it was a big challenge. The first you have to learn the art. So first 3-4 months we devoted to language only. Then we learned the language, and somehow the workable English, now we are using it. And as students are having poor examples, the teachers were reluctant or not aware, or this practice was not prevalence. Lack of self-confidence, I cannot write so good. So I think let me copy and make the work easier. And there is no plagiarism checking system was available. Now it is there. As Professor Tanuj told, ki thesis from South can be written in North, or it can be copied as such, so person has the degree. One article published by Long, they had in a plagiarism cases, the 212 pairs were compared. 86 had the similarity between original and its duplicate. 73% was average number of the shared references. Few references were added, but 73% were the same one. Only 70 cited original articles as a reference, and 4 shared the same tables, lifted the same tables and figures. So this was published in Science in 2003. Indian scenario, examples are numerous, and even the big names have been there. And the famous name was the NCRT director, Mr. Rajput, and many other, one science professor, chemistry professor, who had from SD University South, SV University, had 70 papers in PubMed journals which were detected he had plagiarized. So many examples. So it is full. Once you check the net, you will find so many examples. International scenario, all big pictures, big figures have been labeled as for a plagiarism, they have been alleged. So like Martin Luther, Barack Obama, Aristotle, these all had the allegations of plagiarism. So it is a basically disease. And once we recognize the disease, so we have to treat it. So that's why this task has been taken to treat in India. Best is train our human resource in a best way, whatever is possible. We should not be dependent on the foreign agencies. We should create our own system. To avoid plagiarism, matter is very simple. भाई आप किसी का माल यूज कर रहे हैं, उसको थैंक यू बोलने में या क्रेडिट बोलने में क्या जाता है, समझ ना? अगर कोई सलाम से खुश हो जाता है तो उसको बिना मतलब आप क्यों तंग कर रहे हैं? Most of the people are happy with acknowledgement, with the credit. If you are giving credit, matter is simplified. No issue. Okay, he has mentioned my reference, he has taken my material, fine enough. But once you have taken the material and not mentioning, an angry man can do anything with it. Then you should be ready to face the fair dealing. Now question is how much material to be used. So you have to look for journals, books, figures, words and paragraphs. Copyright violation, you can say it's a law. And law, as you take, is a violation of law. That was the ethical part which is now being converted by NMC into the legal part by labeling as giving punishments. Especially the criminal action may be there by metropolitan magistrate or judicial magistrate of first class. Punishment, it may vary, section 63, 6 months to 3 years, and 50,000 is the fine up to the 2 lakh rupees. Section 63A is a second offense. Punishment is 1 to 3 years and 1 to 2 lakhs is the fine. Other acts, information technology, 2000 under section of 56 and 56.3. IPC 403, dishonest appropriation of somebody's material. Intellectual property by 63B by IT Act, and NASCOM Industry Initiative, that also they have the National Association, and it's a violation. Now, so by such an things we cannot work, but law has a provision, section 52, the certain acts are not copyright violations. Once you are using the material, you are using in a fair dealing. It has been mentioned in section A and B. If you are using for the teaching purpose, training purpose, examination, judicial purposes, legislative purposes, research purposes, and private study, then these are not violation of the copyright. You are permitted to use the material, any material, without even permission, but you should acknowledge. Suppose you are taking a picture of someone, must acknowledge the resource from this journal, from this way, for these acts. Level of lifting, as UGC has defined 0 level to 04, and the punishments are different. Few lines taken, credit lacking, it has been detected. Okay, advise the person, okay, kindly rectify and bring the script again. If more than 3 paragraphs or 300 words, 20% of the total, warning not to repeat. If more than 50% and 1000 words, require ethical clearance for any paper in future, plus warning, recorded warning. More than 90% orientation, it means the person is totally lacking skills, has no intention to learn, and delay in promotion and recorded warning, or sometimes they are fired from the job. Okay, you please go somewhere else. We don't require your services, right? Only author's name change, severe 1 to 5 years. Only the title is same, only author's name is changed, rest of the paper is done. We have examples, even Medical Council of India awarded eraser for 1 year in one particular case, but ultimately because of technical reasons, the case was dropped. Fair dealing, use and give credit. How much to use? 250 words, 300 words, and 400 words. Usually, idea is 200 words you can use from any material. Paragraph, maximum 2 or 3 paragraphs can be used in a particular paper or particular citation. In total article, 100 to more than not 100 and 200 words should be there. In total book, not more than 400 words should be there. Maximum permitted, if it is a very voluminous book, is 800 from a one particular source. Figures, maximum 3 to 5 with credit. Photographs, 3 to 5. Now, because the Copyright Act is, rights are up to 60 years. These are changing with the time. Initially, when people used to travel by ship, so it was 25 years. Then it was increased to 30 years, 40 years. Now it is 60 years. Now it has been extended more till the person is alive, so that the copyright exists, right exists. When not to give reference, there are certain matters where you need not to, like once you are starting writing, initially you are confused where to give reference, where not to give reference. You are not supposed to give reference when it's a common knowledge. And now what is the common knowledge? Common knowledge when the same material has been given in more than 5 books, 4 to 5 books. Article has been published in more than 10 journals and having the same material. accepted norms and equation, like sun rises in the east, and tomorrow I start claiming, no, it is my copyright. I told everybody that sun rises in the east. So people laugh at me, what this man is talking. So there are certain universal facts which we need not to give reference. If it is a very specific thing, then only we need to give reference. Then universal fact, as I told you. Paraphrasing, we have to admit, either directly or indirectly, most of the books are written by paraphrasing. Only some authors take the pain to write the books with proper referencing. Otherwise, most of the books you will find paraphrasing references are not given, and especially in Indian context, I would say, may change the voice of sentences, perspective, so that's the different forms. So it has to be learned art. भाई पहले अंग्रेजी अच्छी तरह सीखो. Paraphrasing भी तो काम तो रुकेगा नहीं. It has to continue. It has to be wisely done. Paraphrasing has to be wisely done, and it should not be direct. Then citation methods. Best is the uniform guidelines for biomedical researchers. First is idea, always quote, cite. Quote, always cite. Paraphrasing, if you are doing not in a fashioned way or a mature way, then better it is to cite. There is no need to cite the common knowledge, as I told you. There is no need to cite your own views and ideas. What to do? First of all, language orientation, those who lack the language skills, best practice guidelines given in the most of the journals to read, do's and don'ts, and lecture citation is more than sufficient. Paper write, demonstrate skills first. First, you have to work under supervision of someone. You must write, and you must write at least the paper thrice, 4 eyes. As you revise, you get matured in paper writing. Skill claim, substance work under supervision. Because now, the large number of people start claiming expert without having experience or training. So that practice should not be there. Writing, maybe from any source, for papers, for research perspective, for review articles, case reports, chapters in the book, book writing, proceeding writings. So these are the different ways when we are supposed to write. Now, detection is also possible. Most of the universities are using. These are the names of the softwares which we are using, the different universities which are available on for price, and some are the free also are available to check the plagiarism. Actions by institutions. Initially the censor, advance pay and goodbye to the candidate. Action by the person aggrieved, fraud, cheating, misappropriation, copyright infringement. Now suppose inadvertently, immaturely it has happened. Now how to come out gracefully? Because who is the person who never faced the problem? Is there any person in the world who has not committed mistake? Suppose inadvertently, unintentionally, the mistake has happened. Now how to come out of it? That is the art. Life is a learning process, always positive reinforcement. It is not the end of the world. Life does not end here only. Let's start and have a new beginning. Though defacing is there, there is always scope to improve. Every day is a new day. Is there any person who did not commit mistake? Always remember, be bound to learn from mistakes. Mistakes are teachers, so we should not get demoralized. If something happens, though, practice should be to avoid it. Take precautions. Then Lincoln failed 13 times before becoming president. Remember the Lincoln when bad time is there. Incidents are teachers, no frustration, and bear the frustration coping skills. And it will improve the positive outlook. Conflicts, as I told you, author has a conflict, credit if you're given, he is more than happy. Publishers are business people. They are earning a lot, as Professor Deepak highlighted. From your hard work, they are earning, and even you cannot use your own material. Peer and colleagues may be unhealthy competitions, as you will be surprised to know. The most of the complaints are originated from friends and your colleagues. No outsider is there to complain. So unhealthy competition should not be there. It should be a healthy competition. Society may be looking for integrity and honest people, may be suffering from epidemics of dishonesty, hypocrisy. Man learns from the society, as these are the prevailing practices in the society. But it's always better to be honest. Honesty and integrity is an individual commitment. Concept of, I think we should not, precaution, honesty is the best policy. Learn first. No harm in learning at any stage. Hard work under guidance, STM guidelines, elsewhere guidelines. These are the good publishers who have given guidelines. Public domain material, which is available, unlicensed use, and economical loss to the genuine party, because it's a very costly affair. Even if the matter goes to the lower court, it costs you minimum 5 lakh rupees. And it goes to the Supreme Court, it costs you more than 15 lakh rupees, because the lawyer charges minimum 30,000 or more for per appearance. So one should be aware of it. Complete your work within time and use your own simple language. First write with a pencil or pen, make a rough draft, then only finalize it, and always get it cross-checked from your well-wisher. So this, thank you very much. I will not take your much time on this. If there is any question, you are most welcome to ask, because my job was already simplified by my previous speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. Now I would like to invite S.K. Verma, sir, Sanjeev Lalwani, sir, to felicitate our speaker. Thank you, sir.
Hello friends, I am here before you. This is my college where I am working. This is Army College of Medical Science. This is a college where I am working. I am Dr. S.K. Sharma. I am head of the Department of Forensic Medicine. I am here to speak on art of opinion writing in medical legal cases as well as in postmortem cases. So let me first dedicate my presentation to all those clinical forensic medicine practitioners, or those who have been very famous autopsy performance, but unfortunately opinions of whom have received backlash. So my talk is dedicated for those doctors who, despite working very nicely, they are in a state of disillusionment only because their opinion have been declared fake, false, and fabricated. So it is very important to find out that could this browbeating, could this nitpicking by anyone or everyone, including cops, CBI, and politicians, and what is that propagates slender campaign, is very important. They have all suffered. And say, for example, allegation of custody crime cover up is very serious. Allegation of working in collusion with the cops to conceal, they are too big to be ignored. So let us talk about only those opinions which have received backlash. So we all know that there are different facets of offenses. Now, where medical knowledge and wisdom that impacts. So, what are the legal expectations? Where this is those who are to apply law in relation to clinical situation, they have to find out whether a case is prosecutable or not. For example, if doctors tell it is self-inflicted or self-suffered injury, there is no need to prosecute. This is the opinion. Now, similarly, if yes, under which section case is to be prosecuted? Is it to be prosecuted in section 323 or section 324? And so on and so forth. There are many sections. So these are all very important part of clinical forensic medicine. Let me say that anything which you utter, maybe or you give in writing, that forms the opinion. So whether case is cognizable or not, your medical wisdom that matters, your opinion matters. Whether case is bailable or not, whether the case is cognizable and non-bailable. So, and also in deciding the triability of the case, whether the case will be tried in DG and CGM or MM. It's a common knowledge, we all know, but I just wanted to point out that in these are the situations of clinical forensic medicine where your opinion, medical knowledge or wisdom that impacts. It impacts a lot. See, for example, law is already laid down. Anyone who is practicing medicine, he knows that under section 324, injury is called simple. We cannot do anything, but it is all fixed. It is a law. And grievous hurt is defined under section 326. 307 defines what is dangerous to life. And if person dies, it might be 302. So, our medical knowledge, our medical opinion, this helps investigators or those who are there to try the offense. It matters to them. So this is opinion. So for example, so we repeat the same thing. So these are the dangerous weapons. Law has already laid down. This is a weapon, another weapon, and these are the sections. What I wanted to say was, what is the impact of the opinion which you are going to give, because your opinion will send someone, make him entitled for the 3 years imprisonment or 10 years or 7 years to life imprisonment. So that is very, very delicate side of the opinion which you are giving as a clinical forensic practitioner. So it is also common knowledge that there are many offenses which are cognizable, and more severe they are cognizable than non-bailable. So why I'm telling you all this? Because unless you keep in this knowledge of law in your background, you cannot afford to say, for example, so this is the injury, and those who are investigating or those who have suffered injury, they come to you for bringing a charge against someone, and our opinion by and large is acceptable, it is sustainable, and it is viable, and it gives you a feeling of proud that your opinion mattered so much that you proved to be an important tool in getting the case prosecuted or tried in a manner it should have been tried. But unfortunately, it is not like this. There are many occasions when opinion looks unacceptable, it looks non-viable, and opinion that receives backlash. Unfortunately, it should not happen. And in legal terms, though it is not defined anywhere, but this is a media word which I have seen number of times in the newspaper, that opinion should not be of that of 3F, that is fake, false, or fabricated. So that is my main thrust of the topic. So instead of, say, for example, they say instead of section 20, it should have been that of 324. So there are variety of situations. We will talk to in detail about these cases. And this is about the clinical forensic medicine. And another area is that of autopsy, which we mostly feel that here also your opinions as far as medical knowledge and wisdom, it impacts. Say, for example, there's a large variety of autopsy situation in hanging, in drowning, and natural death, custody crime, where your autopsy opinion matters a lot. Now, these opinions that has, but what is of my concern is there are some opinions which have suicidal connotations or that of a natural death, they are rarely welcome. So we are talking about only those opinions which are given by a clinical forensic medical practitioner or autopsy surgeon or physicians, but they are not being acceptable. And so what are the regions? And what are the regions and how can we improve upon? So, and I think you all remember that there is a sentiment called shooting the messenger rather than dealing with the message. So what I wanted to say was hanging is a suicidal death, but it becomes a bad message because of our stakeholders, family members, investigators, other people, they are not prepared to accept it. So the problem is of shooting the messenger rather than dealing with the message. So impression is created by those who are for whom opinion is unacceptable, that either you did not know what you were doing or you have not done the thing in a way it should have been done. So for them, so situation is, let's say for example, natural death in custody, and therefore natural death in custody being contested as custody crime. So and next is that death due to drowning being contested as custody crime. So there are a number of situations where there is a conflict according to few. Those who are not prepared to accept your opinion, they are under compulsion to say that your opinion is either fake, false, fraudulent, or fabricated. So how could one afford to give a medical opinion without considering its legal implications? That is the sensitivity in this case. So now, who needs medical opinion? We cannot ignore first of all, a victim or his family, or investigators, or politicians, media, bureaucrats, and lawyers, prosecutors, defense, and they all, and even the courts, they require your opinion. So all of them. So your opinion may be correct according to you, but it has to be acceptable to all these people. Only then it will be acceptable or be taken as viable or sustainable. I will talk to you about this through various examples, because we have conducted a study after all why this opinion is being rejected or not acceptable, or why it is challenged. So there cannot be one line formula, but these cases will help you in understanding as to why our opinion is being rejected. So we'll talk about 3F opinions, cases that received huge backlash, criticism. Doctor was on the back foot, unfortunately. So opinions, there are two types of opinion. One is where you appear to have initiated the hunt for a non-existent assailant. It is called wild goose chase. You have given a right opinion that may be right according to your medical criteria, but unfortunately find that it has started the wild goose chase. And another is when you are obstructing justice. Say for example, person actually injury was dangerous to life and you declared it as grievous or simple. So it is bad. So, and there are two ways of disposal. One is your opinion goes to the dustbin because it is considered to be 3F. So, okay, but this is not only the one. The more heinous is that when you are slapped with some sections like 201, disappearance of evidence, or 218 of IPC, framing incorrect record by public servant or CC. I will talk about some cases in which these sections have really been slapped. And why we want to show you some cases, it is only because that either your opinion has gone to dustbin, or those opinions, they have not only been rejected, but one has suffered, writer of that opinion has suffered these allegations. This is very unfortunate. And in between the two, where there are re-examination, there is a review, there is a review in court order, post-autopsy validation, re-examination court. These are different forms when you come into play and you are supposed to give your opinion. So the question is whether you are the initial writer of your opinion, or you have given opinion as a re-examiner, or you have given examiner as a review on the court order or on the order of the CBA. So this is a very sensitivity, because so now let us see that I got my presentation has one, two, three, four, eight sections. I wish I could talk to you about some more cases. Let us see. So first example, see, I'll talk to you about cacophony of the custody crime. Oh my God, it's a very serious custody crime cacophony. So either person dies in custody or it sustained injury. There are two situations. And when person dies in custody, no one is going to believe that it is a natural death. For everybody, it is a custody killing. And supposing you give your opinion of the natural death, oh, why isn't it a cover up of custody killing? That is the question. So imagine now you are looking like as someone who has indulged in the covering up of the custody killing. And another is when you one sustained injury in the custody, it is a torture or it is a self-inflicted injury. So this should be able to say any opinion against the perception would be the shoot the messenger. So you are the shooter of a bad message, and now you have to learn. So for example, now this is the case which happened in 1992. It was in Haryana. It shook many people. Now I don't need to tell you what is this. And see, in this case, this was cut at this level, leaving behind a 17.5 centimeter long slash on the scrotum. It was 1.5 cm deep. It cut testes into two halves. Oh my God! It was something like this. The testes were hanging. It was a urogenital emergency. So that is how a doctor came across. So now it was a castrating injury. Issue was whether it is suicidal injury or is it the one which is indicating a custody crime. So my dear friends, I hope you will appreciate the sensitivity of the issue. So custody crime versus self-inflicted injury, castrating injury. So there was cacophony and everybody was involved. No one could imagine that single castrating injury was a way to escape from police custody. No one could imagine. So ultimately, it is quite humiliating and embarrassing that of the 25 medical opinions, not even one said that the injury was self-inflicted. Oh, let's see why. And ultimately, their opinion have gone through the dustbin. So it was dustbin opinion. So for not only one, but only two, but 25 people. So there were, what was this? There were two main predominant versions. One was the story of the injured. According to him, cops castrated him while he was in their custody. Oh my God, such a custody, it is a custody crime. But if you ask cops, they said, no. Injured slashed his testes to kill himself. Is it probable? Is it probable that there could be self-inflicted injury? So variety of doctors, they were contacted, and the crux of the issue was, whose hand was it who caused the injury? Was it the hand of the person injured or was the hand of the cops? So the cops castrated him while he was in their custody. So and ultimately the case landed as a custody crime, and they under charge because person had not died. So he was charged with attempt to murder, 331, and there are a few more sections which were in relation to the wrongful confinement. So we are not worried about this, but we were worried that he suffered an injury which was castrating and which brought a charge of attempt to murder. Imagine, sir, there were two types of perception. One was that almost everyone supported version of custody crime. And who were they? And their second perception was who favored self-infliction of injury. Let us see that where do we stand. Actually, doctors who had examined and treating surgeon, there were two initial level who were involved, and they were indicating that whatever they did or uttered that indicated that it was a custody. Okay, it doesn't matter. There are other who are equally dominating community, I would like to say that, and they are politicians, local administrators, media, lawyers, courts that granted compensation, Haryana government to give him job. So there were so many people, they all had an opinion that it was a custody crime, and these people, and not only this, there are many experts who were involved in review and re-examination. So all of them, they gathered to give an impression that it was a custody crime. So imagine, and their opinion was acceptable, it was acceptable, but it was rejected finally there. And because the case custody crime, cops castrated him while he was in their custody was the case, but there was only, it was self-infliction, injured, slashed his testes to kill himself. It came only in the, by the courts. So there was, case was tried. Imagine that it was tried as the case of 307, 342, 343, 343, so many sections. It was only in this court which decided that it was a self-inflicted injury. It was not. So just imagine what is the power of the masses, the dominating community, and the experts. Their all opinion ultimately was considered to be dustbin opinion. So was it not a public crux of the issue? Why I am showing it? Was it not the public demand? Was it not a public demand dominated affair? Don't think that it was only between doctor and the person who has suffered injury. Where almost everybody in the society was involved. So it was a public demand dominated affair. So who suffered humiliation and embarrassment? Police or the doctor? Both. Both they suffered because trial. Cacophony. Cacophony does affect our opinion. Politicians, media, administrators, and activists, they all gather to favor custody crime. So, sir, it is not only your competence, though your knowledge and skill, what are you doing, what kind of opinion you are giving. Ultimately, this opinion has to be acceptable by them. In this particular case, so was it possible for a doctor to say that it was self-inflicted injury in such a case, and that too beyond doubt? Oh no, it's not. If yes, then out of 25 opinion of expert, why no one denied? So wasn't it the desperation to have a custody crime opinion? So I finished my this case by saying that it is always a generally public demand dominated affair where they all expect a opinion which is definite, is away from probabilities. It is, you should be able to say beyond doubt, but you cannot say in many situations. So your opinion looks one of the triple F. So this is one case which I wanted to talk to you. Another is, so my dear friends, what I would like to go on saying that what keeps us healthy, happy as we go through in life. So it is only one thing, an error-free medical legal opinion, which is accepted as such without getting a backlash. Generally it happens, but it is only few cases where your opinion is challenged and you get a backlash and you're on back foot. So lessons from this unpublished longer study on the experiences of forensic practitioners. This I am presenting before you. So this was the one case I talked to you that rocked the society, that moved almost everybody, but no doctor could tell that it was a self-inflicted injury. So this is this. Now let us see other case. So now I'll show you this case which happened in 2011. 3 doctors, they get 3 years in prison for wrong autopsy report of the rape victim. Oh, doctor can give a wrong report? Doesn't know how to rule out this? So actually you see, this is a common scenario in a police station, and it was in this case a 14-year-old girl was found hanging from there. But why she should hang? So there were 2 postmortems. First postmortem was done by 3 doctors, cause of hanging. Oh, I am still not clear why should be there a requirement of 3 doctors, only one can give to you. But the board of 3 doctors said this is now. There was second postmortem, and it was by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 doctors have gathered to give, and it was subsequent, and they said it is strangulation, and they also expressed the possibility of sexual act. So my dear sir, in the CBI, they charge sheeted the 3 doctors. So that is why, and this here, that is how 218 framing incorrect record by public servant. So such can be the consequence of an opinion which looks triple F, fake, fraudulent, or fabricated. I don't know what make, but was their contribution, was it their own incompetence? They did not know what they're doing, or second opinion was wrong. I don't know what it was, but I just wanted to say that opinion was challenged like this, and the consequence of the opinion was this. So say this is another lesson. So my dear friends, actually I feel tempted to tell you that there are 3 effects of an opinion. There are 3 effects of an opinion. One is obfuscation. Second is charlatanry. Third is facilitation. Obfuscation is that people are already confused. Is it hanging or strangulation? Whether drowning is antepartum, postmortem. So they're confused. So is our opinion creating or adding to obfuscation, or it is a charlatanry? Charlatan is a person who pretends that he knows the job, but actually he doesn't know. And third is facilitation. I hope you will all agree with me that ultimately what is desired in any situation is we expect autopsy opinion or medical legal opinion that it to facilitate. It requires facilitate. So if it fails to bring about this obfuscation, it looks like this. So we don't like obfuscation. So, but now I touch another point, that it is this, he is sad, he is disillusioned. It is disillusioned not because of his own incompetency, but many a times it is corpse mischief that made autopsy opinion look triple F. How? There are 3 cases, oh my God. So I wish if time permits, I could talk to you one way in all these cases. Gangaicha case, it is one case. So now cops wanted a homicidal opinion. Oh my God. As they wanted to implicate someone, it was their agenda. Now they concocted a homicidal story which had impact on the autopsy opinion. Okay, how was that? Let's see. So this is one case. So now it actually so happened that in 2007 at around 6 p.m. a lady who was housewife, she was mother of 3 children, she went missing. Oh, she had gone. Now what happens next day at around 2 p.m. What? She was not found anywhere, but in the village her belongings were found. They said, okay, she must be inside. So this hunt was started, but unfortunately this unrewarding body didn't come out there. So now at 4 p.m. on 15th, that means 2 days thereafter the body was found floating in the same well. So it was something like this. Now it created an impression that, oh my God, someone had killed and put her inside. But police knew actually what had happened. So now suspicion of her being killed and thrown into the well, it grew up. And husband was the suspect. Oh, husband must have done it. Police said, husband pushed her into the well. Oh, if she pushed into the well, there are many questions they were seeing now. Ultimately, let me finish by saying that there were 2. So first autopsy, second autopsy. In first autopsy was 16 hours after taken out, 20 hours after thereafter it was second autopsy were done. In both the autopsies, there were lack of signs of drowning in both the autopsies. What was remarkable was that a second autopsy was done in a medical college by some professors. They said, oh, she's got heavy cutting weapon injury in the upper front of the head and the forehead. My God. So this was a homicidal opinion. So what is the impact of the homicidal opinion? That producing the weapon became a problem for the police. Police knew that it is not a murder, but they wanted to put it in a book as a case of murder. Now, so this injury report created problem. They said they have no issue with this injury. They have only that why from harm weapon kahan se produce karenge. That was the problem. So offered the visit to scene. They said doctors, they hardly know what to find there in the scene of crime. They said, doctor, please come, you will see yourself. So when they offered scene of crime, the second autopsy opinion thus did not suit. So their first opinion, second opinion was had on the request of the police again. Now police people said that it was a triple F. Why triple F? So they initiated a post-autopsy validation. And in this case, they offered come to the scene of crime. So this is not the actual well, this is looking like that well only. So what happened was injury sustained by striking against the wall fixed steps. Oh, this could happen. This police knew, but they never disclosed it with the person who was doing autopsy, first or second autopsy, and even they did not want to know that. The death was due to drowning, and so the fall could be suicidal or even accidental. It became clear from the scene of crime, and and when this footstep they were got examined, and it was found that there was injury and drowning. Injury, literature also says that occasionally accidental or suicidal injury may be sustained on a person before he or she enters into the water. So that must have happened in this case. So persons falling from docks, bridges or ships may strike masonry or slight obstruction before hitting the water. So, my dear friends, it is clear that when she jumped into the well, probably she must have hit against this, and that is how injury was also. But my point was that when police people knew that, why did not they share? Had they shared, probably this situation might have been avoided. Number one. Number two is, many a times it happens, but some of us might say that why should police opinion version affect you? I will discuss later on, but now let me tell another case. It was another case where this was a real case in 2001. This is very, very good case, very rare case. I think you should look at it with interest that these are the two injuries, and police said, this is it. So these are the two injuries, 1, 2, and police case was murder by presence of two injuries of different type on a part like neck, very near to each other, one by sharp cutting weapon, second by blunt. Oh, it will leave, there will leave no doubt. But when the autopsy was done, they found there was an absence of injury to any major blood vessel. What are these, carotid or jugular? So what is it? How could he die? So so it was very surprising. So, and this injury was unexplained. So autopsy was, they said none of the above injury was fatal. Neither person died because of this or that. So doctor was blamed for concealing the crime dishonestly. This was again an example of triple F. So it was, people were after that autopsy opinion. Why it is not becoming clear? So 13 days later, again police offered, cops deliberately misrepresented a case of suicidal hanging as killing by blunt force and sharp weapon injury. Why? Because they wanted to book someone. Scene of crime was offered, and the scene of crime, this new version came that actually person was found and noticed hanging by the family members, and they wanted to remove the ligature material. They cut it. So, my dear sir, nick was postmortem. It was caused by the tip of the scissor and absence of the ligature mark. If you look at the ligature mark material, it would hardly leave a characteristic typical ligature mark. So this is another case where cops did mischief, but look at the power of the autopsy opinion. It did not allow that to take place, and that is how autopsy opinion can bring relief to the society. And the one more case I think I need to explain you is that of that. This is a very famous case of Delhi, famous known as Tandoor case. There were also two opinions. First postmortem said the heavy person has died because of heavy weapon cutting injury, and second postmortem said injuries were as a result of extensive heat, postmortem artifact. So who was wise? Whose opinion was triple F? I don't know. But second performer who could do justice was only because when police caught the actual killer, and it was the killer's confession that before being burnt, she was shot dead. So he could do that. So this is a very good case. So I don't know which opinion needs to be a dustbin opinion, but this opinion appeared correct only because the background information of the case that changed at the time of the autopsy. So I think first postmortem, first opinion which was wrong was only because it was artifactual perception. So this is this. Now two more cases I would like to say. Okay, let it be 6. Okay, this is one. Okay, this is good case. Again, cases because cops deficient performance that make your opinion look like a triple F. How is that? So it was, these are the 3 cases. Let us see that. See, if you look at this opinion, oh, very nice opinion. So he says death was due to strangulation. It was homicidal in nature, and one of the ligation mark was postmortem. My God, such a good opinion, and opinion. So this is just it was a homicidal opinion. Now look at the impact of the autopsy, homicidal autopsy decision. Now a search for killer started, and when the cops started expressing their futility of their efforts to arrest after a month or so, they said, "Sir, could it be hanging?" So an autopsy opinion that did not appear sustainable or viable. Oh my God, what happened there after finding them engaged in wild goose chase? Cops sought post-autopsy validation. This is the common method. Now again there will be 2-3 opinions. Now whether first opinion was triple F or the second or the third one. So he was in the same condition, and this time they, in post-autopsy validation, they offered the crime scene photo, phone record, many other things, and they said, sir, you come and you will see yourself. And then the post-autopsy validation, it began. They said, because body was not available, then they said, okay, you go back to scene of crime and start searching, so you will find something there. So this was the first photograph which was shown, that it showing place and position in which dead body was found. There was no evidence of hanging. And see, this is a rope which is tied around the neck, and this is just a post-mortem artifact because of the decomposition. Okay, very nice. So, but there was no point of suspension. So new evidence came. Part of the rope curled up on the fan, on the floor. Evidence came one by one stages, and when the cop was advised, they came, sir, there is a curled rope here, there is a stool. So, okay, could we do that? Quite possible, it might have been maneuvered. So, no, second photo, it was taken few months thereafter, now, showing the evidence of hanging. But the body was found in different room. It was not in this room. So, how could he hang there? And that remained a challenge. But he was not in the scene, in a room where this hanging evidence was there. So scene of crime observation changed. First, no indication of suicidal hanging. Then second, lot of evidences of hanging months after the autopsy. So unwritten opinion of the post-autopsy validation, the case was finally closed and filed. So this case is one which I just wanted to tell you in brief, that here also autopsy opinion suffered because a scene of examination in the beginning was not proper. They did not intimate the doctor that there was evidence of this. Rather, they portrayed the picture in such a way that it was homicide to most of us. And such are the consequences if cops don't share with you the evidence of hanging, if any, at the material time. Sharing such information many months after the autopsy puts autopsy surgeon on back. So I hope you will like this. This is a good one. And last case which I wanted to show you was this probably. Oh, this is again very, very important and eye-opening case. It looks very easy that injury is a laceration or firearm injury. There is no problem. And normally it's not a big issue, but it became a big issue. Problem arises when, according to one, it is lacerated and others say it was a firearm injury. That is what happened in one case. It is quite humiliating and embarrassing if one's opinion is found to be contrary to the facts. Whatever you write is not final. It has to be seen that does it fit, is it viable, it is sustainable. So it was whose opinion should go to the dustbin. So now this case was like this, that she was found like this, and all these pictures are shown to you only when your opinion is challenged. So see, this weapon is lying here. She was found. This is the wife of a very senior, very important case. According to the relatives, media, common man, it was a well-planned homicide. Okay. So now investigators said, no, it's nothing but suicide. So let me tell you that victim was found to have 6 injuries, 5 firearm injuries, which was accepted. There was 1 lacerated wound. It was not accepted. It was disputed. Okay. Now, the biggest issue was wound is lacerated or another was also firearm injury. So how was she killed? Who killed her? It was a matter of debate. So so there were post-autopsy validation, board of experts. There were multiple opinions. Now, in that, one has to decide which opinion was right, which was wrong. So, my dear friends, ultimately, let me present you that there were 2 entry wounds. These are entry wounds, and there were 2 exit wounds. These are the exit wounds. Okay. And now 1 grazed, this is grazed wound, there is no question. This is how 5 injuries were there. But what injury was there? So that shows that 3 shots produced 5 wounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And now a disputed injury was a laceration wound on the middle top of the forehead. This was this injury. Okay. Now this is the real picture of that. 2 wounds on the head. One is this. This was on the left side, lower back of the head. And this was the second one. It was in the right parietal area. And this was exit wound of the injury number 2. Okay, no problem. And what about this? Is it a lacerated wound? Let me say, my dear friends, issue was, are both these injuries by firearm? Or one is exit injury and the other is a lacerated wound? Imagine this is the sensitivity of your opinion. What do you utter or you give in writing what others say? Now, is manner of causation of both the injuries same or different? These are legal queries. Is age of both the injuries same or was different? So finally, initial opinion. So I don't know why the earlier slide is not peeping out. So the board of 6 doctors from 4 eminent medical colleges, they gathered. They said, "No, this is not don't treat this as a lacerated wound. This is a firearm injury, graze wound." But let me say, sir, finally, initial opinion of laceration was accepted. That means the opinion of these 4 experts, which were from the medical college, that went to the dustbin. So I finished my talk by saying that no opinion is easy opinion, and all opinions should be taken seriously. They should be considered in the light of the background information, and the fact remains that even you are competent and your opinion is correct, it is likely to be challenged. So it is not only opinion writing, it is art of writing opinion. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor S.K. Sharma, sir. Although you are not here, but still you try to give us and elaborate on these cases. So next we are moving to the session of feedback and vote of thanks by Dr. O.P. Murthy, sir.
Thank you, dear delegates and participants on YouTube. It was a very hectic day. So first of all, I extend my thanks to AIIMS authorities for allowing this conference in the conference hall. Then secondly, our speakers, dedicated faculty who had taken the initiative to visit. Then third is our senior resident who worked hard, and our volunteers from the departments. So those who have come physically deserve a special thanks and applaud. So in this crucial organization, Professor Sanjay Gupta, Professor S.K. Verma, Dr. Lalwani, Dr. Tanuj, and Dr. S.K. Sharma, Professor Anupma Raina played a very vital role. So we have a plan to organize such workshops in different medical colleges and at least twice in a year in different medical college with the different organizers. We will be the supporting team so that we want the whole country, the all topics of the forensic interest are developed well. Like this is a research topic we have taken though halfway, but once we finalize it in form of a book, we have an intention to form a book in long run in 2 years or so. So then this will be having a very mature Indian literature, Indian support, and all those people who will be organizers will be the lead persons. So that is our plan. Let us see how it comes out. But definitely Dr. Sanjay Gupta deserves a special thanks. He is the editor. And this event is 100% sponsored and organized by Journal of Forensic Medicine with your support of delegate fees. And delegate fees is a no profit, no loss base. See, whatever has been taken, it has been spent on you only. So with these words and our visionaries, those who are coming up in the field, for us, it's a matter of outgoing phase. Now we are 4-5 more years are left. So whatever maximum we can give with our full strength, we will try to give. And we will like to see our youngsters in a full-fledged professionals. And at least there is a common saying, ki son, you don't do what I did the mistakes. So what mistakes we committed, we do not like ki our younger generation should commit it or should learn and become mature. Because India can be the world leader because of the human resource material, postmortem material, clinical forensic material, which we have, nobody else has in the world. Only thing, we were unable to tap our resources and raw material. So that's why we were looking after the Western people for guidance. Once we create our own material, own resources, no book will be complete without the Indian material. That I would say. So with this expectations, with my team, I thank you, all of you. We are really grateful to you, and thanks, and see you again somewhere. Right. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone. Initiative taken by him. You can collect your certificates and registration